Discovery, go and throttle up.
Good morning. Creeper with a tier 2 40-month resub. How's everybody doing? Everybody awake? Are you awake? You sure? Because you just went through a wall. Wait, what? Ah! I needed to get my coffee. Now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to watch launches. Where is it? Okay, switch to Teleview. What are you doing? You messed up the chroma. If you don't look at it, it doesn't exist. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta fix this though. There we go. 2 palmas. Here you go. We just got a number 1 victory royale. Why doesn't this fix those? Oh, that's this thing. Okay. Got it. That's an extra light that I have. It was messing up the chroma over there. I always have coffee when I watch launches. You know that. Of course you know that. I have the motor oil out. Look at it. It's motor oil. It's great. Okay, guys. So what we're looking to see today is Crew-5, SpaceX Crew-5, the fifth manned Dragon launch here for SpaceX. Coverage should be beginning basically now. PJs, let's freaking go. Posture, I'm always, you gotta be comfortable. You gotta be comfortable when you're streaming, man. How many hours before the launch? About 3.5. Here we go. Coverage just ticked in. Let me make sure we are caught up in live here. Okay, it's a live shot of launch pad 39A.
Core on countdown, T-minus 3 hours and 29 minutes. LIO seals have been removed and installation is complete. A little bit ahead of schedule.
All right. 1077 and Dragon Endurance are in use today. And we don't talk about the second stage. You still haven't sobered up from last night? Jeez, look at that. Look at behind it. She put a camera up there. She put a camera up there looking down at 39A. That would be... Exactly, Thomas, yep. So human body number 5. Actually, we got 4 crew on this. Farm. 2 Americans, Japanese, and a Russian. Anna's on this one, which is cool. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, we got 3 rookies. Exactly. Anna, Josh and Nicole, this is their first flight. Koichi Wakata is the only guy that's flown into space on this flight before. Yeah, we got a bunch of rookies. That's right. To orbit, yeah. Or it says SpaceX on the side. Of course it's going to orbit. EJ woke up today and chose violence. Is it going to be 39AA and 39AB? I don't know. This reminds me of my favorite war movie, Red Dawn. No, it's a documentary. All right. How long do the astronauts train for a mission like this? About a year? Mjolnir? Yeah, about a year, dude. It's really, most of the training consists of, I mean, there's obviously like training for what you're going to do up on the ISS, but most of the training is really for like knowing the spacecraft and understanding what you're flying. Understanding what to recognize, understanding, you know, like if something goes wrong, understanding the failure modes if they do happen, you know, like what's going to happen if you abort here, what's going to happen if it aborts off the pad, what are you going to do, what's the procedures to be safe in a scenario like that. All that training does take a little bit of time. There's, you know, there's seat time in the simulators, and there's also a lot of reading. It's like studying for a big test. Three rookies must be buzzing right now. They're actually just getting up, believe it or not. Here we go.
I feel fine. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
1, 0, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Here we go. Let's fly today.
That's right,
You're
Grumpy.
looking live
That's what
at
they do.
the Crew Dragon spacecraft
Screw
on top
rotation.
of a Falcon 9
Yep.
rocket set to launch 3 astronauts and
Got
1
Daryl.
cosmonaut to the International Space Station in a little more than 3 hours. It's a beautiful sight outside. Beautiful weather here at the Kennedy Space Center, where we welcome you for our
Hey,
live
Bob's with
coverage
him.
of NASA and SpaceX's launch of Crew-5. I'm Daryl Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Bob Binken, who along
guy.
with Doug Hurley were the first astronauts to fly Crew Dragon into space. Bob, it's great to have you here. You were part of that historic flight, and now here you are back helping us with our launch commentary for today's mission.
Well, thank you, Daryl. I'm super excited to be here. A beautiful day to relive my launch experience. Looking forward to it.
You certainly will remember this experience well. We've got
No,
video
they're not in there
recorded
yet.
from
They're
just
putting on the suits right
less
now,
than an
Taro.
hour ago of Crew-5
See?
getting suited up in that historic suit-up room. And there you see them. Everything went smoothly. You can see the astronauts there in their spacesuits after getting them fitted and tested.
Countdown.
And those
T-minus 3 hours and 23 minutes. The displays are configured for crew ingress on schedule.
That's our launch audio. We're going to pause
Anna.
whenever that comes up. But tell me a little bit about those custom flight suits.
Well, Daryl, I've heard those suits referred to as space tuxedos by some of the SpaceX team, and they are custom fit, and they are, what the crew needs to wear in case there was any sort of an issue inside of the capsule. They're custom fit, and they'll be ready to wear them when they head into space.
Not designed to go outside the capsule, but certainly if something were to happen inside the capsule, they pressurize, and that keeps them safe. Now, we want to invite you folks who are watching to participate in our broadcast today. If you would like to ask Bob a question over the next 3 hours, you can jump on any number of our social media handles. One of the ones that we're looking at is the hashtag AskNASA handle on Twitter. Send us that tweet with a question and the hashtag AskNASA, and we will get to it. Now, in addition to Bob's analysis, we have teams across the country covering the action, and there they are. We'll get updates from SpaceX headquarters, giving us a wave from out there in Hawthorne, California, and Houston, Texas. Mission Control Center, hello to you as well. And of course, right here in Florida, we've got our interviewees standing by. Now let's check in with our team monitoring preparations for launch at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Take it away, ladies.
Hi, I'm NASA's Sandra Jones with NASA Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a production engineering manager here at SpaceX.
Yes,
as we count down to liftoff, welcome to Mission Control. This is where our teams are staffed around the clock to monitor Dragon and the mission. On console or headset in Mission Control are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast, and there you can see him on the screen. The additional positions are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams.
And NASA has its own team members in Mission Control Houston, where they've been preparing the space station for Dragon's arrival. We'll meet several of the key players later when we check in with them. And upon liftoff, today's ride to the International Space Station will take about 29 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the option or the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed. So let's head back over to Florida as we await the crew's departure for the launch pad. Daryl?
Sandra and Jesse, thank you very much. And here they come,
Here we go.
Crew-5.
Wow, that was quick.
They're ready for crew arrival, and crew are walking out of the O&C room now, on schedule.
Indeed they are. And there they are. The astronauts of Crew-5 taking their first steps outside as they head to the pad. From left to right, cosmonaut Anna Kikina, Josh Cassada, Commander Nicole Mann, and Koichi Wakata.
Oh, they didn't?
So that was a pose for a picture. And here they go to their ride out to the pad. 3 Teslas all lined up in queue, along with a full security escort. And the folks you see there, family, loved ones. This is a moment to have an exchange, Bob.
It is. It's an opportunity for the crew, if you will, to take a little bit of a break from the technical briefs that they've been having this morning as they got suited up and understood what the weather conditions were. They get a chance to say goodbye to their families, see some smiling faces, again, have a little bit of a relaxing moment with their families before they get serious again and head out to the launch pad.
And they keep a certain distance away. You can see the stanchions, you can see the family that are gathered there. And of course, that's in the interest of the astronauts' health.
That's absolutely true, Daryl. You know, the crew has been in a quarantine state for the last several days.
Cool.
You know, they don't want to bring anything to space station that we don't have, really tight control of. And so they'll stay back from folks, but they'll give some air hugs and some waves.
All right, let's listen in.
Yeah, Anna's family's over there on the left. The orange and the black. There's a lot of people. Is it possible to 3D print a spacesuit? I don't think we've gotten to that point yet.
Can't make out exactly what's being said, but we know from your experience, Bob, that
That's Reed Wiseman over there.
It can be an emotional moment.
Absolutely. You know, for the Demo 2
that's
mission,
Josh
my son
Kutrick
was
right
super
there.
excited to yell Launch
Bob
America.
Cabana's right
So
there.
that was the one thing that you could absolutely hear.
Pam's there.
Even inside the suit with
the
our deep
person
insert
waving?
earplugs, you
Looks
could
like
hear
Pam.
that Launch America tune when he sang it out.
Your wife said the same thing. That,
So Victor Glover's right there.
And that's something actually
That's
particular to
Nicole Mann's husband right there.
family members with young children that you have to prepare them for. I was watching a
I think that's Josh Kutrick right there. I forget his name. I saw Reed Wiseman, another NASA astronaut. He's the chief of the astronaut office. He's on the other side, on their side of the yellow line.
Go and throttle up.
Brought him down here to Kennedy. Got him a chance to see a cargo
I
launch
saw
into
Bob
space.
Cabana there, who's the
And,
deputy
by the end of that
administrator.
experience, he was ready for me
Or
to
is the
go
assistant
first,
deputy
launch
administrator for
second,
NASA.
and he said he
And then I
was
saw
going
Pam
first.
Melroy
So
there.
we'll wait to see if
Bob
that
and
happens.
Pam are both former shuttle pilots.
Then we'll have him on
Pam
the
Melroy is
3:37
the
show.
second in charge at
That's
NASA.
probably Crew 16.
They're down there on the right.
Earlier.
Schedule, yeah.
Blast
I like it.
off.
He's, ambitious.
Nice.
Look at that license plate. I was
Jeremy
just
Henson.
noticing
Yeah, that sounds right,
Blast
Thomas.
off.
The frickin' plates.
Yeah, Daryl, the SpaceX team has been creative with those license plates. It's always cool to see what they add to the.
And I couldn't get any family here. The guy with the orange is a Roscosmos representative. Ah, that's a shame.
Nice touch. As you can see, the
It
media
looks
background
like
positions
Bill
themselves
might
for
be
a good
there
shot
too.
As the Teslas roll out with a full security escort on a 20-minute drive to pad 39A. And they're queuing up a playlist right now, Bob, with some tunes. In fact,
It
I've
looks
got
like
the
I
playlist to
saw
one of
Bill
the
there. I think
vehicles.
he's right
I
there.
believe it's the lead astronaut vehicle, which would be the second one in this line. Here's what they're going to be listening to. Oh Yeah by Yellow. Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins. Stronger by The Score. Slow Ride, Foghat.
Yes.
Everybody Got Their Something by Nikki Costa. Sabotage by the Beastie Boys. Mainstream Kid by Brandy Carlisle. And Don't Stop Believin' by Journey. It's a nice list right there.
It's a wonderful mix. There's a little bit of a slow and relaxing portion of it, as well as something with a little bit of emotion as they head out to the launch pad. You know, when Doug and I headed out
Not
to the
bad.
launch pad, we had some tunes as well, and we took the experience to capture kind of the same things. The excitements of launching into space. Back in Black was one of the songs we selected from AC/DC, since we were both headed back into space again, and it was an exciting time for us.
And that was followed, I believe, by Girl from Ipanema, which was very much a contrast.
It was, Daryl. You know, this is a 20-minute ride out to the launch pad. The crew's been on a very tight schedule as they work their way to get to this point, but now's the time to sit back and wind your watch and wait for the actual launch event. So that waiting music came from the Blues Brothers movie, and Doug and I knew there was just going to be a time where we had to wait our turn to launch on that rocket.
Windows are open now in the Teslas, and family
like
members
Bob and
just
Doug.
now retreating
Bob
back
and
to
Doug
their
are cool.
vehicles. But then also getting another moment up there next to the car, which just completely.
Should be a Huey. Should be a Huey, Thomas. Oh, here we go.
There they go.
Core on countdown. T-minus 3 hours and 15 minutes. Crew are beginning their transport from the O&C room to the pad, right on schedule.
There's the call out from the SpaceX team. The crew now departing the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Slow rolling as they make a shot available for all of the media and photographers down there. They're beginning their 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center.
See behind that door?
Out to Launch Pad 39A.
Behind that door is where Orion
track
capsules
they're
are made.
taking goes through the industrial
True
area.
story.
And then gets out to the NASA Causeway and the Kennedy Causeway.
What's up, Ozzy? How
And
much
Bob, as
is
we
one of
were
those? 'Cause I
watching
kinda
that
want one.
moment there, I want to
Ooh.
play a piece of tape that we have from
Yes,
your wife
silence.
Megan talking about those moments leading up to launch. And we're also going to see footage of that historic mission that you participated in, Demo 2. We'll also see hers, and we'll get to see the goodbyes from either one. Let's take a look at that now. We want to give you a little flashback. Take a look at the screen now. You might remember this. Demo 2, and there you are in the light blue with your son saying goodbye to your husband, Bob Benken, on that historic flight.
That's right. That was a really special moment, and it was great to see how excited my son was to see his father. There were no tears. It was all smiles and cheering. My son, I think, was determined to say, "Launch America," first and loudest. And so that's what he was doing. He did a great job.
And then in April, Crew 2,
Nice.
this was your launch. And
Yes.
now the role was reversed. You were in the astronaut suit getting ready to go out and launch, and your husband was there with your son.
That's right. And I was listening out for that Launch America. And sure enough, I could hear it from probably 20 feet away. That was a wonderful moment.
Your wife, Megan MacArthur, who flew on Crew 2 to the International Space Station following
go.
up your certification mission.
They're going to
Yeah,
take
it
a
was
left here.
A moment that we wanted our son to have a positive experience with, and he certainly did.
They're going to take a left here. They take a left onto, it's actually Kennedy Boulevard here. So they're gonna bang a left right here. And then they're going to go down the on-ramps and take a right onto Kennedy Parkway. It's not Kennedy Boulevard. It's Kennedy Parkway, and that'll take them out past the VAB. You saw the VAB on the dash cam down there. You could see it from a long way away. It's a big building.
Kate Tice, who, by the way, was at this very desk, Bob, when you launched. Good to have you back, Kate.
Hey, Kate.
Thanks, Daryl. I'm Kate Tice, and I'm the Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX, and I'm going to be bringing you live status updates from the launch teams this morning. Now, for those following along with our launch preparations over the last week, you'll know that we had a successful dress rehearsal a couple days ago of our launch operations on October 2nd, followed by a successful static fire of our 9 Merlin 1D engines. Now, fast forward a bit to this morning, and we're coming up on, there it is, the T-minus 3 hour and 12-minute mark, and so far all is going well for launch. Earlier in the night, the team began clearing the hazard area and buildings around pad 39A, known as the blast danger area, or BDA, as you might hear it called out today. At T-minus 4 hours, there was a briefing by the SpaceX launch director, and good news, there is nothing significant to report on the rocket. At this time, the advanced team was also cleared to enter the pad and start prepping the vehicle for the crew's arrival, which we're tracking there on screen, and we're expecting them to arrive at about T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes, so just shortly coming up. So the only people remaining on the pad at this point in time are those needed for ingress of the astronauts. At the launch pad, Falcon 9 is powered on, and we're currently monitoring telemetry and pressurizing gas storage vessels. Engine and stage checkouts were performed several hours ago. On top of Falcon 9, of course, we have the Dragon spacecraft, and it is ready for the crew. Functional checkouts were performed, and most recently, the Dragon propellant system was pressurized to final flight pressure, and the side hatch has been opened by the advanced team. So at this point in time, I can report that all spacecraft systems are go. And as for the range, launch range is ready to support and working no issues at this time. And as you
all you see is the VAB,
along,
like
we have
right,
been tracking the
right
weather
in the
conditions
center.
carefully
It's a great
over
shot.
the last week as we dealt with the remnants of Hurricane Ian. As you can see on your screen, it's a gorgeous morning out there at Kennedy Space Center. The weather is cooperating as we count down to liftoff.
KSC SWAT team.
We have been tracking downrange
This is not a public road, guys.
winds that had been no-go overnight, but as of the T-minus 6 hour weather brief this morning, it cleared and we were green there. So everything is looking good for weather at this point, but we will continue to monitor. Now, with all that being said, let's head back over to Daryl and Bob for another check-in from Kennedy.
All right, thank you, Kate. And yes, the weather here at Kennedy is nearly
Someone's
perfect for
tooling
launch.
around in a
Let's
Mustang.
introduce you now to today's crew. We begin with Nicole Mann. The California native holds a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering and is a colonel in the Marine Corps. Nicole was selected by NASA in June 2013, and today the Crew-5 commander will be flying into space for the first time. And once she reaches the space station, she'll be the first Native American woman to stay on station. Sitting next to Nicole is Josh Cassada. He grew up in Bear Lake, Minnesota. The physicist and U.S. Navy test pilot flew 23 combat missions. He later became an instructor at the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School, and more recently, he served as the capsule communicator in mission control. But today, he's the pilot aboard Dragon. In the role of mission specialist is veteran Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. Altogether, Koichi flew 4 space shuttle missions, a Roscosmos Soyuz, and was on a long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. Altogether, Koichi has spent 11 months in space. The veteran.
He helped install the Kibo module on the ISS.
The second mission specialist is Roscosmos
Anna.
cosmonaut Anna Kikina. She graduated from the Novosibirsk State Academy of Water Transport in 2006. In 2012, Anna officially became a candidate for the position of test cosmonaut. Crew-5 will be Anna's first flight into space as part of the recent resumption of integrated crews on U.S. Crew spacecraft and the Soyuz with the Russian state space corporation Roscosmos.
Good. Good, good, good.
As part of integrated crew, a week and a half ago, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio flew to the ISS aboard a Soyuz. Flying integrated crews ensures operational safety. Crew members on station are trained to do maintenance and spacewalks. It also protects against contingencies such as problems that could arise on the station, serious medical issues, or an emergency aboard the station that requires a crew and vehicle
that
they are assigned to return to Earth sooner than planned.
That's the,
the crew taking a turn onto the Saturn Causeway.
Here we go.
And this is the road that leads to the vehicle assembly building.
So they're going to go by on the left. You have a white and black building here. They go over the tracks. There's a white and black building. That's Operations Support Building 1 right there. See? There's OSB-1. OSB-1 is basically that's where SLS and any program that's using KSC, that's the offices where the rocket's engineered. So like all the umbilicals and all that stuff. And then you go by, there's the HVAC stuff for the VAB. The VAB is right there. Transfer aisle entrance is right there. And then on the right here, you have OSB2, Operations Support Building 2. And then the firing rooms right there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then the high bays are right there. High bay 1 is right there. High bay 3 with SLS is on the other side. This is where the SLS core stage comes in when it's delivered right there. And Space Shuttle external tanks and Saturn V first and second stages. That's Hurricane Ian.
Center of circulation, of course, the devastating impacts to the Fort Myers Beach area. More than 100 people killed. And complete devastation by the
Scooting Apollo, who are your top 3 favorite astronauts? Does John Young still count, Nick? He was the first guy to fly on the space shuttle. Does John Young count?
This is video from that day, 3 days prior.
I mean, John Young is definitely my all-time favorite. No one's going to replace John Young. He's my favorite astronaut. That guy is the Jeb Kerman of astronauts. He literally does everything. Chris Hadfield's okay. Story Musgrave's definitely up there. Good choice. Good choice. Good choice. I think Collins is up there. She's a BAMF. That's hard to choose, man. There's a lot of really talented people here. They're going by the press site now.
So now we await a new launch date for Artemis, which
actually they're a little
we
far
know is going to be targeted in the mid-November area. And the astronauts just passing the vehicle assembly building.
So the interesting thing here is, if you guys look at the crawlerway, you see the 2 big streaks right there. That's the tracks that were left from SLS when it rolled back on CT2.
Must be thinking about that mission, right? Artemis 1.
Mike Massimino's definitely up there, or on, yeah, with the ripping the handle off a Hubble. This thing doesn't work.
More of a permanent presence there.
Absolutely, Daryl. It's a super exciting time from an astronaut perspective. As you know, we still have missions headed to the International Space Station, taking crews up both on the Soyuz rocket and on the Falcon 9 and the Dragon at this time. We look forward to seeing the Starliner vehicle make its arrival on board the International Space Station as well. But Orion, with the Artemis missions that are upcoming, is just an exciting time. Returning to the moon is something that we all dream about.
And there they are making the right-hand turn to go towards pad 39A.
DRS train.
Where SpaceX's facilities are, as well as the launch tower and the rocket that awaits them. A brand new booster. And the good ship Endurance, as you would say, Bob. on its second flight.
On its second flight. You know, this is the time for that that slow ride song probably to kind of play back for the crew. You know, Doug and I had our waiting room music, our elevator music to kind of pass the time. The crew's, of course, excited for the mission in front of them, but they've got to wait for the actual time to launch into space.
And this is a great shot, point of view camera from the lead Tesla, looking at the security vehicle in the front. You can see there the launch pad to the left as that rocket gets closer and closer. And I wonder, Bob, at what point do you start to feel some nerves kick in? Because there's this excitement, as you've described, but then also, especially for your flight, being the first one.
What's the Army car at the back? That's the Kennedy Space Center SWAT team. Guys, okay, people that say, oh, what's the SWAT team there for? What's the sheriff there for? Have it, not need it, need it, not have it, okay? It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Understand? We don't need anybody doing any dumb stuff, trespassing onto KSC. Remember that bonehead at Boca Chica that went right up to Starship when they were pressurizing the tanks and then, look, guys, look at this ship. Yeah, no, have it, not need it, not have it. Good call. Yeah, remember that? Yeah, that's why there's a SWAT team there.
Yes, the fueling of the rocket forward is something that was new.
There's a good reason. Trust me.
And it's new from a crew, from an astronaut.
Yeah, Florida, man.
Our experience base, but they've managed to accomplish it super successfully.
There you see the security vehicle pauses, comes off to the side, and the Tesla vehicles roll on, along with the MRAP in tow.
Not sure about the Google thing, Nick.
And this begins the part of a really
HIF on the
neat
left.
experience. Going up the slow grade as they pass the security checkpoint and into the blast danger area.
Alex. We're going to be here a while.
Only for the astronauts and the advanced team, as well as the closeout
They're
crew.
inside of the BDA.
It's a restricted area. And you go up that slow hill, and you're looking right at that rocket.
You know, Daryl, as you make your way to the launch pad, you kind of go through layers, if you will, of people that can be near you. So whether that's your family and your guests when you're back at the ONC building, but as you make your way to the pad surface, there are these milestones that you get past where you become
literally just answered it,
more alone on your ride into orbit. And so heading up this hill to the launch pad surface, it's definitely a smaller group, and that group continues to shrink all the way to hatch closure.
Yeah.
And in your case, until it was just you and Doug Hurley.
That's true. It was just Doug and I, and of course all the support team that's reaching out to you via the radio to make sure that they're watching over and making sure that you're ready to head off into space. But it was definitely Doug and I alone with our thoughts.
So the SWAT truck is there. That's the KSC SWAT team. You don't need any idiots trying to get near the pad. You got to remember, fellas, people are trying to view the rocket. They're trying to get close. Range security here is very, very key. Not necessarily because it's, people can't go up and watch the rocket, right? It's really more about, you don't want to be next to this thing when it goes off. You really don't want to do that. That could hurt somebody. Like you don't want to play any games with this stuff. That's really why it's there. Like I said, have it, not need it, not have it. Okay? Better to have it, not need it than need it and not have the thing. All right? They're literally going to take a pee break right now, by the way. That's what they're doing. That's why they went past the rocket. They're over here. I don't know, goalie. I don't think so.
Supposed to be there is
Core
what's
on
critical.
countdown. T-minus 3 hours. Crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
Okay, core reports.
And so the crews arrive at the pad. Of course, they'll have a couple of opportunities to pause as they make their way up. There'll be some photo opportunities for them to take a mental picture of the rocket itself, look up from below before they climb into the capsule.
Now, Crew-5 is NASA and SpaceX's 5th crew rotation to the International Space Station since 2020. This successful NASA program is called Commercial Crew. It's based right here at the Kennedy Space Center. Time now to join Megan Cruz. She is live on top of the Operations and Support Building number 2. Was one of the leaders of this program. Megan.
Daryl, thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Phil McAllister, Director of NASA's Commercial Space Division. Phil, we're so happy to have you here.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Well, today, we just saw the crew arrive at the pad. This is NASA's Crew-5 with SpaceX. How has working with these commercial companies benefited NASA?
So we both benefit. I think that's what's key with these
Exactly,
partnerships.
That's the
Obviously,
reason.
SpaceX benefits from our 50 years of human spaceflight experience, but we also benefit by seeing these commercial companies and how they do business and how innovative they can be.
Right.
And we find there's new ways of doing things
Not
that
sure,
maybe we
Ordon,
haven't
maybe.
thought of. So I see the partnership as benefiting both groups. It's kind of like when we first started working with the Russians. They had a very different way of doing business, and I think both programs benefited from that experience.
Absolutely.
Right, but it's not just the Commercial Crew program. How else have we fostered commercial space and sending more people and science to low Earth orbit?
Well, I think it all started with the Commercial Cargo Program in 2005. That was the first I think, real commercial partnership that we had, certainly on the human spaceflight side. So then we had this cargo capability, and then we advanced that to crew, and now we can launch people to low Earth orbit and the International Space Station. And the thing that we have on our horizon, the thing that I'm working on right now, is destinations or commercial space stations. We know the space station, the International Space Station, is going to be retired in 2030. We need to have continuous access to space and a destination to go to. So now we want commercial companies to build a private space station where we can just be one of many customers.
Yeah, and to that end, what are we doing to encourage that?
We have 4 agreements and contracts with companies now: Axiom Space, NanoRacks, Blue Origin, and Northrop Grumman. They all have different concepts, and they all have different transportation modes, and they all are kind of targeting different markets. So it's really interesting. This is sort of the early development time.
Okay.
And I think things will shake out. I don't think we'll have a big enough market to keep 4 space stations on orbit. So this is the time when they innovate and they're competing, and it's kind of cool to see each one of these stations and how they develop.
And again, why is this important to us? Why do we want to be one of many customers in low Earth orbit?
So I think there's lots of reasons. Number one, when we first started building the International Space Station, there wasn't any other space stations that we could use at that time, so NASA had to build it. But today, we can leverage private sector investment because there are other customers other than NASA who want to go to low Earth orbit, and either for science or just to look out the window or whatever, for whatever reason. So we can take advantage of that. We don't have to pay for the entire infrastructure. We can just be a customer and just pay our own sort of fare for what we do. And so it's more beneficial for NASA, and then we can take that savings and put it into our Moon Mars initiative. I really feel like the Artemis mission, the SLS and the Orion that was on the pad and we will hopefully launch next month, I don't think it would be as far along as it is today if it weren't for our commercial partnerships, because they help save us money, and we could take that savings and put it into our deep space exploration programs.
Yeah, and you said personally this is what you've been working on for years now. How does it make you feel knowing that, as you just said, you know, the success we've had with commercial space is really fueling what we will see in the future with NASA?
It's been very gratifying. I have to say, you know, when we were first starting out, I had to say, I think this will work. I think this is going to be a better way to do this particular mission. But I didn't have any proof. But then in 2012, we launched the first Falcon to the International Space Station for the cargo program. That showed that the model could work. And then in 2020, we had Bob and Doug, who flew on the Demo 2 mission, went to the International Space Station. That was just, it was just an amazing mission.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, yeah. And Bob, he's co-hosting the show today, so that's full circle how we're coming around. Can you imagine? It's Crew-5, and just a couple of years ago, we had Bob flying for the first time with Doug.
I know, it is amazing. I was just telling some of my relatives, I was like, oh, this is the 5th one. And they're like, what? How did it happen so fast? And we go every 6 months. And so we tend to accumulate missions. And so we're putting the plaques on the wall outside my office, and it's getting pretty full, and that's pretty nice to see.
That's absolutely great. Thank you so much, Phil, for being here, and I can't wait to watch the launch with you. Thanks so much.
Right.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Megan. T-minus 2 hours and 54
Sounds right,
minutes
Ordon, but I wasn't sure.
You must hear
the
that
toilet
a
for
lot,
SpaceX
Bob,
is right there. It's just a little.
So many people were watching and following your mission since it was a historic first, and kind of feel an attachment.
Ordon, I honestly think it's because the bathroom. I think the bathrooms are still there. Hey, nervous? What's going on? I think the bathrooms are still there. I just think that the head is like right here. It's halfway up the fixed service structure because that's where the crew access tower was for the shuttle. The shuttle's short. You guys got to remember. The shuttle's about as tall as Falcon is, right? But the way to get in is like halfway down because the shuttle's riding on the side. So I think, Ordon, I think the toilet's down there. Oh boy. All right, man, that tower is nuts, dude. Look at how big that thing is. Hey, hi, 24-month resub. So, fellas, I'm trying not to talk over the interviewees. I actually want to listen to them. So, and I know a lot of you guys do too. So, I'm trying not to talk over anybody that they interview. But, oh, here we go. I'm gonna shut up for a second. FOD critical area, foreign object debris.
Astronauts walk out onto the pad surface.
Here we go.
Getting ready to do what, and I have to admit, I have to attribute this. The rocket recline.
Back.
There it is.
I like the way they did it kind of in coordination as well. I think that was something that Doug and I didn't quite nail on the Demo 2 mission, but I appreciate them getting it sorted out by Crew-5.
That was Commander Nicole Mann and pilot Josh Cassada that just took that look up, and I mentioned the attribution. That was our voice of mission control. Rob Navius came up with that phrase, so got to give him credit for that. The rocket
Pad
recline.
ninjas.
We'll get the next 2 mission specialists who will do the same move, but for now, they'll go into the elevator, the same elevator, Bob, that you rode on 2 missions aboard the Space Shuttle and Crew Dragon.
That's true, Daryl. That elevator there on the 39 Alpha launch pad is just a wonderful experience to kind of be able to bring it back into the game and be able to fly kind of, if you will, slowly up to the pad surface before making a stairway walk up to the actual location where you walk out to the Dragon capsule.
Really?
And there we see the top of the elevators where they'll walk out, and this is something that they have rehearsed a few times.
Only 2 people fit in the elevator, Alex. The next 2 are coming, don't worry. Really nervous. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the
That's
crew has
cool.
been through this before, and like I mentioned a little bit
Here we
earlier,
go. See,
it
it's
is
quick.
really important to kind of get the nervousness out, to have done these operations once before. We can see Nicole and Josh there as they've made their way out of the elevator. They'll walk around the back and make their way up the stairs to the actual walkout area where they'll potentially have a chance to make a phone call, reach out to their family one more time before heading out to the White Room itself and climbing into the ship.
And the closeout team
go.
right behind them from SpaceX as they greet some of the members of that team with some fist bumps. The telephone you mentioned, Bob,
is the ninja uniform because of COVID? That's actually a super good question, Back Alley. No, the ninja uniforms are not there because of COVID. This is a question that I got a lot when DM2 launched. Fellas, these guys are quarantining for 2 weeks. NASA wrote the book on quarantining for 2 weeks before you fly into space. Back Alley, the really quick and easy way to explain that. Do you want a head cold in space? Think about that one for a second. You want nasal drip in space? I don't want that. That would be horrible. That would be horrible. It happened in NASA once on Apollo 7. True story. Yeah, it happened. And since then, they were like, you know what? You're going into space. You could stay over there for 2 weeks and not get near us. Those ninja suits are there to prevent foreign object debris. You don't want hairs floating around in the capsule or anything. And it's also there for quarantining because you don't want anybody to get sick. You do not want a head cold going into space. You do not want a sinus infection going into space. You don't want strep throat going into space. That's a bad idea. And you definitely don't want COVID in space either. That would be horrible.
Excited to get their chance to climb in and strap down. Not quite as perfect and in sync as
they
as
look
Josh
like
and Nicole were, but they did a great job. Again, better than Bob and Doug. So
better than Bob and Doug, but not quite as tightly choreographed.
Absolutely,
as Nicole and Josh. They nailed it. Nonetheless, they get a great view.
Now they're making a telephone call right there. They can call that's a phone. Make your last call before you get in the spacecraft.
Take them into space. We've got a split screen now. The 2 mission specialists on the left and to the right. We're tracking our pilot in command.
Oh, that would be horrible nervous. We don't want that. Co-sinus infection is the worst. What about a tangent infection?
Now they stagger the astronauts in this fashion because everything is highly proceduralized, right? As they go through
that's your word of the day.
The lines, check off the mission milestones, and then also it's carefully choreographed because you want
Back Alley, that happened on Apollo 7, and the guys got a head cold in space, and it was not fun. It was not fun. Doing stuff in space is already difficult, but it's worse when you have a cold. Yeah, they learn the hard way. You don't want to do that.
And it wouldn't be helpful for all 4 of them to be there at the same time. So we do bring them in sequence. Nicole boarding first, followed by the rest of the crew.
looking at the launch tower there, pad 39A. Bob, this is the same launch tower that launched the space shuttle. It's been, of course, renovated by SpaceX. They've made a lot of improvements in order to accommodate the Falcon 9, but it also has some throwback to the shuttle era. And there's
It would be
part
horrible,
of the fixed service structure that's still a part of that structure today.
That's true, Daryl. The 39 Alpha launch complex was modified to be able to handle the Falcon 9 rocket. And Doug and I were super excited to launch again from the exact same location. There are remnants of the shuttle program that are still kind of out there.
Slide wire
There's
baskets.
a series of chevrons. You can kind of see them in the image there. The kind of the yellow pathway, if you will. The crews go in the opposite direction there. Those chevrons point towards the slide wire baskets that they would use if they needed to do an emergency egress off the pad surface. Those slide wire baskets are a legacy item from the shuttle program.
And here we go, the first two astronauts
Get
to
some.
board Crew Dragon.
Look, the VAB's in
on
the
the
background.
left, Josh Cassada, and on the right, Commander Nicole Mann. All smiles as they make their way down the crew access arm.
Feel like an absolute G doing that. Just
You can see the fist pumps. They're definitely getting excited
Dude,
now.
I do
as
the
they
Vince-
get
I do the
ready to
Vince
board the
McMahon.
ship.
You
Make their
know?
way into what's called the White Room.
with black curtains.
Do a photo op there.
Core on countdown.
And you can
T-minus
see
2
the
hours
space.
and 47 minutes. Crew have arrived at the White Room just a little bit ahead of schedule.
There's the announcement. And you can see one of the SpaceX techs handed Nicole Mann and
Oh, yeah,
Josh
back
a
alley.
Sharpie.
Yeah,
Which
clean
this is
room
something that's
environments
actually
are
on their
absolutely a
to-do
thing.
list for launch operations.
Oh, yeah.
And what they're going to do now is sign their signature onto the NASA meatball, or right there around it.
So, check this out. So up at the Crew 39, at the 39A Crew Access Arm, that's what they're on. They're sitting on the CAA, which is kind of crazy right now because if there was a glass window in the floor, it's about 220 feet down to the surface. Yeah, they're floating up on the CAA right now. Yeah, see that? It's about that far. So if you look inside of the White Room, so the whole Crew Access Arm is a sealed environment. It's a sealed environment with positive pressure. Basically, they're pumping air into it, so it blows air out. There's a draft inside of there, and that's on purpose. That's to make sure that the dust gets blown out and not into the capsule. What the astronauts are going to do now is they're going to sign one of two logos up here. So these four are going to sign on the NASA logo. Why? Because they're NASA astronauts that Dragon has moved into space. Now, interesting thing, there's also an X logo over here, the SpaceX logo. And that, if you notice, that has some signatures on there. There's 8. There's 8 signatures. The 8 signatures there are from the 8 commercial astronauts that SpaceX has launched into space. From the Inspiration 4 mission and the Axiom 1 mission. Right there. All 5 of the crews, well, 4.5 at this point, have signed the NASA logo that for SpaceX missions that go to the ISS. These ones over here are for the commercial astronauts. Oh, hey, a lefty. Demo 2, Bob and Doug signed that. We've watched every person sign that wall when they've signed it live. And that's not something I plan on ever not doing. Josh Cassett is a particle physicist. Heard NASA members saying he's one of the most clever guys I've ever met. All right, well, that's pretty cool. He's a Navy pilot.
It does, Gerald. That seal, of course, would protect if there was a kind of rain or anything else kind of going on in the area. We don't have that today. We have beautiful weather.
So if you notice, the capsule is sealed. There's a black curtain.
Don't make too far of a way into
And the black curtain is sealed up against the Dragon capsule right now because the hatch is open. You don't open that hatch without having that thing sealed.
A lot of humidity and mosquitoes out here in Florida. Fortunately today,
Is that signing mainly for fun? No, it's just a tradition. Oh yeah. Yep. They have 4 hands, by the way. All right, now the teams are removing the positive pressure for the capsule just for a second. Dragon is powered, but it's not on right now. So they still use the crew access arm to put positive pressure in the capsule. And also you don't want that thing in the way because you don't want to bump it and pinch the hose and then yeah, you have bad idea. That's a bad idea. You're going to have a bad day if you pinch that. All right. Josh took the patch. So it's kind of tradition. A NASA tradition is, you know, your operations and support group. The astronaut takes the patch of the last person that they talk to before they go up on the ship. That's a tradition that was left over. That's from the shuttle era. See that Josh took number 1's patch.
Carefully stepping over that seal. That's important. And later we'll see the closeout team closely inspecting that seal just to make sure.
Yep.
That there's
You
no
don't want to
debris.
pinch the seal.
Know what they call FOD, foreign object debris, which could compromise the seal. Something you want to make sure you keep the environment on the inside and space on the outside.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That team, of course, it's a little bit difficult in the suit itself to be able to monitor and make sure that you don't bump anything that you're not supposed to bump into. But that team of SpaceX folks just does a great job with assisting the crew, letting them do as much as they would like to do on their own, but also ensuring that everything's done perfectly so that nothing has to be redone.
Koichi and Anna moving down the crew access arm
and
now.
Here come our second 2 astronauts, mission specialists Koichi Wakata and Anna Kikina.
I know, Salt Pilot's weird, right?
Next up in the white room, thumbs up from Koichi. He's the veteran of this group, Bob. We got 3 first-time flyers.
Why high boots in space? It's just a space
That's
boot,
true, Daryl.
Andrew.
Koichi
It's
was
not a
in
high
the
boot or
astronaut
anything. It just
office
looks
when
like
I
it.
arrived a couple decades ago, you know, just having joined and trained as a shuttle astronaut, getting the opportunity to fly on his 3rd space vehicle kind of going forward here. It's got to be exciting for him to try on a new spaceship.
I'm making his 5th flight into space.
Anna's from, Daryl said that Anna's from Novosibirsk. That's like the North Dakota of Russia. It's way out there. Way out there. Anna Kekna, you fucking guy. Yeah, that's like you Upper Peninsula of Russia. That's a long way out. Go look at it on Google Earth. That's a long way.
Almost by themselves would be a thing.
It's actually closer to Baikonur than it is to Russia or to Moscow.
Follows along very carefully.
Yeah, it's way out there. Novosibirsk is way far out there.
Per the checklist.
Yeah, like Minot Air Force Base out there. Exactly, Jason. She's from out in the sticks.
Signatures on the white room as the commander and pilot.
Koji Wakata flew 4 times, or no, he flew, well, technically 4 times on the shuttle. Technically. Anna's going to sign the logo there. There should be a Roscosmos logo there for her. That'd be cool. But she signed the NASA logo. She's like, all right. Hey, Tessa, what's going on? So, Koji Wakata flew technically 4 shuttle missions, but so he flew 72, 92, 119, but he went up on 119. And 119 went back down, and he stayed there, and then 127 picked him up and brought him back down. If I saw that right. If I was reading right. I was reading about him yesterday. And then he's flown on the Soyuz after that, and did an extended duration at the ISS on Soyuz. So he's flown 2 launch vehicles. This will be his 3rd. He flew on the shuttle, flew on Soyuz. He helped install the Kibo module, the Japanese module on the ISS. Koichi Wakata is like a legendary Japanese astronaut. He's right up there with Soichi Noguchi and what's the other gentleman's name? Aki Hoshide. That's his name, Hoshide-sama. Yeah. Really, really talented bunch of guys, to be honest with you. So Anna and Koichi are waiting here. They're talking to the pad ninjas. They're waiting for Nicole and Josh to get suited up here. If anybody's a race car fan, Dragon has 5-point harnesses. They're literally 5-point harnesses from a race car because race cars go fast, Dragon goes fast. It makes sense. Seriously, look at them. They're 5 points. Pretty cool.
That's true, Daryl. It is really critical.
What's the travel time to the ISS? They are going to get there on Thursday. Krass knows. So it's a 24-hour launch.
The International Space Station by rotating crews, and so it's a huge accomplishment to get that behind folks so that we can continue planning for the duration of space station's lifetime being accessible.
I'm nervous. They're a really talented bunch of dudes.
To continue to watch the action
Really
live.
talented.
In the meantime, let's toss it out back to California with Jesse and Sandra.
Okay.
Thanks, Daryl. This is always an exciting moment watching the crew climb aboard Dragon. This phase of the mission is also referred to as crew ingress, and that term ingress is used when crew members are getting into a spacecraft or airlock, while egress means the exact opposite, they're exiting. So prior to getting on board, the crew completed a foreign object debris check or FOD check, and that means they themselves have to be inspected for any substances or debris that isn't supposed to be on them or their spacesuits, because this could potentially cause damage to Dragon. And that's also why the crew is wearing covers on their boots and on the umbilical port of their spacesuits. Those covers get removed before they enter the spacecraft.
Foreign object debris prevention actually begins right here in Hawthorne before the spacecraft leaves SpaceX headquarters, and is carefully controlled all the way through launch day until Dragon's hatch
Probably
is
not
closed.
keep that camera shot up.
They're now getting buckled in and attaching their umbilicals to their suits, and you can see these suit techs are closed.
Do you think American astronauts will ever fly on Soyuz again? Yeah. Frank Rubio launched on Soyuz like a week ago. Of course, guys. Look, you can say whatever you want. Spaceflight is separated from the bullcrap that happens down here, okay? It's separated from that. Everybody's agreed on that. So, it's business as usual. Americans have flown on Soyuz and will continue to fly on Soyuz as long as the ISS is up there. The interesting thing is that a lot of people, back alley, I mean, some people don't know, but a lot of people have a short memory. Americans flew on Soyuz. The first expedition to the ISS was with Bill Shepard. No, not that Shepard. It's an astronaut named Bill Shepard. He was the first American to fly on Soyuz. That was 20 years ago. Americans have been flying on Soyuz for the better part of 2 decades. And the Russians flew on the space shuttle. And now Russians are flying on Dragon. It's the next logical step. You got to mix crews. It's so important. The reason why that persists, despite what's going on, right, is because you have to have an American or a native English speaker up there and a native Russian speaker up there at all times. You have to. Now, I know what people are going to say. Why? Is that some like weird treaty or something? No. You don't want something going wrong with the Russian part of the space station and have no Russians up there. And then have somebody who speaks Russian as their second language trying to communicate with Russian mission control, trying to fix the problem. That's a bad idea. That's a safety risk. That's why they mix crews. It's vital to the safety of the space station. You have to have an American up there and you have to have a Russian up there. That's the rule. And that's not some crazy unfounded rule to make people feel good. It's literally vital to the crew's safety. Absolutely. All made in Taiwan. Yeah, exactly.
Green.
And the crew will remain in these spacesuits through the ascent portion of today's flight. They'll be able to get out of their suits and get a little more comfortable shortly after liftoff, but for the portion that is the most dynamic portion of the flight, they will remain in those spacesuits. And the primary function of those spacesuits is to protect the crew in an event of a cabin depressurization.
It's a completely different language.
And if that would occur, the suit could inflate to provide a habitable environment long enough for the crew to return home. But with the crew now inside of the Dragon vehicle, let's go ahead and check in with Kate Tice for the latest. How's it going, Kate?
I've been following along with the launch teams, and they
cool. Then you could do that
through the countdown.
If you had an astronaut that could speak Russian like that.
And we are awaiting the comm checks with the crew inside Dragon, which you seated there.
Nothing like that I've seen thus far, Cole, to be honest with you.
Is to check the umbilical, which is the harness that is attached from each spacesuit to the vehicle itself.
Who's the commander?
You can actually see the umbilical port there on the right thigh. It's that little black box.
Nicole Mann
umbilical port.
is
that
the
connects
commander
spacesuit
right there,
to their
and then
seat.
Josh
The second
Cassada
check
is
that
the
we'll
pilot.
hear will check the ground stations, which, as the
And we
name
got two
suggests,
mission
are
specialists
the
aboard: Koichi
ground-based
Wakata of the
support
Japanese
staff here on
Space
Earth. And then
Agency,
the third contract
and then
that
Anna
we'll hear
Kikna
will be
of
for
Roscosmos.
TDRS, or the tracking and data relay
Nicole's
satellites.
Nicole's pretty
Those
cool.
are,
You should look
that's
up
a
her history.
constellation of
You should look up her resume if you want to feel inadequate about yourself. Yeah. You should look up any one of these guys' resume if you want to feel really, really inadequate. It's always kind of an anxiety thing when you look up what like astronauts and cosmonauts resumes. You're like, okay. So Nicole is she's a Marine. She's a Marine Corps aviator. And Josh is a Navy aviator. He's flown, I think they said he flew like 5 combat missions, which is okay. Nicole's a Super Hornet pilot. Yeah, she's pretty cool. These titles actually mean something. It's spaceflight human. They wouldn't name them something if they weren't that. Although I will say, on spacecraft, firing room 4 right there. On spacecraft, you have a commander and a pilot. On an airplane, you have a pilot and a co-pilot. I've heard rumors that no one wants to be called the co-pilot of a spacecraft. So NASA changed the nomenclature around to commander and pilot instead of pilot co-pilot. How many people can Dragon hold at max? Right now, with its current design, it's 4 bears. Yeah, I know, Cherokee. I told you, if you want a good reality check, look up astronauts' resumes, and you'll be like, okay, I need to not suck at things. Oh, dear.
Emergency splashdown locations if the crew had to come back to Earth before docking with the space station.
The commander is
now,
the
if
pilot.
that were to happen, SpaceX
the pilot
and
is the
NASA
co-pilot.
would coordinate with the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure safety upon splashdown, including extra ships and air assets to patrol the 10 nautical mile keep-out zone. That's, of course, to help mitigate safety concerns for any boaters approaching the landing area. And, of course, we've also been monitoring downrange weather, which, as I reported earlier, was no-go yesterday, but at the T-minus 6-hour weather brief turned to green. So we're proceeding, but keeping an eye on those downrange
I'm not clicking on
conditions.
that, Jim.
So as the clock continues to tick,
we're
approaching the T-minus 2-hour and 31-minute mark. All systems to continue to be go for launch. Let's head back over to Jesse, who's actually here in Hawthorne with me, just across the floor.
Smith, we don't talk about that.
Thanks, Kate. Not only is today an exciting day because it's launch day, but it's also a pretty exciting year, as this year marks Dragon's 10th year in operational flight. It took a lot of love and dedication to get here today, and we are still learning and innovating from each launch. From the beginning, Dragon was designed to eventually fly people. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling next to us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station over 10 years ago, which flew in 2010. Yet a window was added to hint at our plans for flying Crew in the near future. Now, of course, the Dragon behind us and the Dragon supporting today's mission.
What happens if you got to take a dump? Quantica, they actually, right when they got to the pad, they had them go to the bathroom on purpose. And the other thing is that astronauts, I'm pretty sure they do this in Russia too, but astronauts and cosmonauts that fly out of KSC have a big breakfast. They woke up early this morning, and you can basically, NASA has like a 5-star kitchen in the astronaut quarters at KSC. That's entirely on purpose. You can eat whatever you want. You have steak and eggs. They purposely load up to make sure that they, you get all the right nutrients and stuff, but also make sure that you evac all your waste systems before you fly. Also, just in case, there is a head on the capsule. Oh, Polaris Dawn.
3 human spaceflight missions, culminating in the inaugural flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. The crew for the first mission, Polaris Dawn, has been busy preparing for their flight, which is currently targeted no earlier than March 2023. In addition to Jared Isaacman, the Polaris Dawn crew consists of Scott Kidd Poteet, the mission's pilot, SpaceX's Sarah Gillis as mission specialist, and SpaceX's Anna Menon, the second mission specialist and medical officer, and
Anna's
there you
husband
can see
is an
them on the
astronaut, by
screen.
the way.
The Polaris Dawn mission will endeavor to fly
feel
higher
more
than
inadequate?
any other Dragon mission to date. The crew will also be attempting the world's first ever commercial spacewalk using our newly designed EVA suits. And our progress with human space exploration does not stop there.
Talk about
As
Starship,
you can see,
Jesse.
we've started construction on a new Starship pad at Kennedy Space Center, the same pad that will take NASA's human space lander system to the moon.
Well, Jesse just confirmed that HLS is launching from 39A.
Particularly with the commercial crew program and
Well,
the certification
that's new information.
of the SpaceX Dragon are aiding in
Well.
building the foundation for a robust U.S.-led commercial economy in low Earth orbit.
Well.
Commercial transportation to space is
First
but
time I heard
one
of that.
element of NASA's larger plan for commercialization, and we're enabling the development of commercial space stations, private astronaut missions to station, demand for in-space manufacturing, and much more. And soon, the
Checklist.
agency will launch Artemis to the
Checklist is
moon
on
and
the
beyond
left
as
eye.
part of a test
Discovery,
flight of the
no
Space
Oh.
Launch System rocket.
Dragon, ready for comm check.
Okay.
Copy, Dragon. Stand by for umbilical comm check.
Oh. Very nice.
And
There
we
you go.
did just hear those words that comm checks will be starting here shortly. So the Orion spacecraft and all of its components will be tested from end
Dude,
to end.
Nicole just
in
blasted
this
the horns.
uncrewed
See
test
that?
Flight. This is a key milestone before we fly humans on board as part of Artemis 2.
Nicole just blasted the horns. Oh, she's awesome. That's awesome. She freaking gave the horns. That's sweet. That is the commander of that spaceship.
Once they close this hatch.
MS1, MS2, comm check.
Okay.
CDR has you loud and clear.
PLT has you loud and clear. MS1 has you loud and clear.
MS2 has you loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is complete. Stand by for ground station comm check.
Okay. So they're going to communicate 3 times here. They're going to do 3 checks. The first check is through the pad. Second one is through ground tracking. And then the third one will be through NASA's tracking data and relay system.
Checks to make sure that the crew can hear the folks on the ground and vice versa.
What she said.
And looks like the crew is very excited,
Woo!
waving at the camera to the world. Maybe some poses for some photos there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I was saying right before the comm checks started, once they
Not on
close
this
this
mission,
hatch,
Kitty.
that's the last human being they're going to see on Earth until they splash down in a few months from now.
That's right, Andre. It's about the size of an 8-lane highway.
You can
What about
also
the
see the
flying?
crew with their iPads on their tablets on their legs there. They have a variety of different procedures and reference materials that they can
right,
view
Forge.
during the
The
mission as
reused
well. You'll
capsule,
see
guys.
them getting that configured and ready for launch now, 2 hours and 25 minutes from now.
I mean, Sis, you say can they play Candy Crush on their iPads? But we absolutely, on Demo 2 and then on Crew 1, we definitely saw them. Definitely saw, like, they cut to the capsule when they shouldn't have. Definitely saw an astronaut playing Fruit Ninja. I'm not even kidding. That absolutely did happen.
And they will
We
be
saw it.
stepping
It's on the
through
VODs.
Several different comm
I'm not even,
checks
dude, he was playing
to make
Fruit
sure
Ninja
that
and
the
he's like,
crew
oh.
can hear and communicate with
Definitely
the
did see
ground
that.
teams here in Mission Control.
And we will do those comm checks through multiple paths to Dragon, including TDRS and ground stations, which you'll hear coming up throughout the continuation of these comm checks. The ground, of course, refers to the different ground stations, and SpaceX has ground stations
Nice
all
fall.
around the globe. And then you'll also hear from Core, MD, and LD. The Core in Hawthorne is the Crew Operations and Resource
That's right,
Engineer.
Forge. Yep.
The LD is the launch director down in Florida and oversees the countdown ops. And then MD is the mission director here in Hawthorne, who is the overall flight lead for
Mission back alley.
SpaceX.
We're waiting on the
I
comm
just
check
love the
through ground
excitement of
tracking
this
here.
crew. And this is a pretty cool view inside of Dragon. You can see the 4 seats for the 4 crew members, but Dragon's actually designed to have up to 7 crew members. So right below this row of seats, there can fit 3 additional seats. Today, since we only have 4 crew members, below the crew that you see on your screen is actually cargo stowed inside of Dragon.
Oh, here we go.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station comm check is complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check.
So TDRS is NASA's tracking data and relay satellites. They're they're an array of 3 sets of 3 satellites that are triangulated in geostationary orbit. This makes it so NASA can communicate with anything in low Earth orbit, like the ISS, when it's not in line of sight. Anywhere, any place in low Earth orbit, actually anything up to high Earth orbit, technically.
We did have a good comm check with the core.
They can communicate with.
Standing by for the next comm check, which is going to be TDRS, and that's.
Appreciate you, Tech.
Dragon, SpaceX comm check.
Top left, yeah. Here we go.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
That's correct, hypersonic.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Okay. Why can't they use that for other rockets? Costs money, Bellum. You want to use TDRS, you can use TDRS, you got to pay for it.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1.
Use ground
comm
stations.
check.
It's cheaper.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Mission Director.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon the ground.
It's in the contract, Alleviate. Yep. Well, NASA's paying
Dragon,
them
MD, Dragon
to launch,
the ground,
so
comm
they
check.
can use TDRS. But Kirst is the chief
MD
engineer.
Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Launch Director, LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
They are form-fitted, Tweet. So are the spacesuits.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
There's a lot of systems, Andre.
LD, loud and clear.
You have to be able to say
Stand by
stuff quick.
for comm check over Dragon to ground.
So that's why there's acronyms all over the place. You have to do it that way. There's so much stuff. It's
Dragon,
so complicated.
LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
And LD, loud and clear. Let's go have some fun.
Sounds good, man.
Dragon, SpaceX. Launch configuration comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Okay, so we're in section 2. The sections on the checklist go all the way up to 5 for launched operations, or no, 6 for launch operations.
And now that we
section
have
2
successful
is
comm
crew
checks,
ingress.
let's go over to the Johnson Space.
SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for section 2
Watch this.
and ready for seat rotation.
Hey, Jono.
Looks like the crew is getting ready for seat
Copy that,
rotation, but
Dragon.
let's
We
head
will
over to the
report when
Johnson
initiating.
Space Center in Houston, Texas, and check in with Shaniqua Vereen.
Live shot of the ISS
and
behind her.
Welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room, or Mission Control Center, Houston. A team of flight controllers behind me is actively monitoring the space station as we speak. The crew in orbit has completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew-5, like setting up tools to monitor Dragon's arrival and preparing the sleep stations for the new residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission.
Trust site,
Back here
actually
in
all the way up to
Houston,
P6.
Flight Director Greg Whitney and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX Mission Director for Crew-5's launch to the
Section
space
2,
station.
Biff.
Once we get into integrated
still completing
operations, the
ingress.
NASA flight director will be conducting a
I did,
series of go-no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. For now, we'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll send it back down to the team in Kennedy. Over to you, Daryl.
So if you look, I'm going to pause it real quick, guys. If you look, that's where the ISS is currently, right? So if you look behind, Shanique was right. The ISS is currently over mainland Europe. So check this out. You want to see a little bit about orbital mechanics. What these are a superimposed ground track on a flat image of a 3D object. So the orbit looks like it's going up and down. That's called the ground track. You can discern basically what the ISS's orbit is by looking at this. So the ISS, if you look, when it passes the equator, if you made an angle right here, that's the equator, right? That line. If you made an angle right here from when it passes, from when it ascends over the equator, when it goes past the ascending node, that is 51.6 degrees. The ISS is in a highly tilted orbit comparatively to the equator. It's 50 degrees tilted, almost, well, over 50 degrees tilted. Now, why? Why would you put it in some wonky orbit like that? Well, they put it in an orbit where the ISS flies over Baikonur, right there. STPB, DUB, these guys right here, those are the Russian ground tracking stations. And Baikonur, where they launch from, is right here. Note that the highest latitude of the orbit goes right over Baikonur. They did that on purpose. They put it in an orbit where the ISS can be launched to from any launch site on Earth. There's a couple that you can't get to it from, but any place that launches crew or cargo to the ISS can get at the ISS. So Cape Canaveral, Kourou in French Guiana, which is right there. Roscosmos is Baikonur, and even Vostochny out in the way far east. That one can hit the ISS as well. They can all get to it. That's why the ISS is in a wonky orbit like that. The second thing to note, fellas, is that, and fellettes, the second thing to note here is that if you look, this one is the next orbit, right? This one right here, the next orbit flies right over Florida. That's really important to understand. The ISS has to be flying over Florida in order for you to be able to get at it, because sometimes it's really not. Sometimes it's not even close to Florida. You have to make sure that Florida is right underneath that kind of tilted orbit when you go to launch, or at least near it, or else it's not going to work. You're not going to get to it. You're not going to have enough fuel to be able to change your orbit to get to it. Changing orbital inclination is really, really difficult. It's like taking a left-hand turn going 200 miles an hour, 320 kilometers an hour in a car. You're not going to do it. You're going to turn and the car's going to keep going straight. It's really, 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 really fuel intense to be able to do something like that. And there's the seat rotation there. They've rotated the seats up into the upright position. They're now facing straight up. When they ingressed into the seats, they were kind of, it's kind of sitting like this. And then the seat rotates up 90 degrees, so you're facing upwards now. They're like out when they're up in space again, the seats will rotate back down so you can move around. Oh, actually, no, they don't really rotate back down too much. They do that when they stow them.
I still had that dream. So,
yeah, interesting stuff.
In high school, I learned how to use a computer. No one in my area had a computer. I didn't have one, didn't know. So learned how to use
the
checklist
computer, is on a tablet, Gigi.
Colleges, how to apply, how to get applications.
And it's having trouble.
The whole financial aid process.
Secured. Josh
and I was accepted into Florida Institute of Technology here in Melbourne, Florida.
It's pretty fit.
And got a bachelor's in astrophysics and a master's in space systems.
Wow, you're not even at NASA, and you've had such a long road ahead of you. But I hope that people learn to take away from your story that really you can just follow your dreams if you have a passion for it to do it, right? That would be your message.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say that my parents have conquered their addictions. And I was extremely proud of my mom before her passing earlier this year. In fact, this necklace that I'm wearing is made with her ashes.
Wow.
And I wear it for every launch in her memory.
And I'm sure she's very proud of you. Crystal, thank you so much for being here. Yeah. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Megan. What a powerful story
came in on the second
Jones,
part of that, but that's
the
cool.
CCP Ground and Mission Operations Office. That is inspiring to hear how she came from that difficult background to where she is now.
Absolutely, Darryl.
And it's amazing too when you think about going through a difficult road like that and then achieving such a high level of accomplishment here at NASA. We're just so proud of Crystal Jones, and thank you, Crystal,
most astronauts are former test pilots, Allie.
We want to introduce you now to today's crew.
Not all.
If you're just joining us now, as you're looking inside the capsule
Dragon,
Endurance.
You are go for Section 3 suit leak check preparation.
Passing people have weird ways of coping with things, dude. Do what you got to do. That's a hard thing to get through.
Suit leak check preparation, Section 3 at 4.100.
And there you hear the confirmation that the crew is ready to begin their suit leak checks. Let's start off by talking about our commander for the day as they...
What if the astronauts need to go to the toilet now? Hajimimar, I've been asked that question like 30 or 40 times. Every time there's a crew launch, people say, well, where do they go to the bathroom? All right. So I'll go through it again. So when you go into space, at least how NASA does it, they have a big breakfast, a lot of coffee, you know what I'm saying? A lot of coffee. You get a big breakfast on purpose. They bulk up for breakfast. Now this isn't like, oh, never skip leg day. You do have to exercise in space, right? But they bulk up on purpose to make sure that waste is evacuated before they go to launch. Actually, one of the last things that they do right before they get up in, and you saw this if you go back in this VOD, you can look. One of the last things they do is use the head before they get on the spacecraft. Now, you got to make sure all waste fluids and solids are evacuated. You know what I'm talking about? Because yeah, you're sitting there for a little while. No, you don't really want to go in the suit. You could. You don't really want to do that. That's going to get messy. It's going to get messy real quick. So after launch, when the fasten seatbelt sign clicks off, literally it's like an airplane. They have a fasten seatbelt sign and they will undo their harnesses and they can get out of their suits and stuff. There is a toilet on board. It's up there. See where that arrow is on the YouTube player right there? It's up there. Up there. How does it work? Vacuum cleaner. A very gentle vacuum cleaner. How else are you going to do it? Don't look at me like that. Hey, I'm just being real, all right? No, what else are you going to do? How else are you going to get that out? That could get messy really quick. You have to have some negative pressure, okay? Spray and pray, that doesn't work in space. No. That's why they make them bulk up. That's why you have a big meal and you make sure you use the toilet before you go. Better than the Apollo missions. The Apollo capsule, guys, didn't have a toilet on it. They were up there for 3 weeks. It didn't have a toilet on it. They did have a bunch of Ziploc bags, though. Yeah, ruined your image of the Apollo astronauts, didn't I? Oops. Hey, they didn't have the mass. You couldn't do it. Spacecraft had to be light. Ziploc bags are lighter than a toilet. Fun fact, still poop up there. They left some on the moon. Just gotta save some mass somehow. Cheers.
Flyers. Joining
you won't get that on the NASA cast, will you?
Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina. She graduated from the Novosibirsk State Academy of Water Transport in 2006. In 2012, Anna officially became a candidate for the position of test cosmonaut. Crew-5 will be Anna's first flight into space.
Yeah, I see it, Forge, yeah.
Now let's check in with our team out at Hawthorne, California. Kate Tice, what do you have?
Hey, you got to dump the waste.
Thanks, Daryl. I'm following along with the...
Look, man, we try to make this thing out. We try to make like astronauts out as some crazy abstract concept, but human needs are human needs. You got to take a dump in space. It's just how that happens. Like, what do you think? What do you think? They go up there, they don't poop for 6 months? No, it's not how that works at all. Astronauts they have to do that. They have to eat. They have to sleep. They have to use the restroom. That's stuff that happens. We try to make it out like it's some crazy thing. Like, no, there has to be a toilet and it has to work. If it doesn't work, you got a problem. You got a big problem if the head don't work. No, man, they don't lie to us. Yes, they trained to not poop for 6 months. Oh, terrible. No, not those ones, Cash. Not those needs. Differences. Got to focus on the mission. Adult diapers work too. They do have Depends up there, Neo. Seriously, they do. Like, guys, like, I'm not trying to take the astronauts and cosmonauts down a peg or two. You know what I'm saying? But these are real problems that you actually have to kind of figure out. I always say that spaceflight isn't some crazy abstract concept. It's just a bunch of simple things. It's just a bunch of simple things that are all combined into one to make a really, 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 really complicated thing. Like, think about it. Toilet down here is really easy. That's not that hard to figure out, right? Like, just water flushes the bowl. Simple. Use gravity. But in space, you don't have any gravity. You can't do that. Well, there is gravity up there. It's just being canceled out by angular momentum, if you really want to be technical. So you have to come up with another solution, you know? And that's cool. Those solutions that you figure out. So like here, you want to hear something cool? I'll bring this right back down to real life. So in space, you know, they go to the bathroom, right? They use the toilet, right? Now the solid waste gets deposited. They put that on departing spacecraft that burn up in the atmosphere, along with all the trash and whatnot, because you can't really do much with that. I mean, you could use it as fertilizer if you really want to, right? But that would smell kind of bad. You don't really want to do that. Sepsis, etc., etc. Sepsis in space sounds like a really bad idea. But with the water purification systems, you know, urine gets recycled and it gets filtered into water. Those water filtration systems that NASA developed for the ISS have helped bring clean drinking water to a bunch of people around the world, because it's not a patent. NASA doesn't patent the technology. So like, you know, people often ask me, just, you know, to turn the page a little bit, people often ask me like, okay, what's the point of launching into space? Well, little stuff like that is the reason why millions of people have clean drinking water in areas that are impoverished. You know what I mean? That's a big deal. Clean drinking water is one of the steps to be able to have a better life. And that's all from NASA systems right there. You know, it's really important to understand that stuff. Also, solid waste in space, that's not a good idea. You might be able to use it to make potatoes, though, if you're on Mars. I've heard things.
We need to come in and just take a quick look and double check that everything is looking secure for zippers and umbilicals. How copy?
Rudy, I'm not sure how the mechanics would work.
Thanks a lot.
Good read.
That's right, Chief. Yep.
All right, so it sounds like pilot Josh Cassida, his suit pressure is a little bit lower than what we read during the dry dress, which was the basically dress rehearsal that we performed early on Sunday, October 2nd. So the closeout team is going to come back in and just make sure that all of the zippers on the spacesuit are zipped up to the appropriate height, just make sure that everything is locked into place. So we have plenty of margin in the launch countdown. The countdown is to make sure that all the teams are working toward T0 in a coordinated fashion, and we have lots of margin built in. So we are okay to go in and recheck that and reperform that suit leak check on Josh. So at this point in time, everything continues to be acceptable for launch. We're coming up to T-minus 2 hours and 6 minutes. So I'm going to toss it back to Daryl over at Kennedy Space Center.
All right, thank you, Kate. And I'm here with
They are clean suits, Chopper Dave, yeah. No, this is a NASA mission, Jen. This is Crew-5 going to the ISS. So it looks like Josh had a little bit of trouble with suit leak checks. So what they do is, and yeah, they kind of didn't show it. They put the masks down, or they put the helmets down, and they do a pressurization check. The suits are a pressurized suit, but they don't have the pressurization systems on board. They are a flight suit as opposed to like an EVA suit. EVA suit has the whole HVAC system built into a backpack. Those suits that SpaceX is flying on Dragon are, it's basically there in case of cabin depress. Like, you know, if you're on an airplane, you have the oxygen mask. That, but with space. In space, you're gonna need to wear a full suit because you know, in a plane, if there's a leak in the fuselage, right, you're just gonna have a lower oxygen level. In space, you have a leak in the spacecraft. There's no oxygen at all. You need to be fully pressurized. So they do a suit leak check. If you look on the astronaut's thigh right here, they have an umbilical, and it's an HVAC umbilical that plugs into the spacecraft. They're tapping into Dragon's life support systems to pressurize their suits. It's a redundant system that's put in just in case there's a leak. Now, don't get me wrong. You're not going to get explosive decompression with the capsule. A leak will most likely manifest itself as a slow leak. Everything leaks in space, in some way, shape, or form. It's just how that you're never going to get a perfect seal. It's really difficult to do that because in space, when you're up there in low Earth orbit, every 90 minutes, the temperature delta is about 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So you go, actually, it's more than that. It's like 300. So, like, you know, you're orbiting around the Earth. On one side, it's dark. And when it's dark, it's really freaking cold. And then you get into the sun and the temperature instantly freaking changes. So things heat up, they expand, they contract, they expand and they contract and they expand and they contract. That causes leaks. It happens. There's not much you can do to get around that unless you can find a way to stay permanently eclipsed by the sun, which, I mean, NASA figured out a way to do that with James Webb, but you need that big sun shield. They're not going to do that with Dragon. That's way too complicated, right? So you got to find a way to get around that problem. One of the ways that they do that is, you know, with the suits, in case there's a slow leak, you have the suits to make sure that you could still breathe in case the cabin depresses. Also, that guy's head. Can the zippers be airtight? Of course. Mm-hmm. It looks like that guy is securing in his tablet too. But they'll do another leak check here in a second.
Rechecking.
That's right, Bellum. Oh, it happens in space every 90 minutes, dude. It's like going from winter to, it's like going from Siberia to Death Valley, to Siberia to Death Valley, and back and forth. Every 90 minutes. It's
right
tough.
now
It's a hard thing to engineer around.
Asking questions of our expert astronaut, Bob Benkin, here. Of course, you can hit us up at hashtag AskNASA on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. And our question is, coming in from Andy Hughes 01, why do the new spacesuits involve long rubber boots? Those are high boots.
You know, it's a great question, Daryl, as to why you know, the SpaceX suit looks the way that it does. Of course, as a commercial company, they were free to come up with a suit that really then had to be assessed whether it actually accomplished the mission of protecting the crew, and in those unlikely cases where there might need to be an atmosphere of their own because there was something wrong with the one inside of the spaceship.
He was just sitting there doing this.
SpaceX chose the high boot configuration there, but it met the mission needs, and so, you know, the NASA team was able to embrace it and move forward.
Those boots were made for floating. That's just what they'll do.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the action inside Crew Dragon Endurance and our three astronauts and one cosmonaut who are standing by.
You guys got to remember, SpaceX's suits don't look as kind of Spartan as NASA's suits do. The reason why is SpaceX is a commercial company. You got to remember, they're trying to sell the idea of space. So I'm not going to sit here and say that there isn't some aesthetic choices that are being made with the spacesuits to make them look cool. In fact, if I'm understanding this correctly, the industrial designer that helped design these suits literally was the same industrial designer that worked for Marvel to help develop Iron Man's suit. I'm serious, it's the same dude. You notice how it bears a passing resemblance to Tony Stark's suit? Yeah, that's not a coincidence. It's designed by the same dude. So there is some aesthetics built into it, believe it or not.
Keep an eye on it, make sure that nothing happens that we don't make you aware of while they're working on that. But we want to take a little lighter moment, right? And
there's
look
a stark
at
contrast,
the
though.
stuffed toys that are inside the crew. We don't know what the, or at least most people don't know what's
I like
inside,
the Tron helmets, Easy Bake. I think they're cool.
Crew-5's capsule at the moment. But it has a purpose. When the toy starts floating, the strapped-in crew has confirmation they've reached microgravity. The toy is called a zero-G indicator, and there's been a half dozen or so on Dragon so far, starting with this little guy. Oh, no! Who can forget plush Earth floating around by himself on the first uncrewed test flight in 2017 called Demo 1. And that's Anne McLean there. She was the one that received it. And that was followed up by a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by those fellows right there, Bob and Doug. Doug Hurley's son, Jack, and Bob's son, Theo. Crew 1 then took a toy baby Grogu with them to the
he didn't say Baby
first
Yoda. Good for you, Daryl.
When they reached space. But since then, well, it's been all stuffed animals. A penguin for Crew 2, and a turtle for Crew 3, and a turtle and a chimp for Crew 4, as you can see there. And so right here on set, Bob was kind enough to bring Tremor with him that you saw floating around in his capsule. This is actually trimmer, the one that went up into space.
That's true, Daryl. This is the actual trimmer. It's got the tether still installed, if you will, that we use to keep track of it so that it didn't get lost on board the space station or float too far away.
Dragon SpaceX for suit leak checks.
There they go, starting up the suit leak checks again.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, Josh, that completes the troubleshooting actions we wanted to take. So we verified that your umbilical has been reseated and your zippers are closed.
Good.
Given that, we are recommending that you proceed back to Section 3 of 4.100 and reperform the suit leak check preparation and suit leak checks. How copy?
Okay, Dragon copies. We're going to step into Section 3 of 4.100, and we'll let you know when we're ready to reperform the suit leak checks.
Okay, so they're into 3.
Good read back.
Section 6 is launch, guys. So,
Right, so they're
we're still a little ways out.
Check those suits. And while they do that really quickly, how did your son choose a bedazzled, sequined dinosaur for?
Well, Daryl, there's never no telling what goes through the minds of two young elementary school boys, my son Theo and Doug's son Jack. But they had a collection, and dinosaurs were near and dear to their hearts. They went through the collections that they had in front of them, and they picked the Apatosaurus trimmer. And so I'm glad that some other folks have been able to follow along with that tradition and be able to excite a couple of kids, if you will, about flying in space, even if it's for a stuffed animal.
It's great to inspire the younger generations about space with something that they can access. And can you confirm that all the sequins are still there?
I can confirm, and I do know that the teams look really closely at each of the zero-G indicators to make sure that they're compatible with the SpaceX Crew Dragon's environment as well as the space station environment. And so we got approval, and we were able to take the Apatosaurus trimmer with us into space.
That's a neat thing, and it lives now in the Benkin
Even
household.
better, right?
Crew-5 is the latest launch by Kennedy's Commercial Crew program, and
Dragon, care is complete in step 3.9. We are ready for the checks.
Okay.
Copy that, Dragon. You are go for Section 4 suit leak check.
all right, while they start up the suit.
Let's go for suit leak check.
The communication confirming they're going to restart the suit leak check. Bob Benkin telling me that the suits inflate just a little bit as they make that check. In the meantime, we'll take an interview now and check in with Kennedy's Commercial Crew program. It was created in 2011 and has been flying astronauts from American soil to the International Space Station for the last 2 years. Let's bring in NASA's Megan Cruz, who's with Kennedy Center Director Janet Petro.
I am, Daryl. Thank you so much, Janet. It's always so great to have you here, especially for a day like today. We're about to launch this new crew to the ISS. How do you feel about Kennedy again playing this important role in continuing what we do on the space station?
Well, thank you so much, Megan, for the question. And as you know, Kennedy has a very long history of doing really some incredible things. And of course, we were established 60 years ago to do the incredible mission of landing a man on the moon and then returning him safely. And in the 6 decades since then, we've been doing an incredible amount of impactful missions. And a lot of those missions have really helped what we do here on Earth and for the benefit of mankind here on Earth. That on-orbiting laboratory that we have up there is doing incredible science and technology and research that's really benefiting humankind here.
Yeah, talk to us about some of the things that we've been able to change and impact here on Earth because we're launching and because of what we're doing here at Kennedy.
Yeah, so it's incredible to think that 24 years ago was the first section, the module of the International Space Station called Unity, which was launched. And in that time, since then, we've had more than 20 years of a human continuous presence on the International Space Station. And every single time we launch a vehicle, whether it's a cargo or crew, we send up science and cargo and payloads where we do science research and technology development. And all of that not only benefits what we do here on Earth,
if alleviate,
promoting technology and bettering our life here, but also helps us to look forward to when we go back to the moon and then on to Mars. I'll talk about a few projects that we do here at Kennedy that I'm really proud of. One is the M-SOLO. It's a commercial off-the-shelf mass spectrometer that'll help us seek out and search for ice on the lunar surface.
Wow.
And then, of course, we are the experts resident here at Kennedy for plant biology. And as we're going to be sending our astronauts further and further into space, to the moon and then on to Mars, they're going to want some fresh food. And so that plant research is really going to help enable that.
Yeah, Dream Keys. I get
Yeah,
it.
and of course you're alluding to Artemis 1. You know, right behind us is the iconic vehicle assembly building. Inside there is our Artemis 1 moon rocket. How excited are you for launch
Notice that
later
the suits
this year?
are inflated
and just
after the
excited
pressure checks.
for again Kennedy's
Looks
role
like the
in deep
Michelin
space
Man.
exploration.
Yeah, it's an incredible honor to be here leading this center for that really, really historic mission coming up. And of course, Ian threw us a curveball, and so we had, we made the right decision and went back
And they just
into
depressed, see?
the VAB.
They just depressed the suits and they took their helmets
but the
off.
energy around the center and even across the whole Space Coast is still very palpable. Looking forward to
Good
that
leak
launch.
checks.
And when it goes, boy, it's going to really rock the entire Space Coast. And as I said, it's
And
going to
copy
be very,
that,
very
Dragon. We
historic,
saw the same
and we are
with
all
4
eagerly looking
suits all
forward to that
passing their
first
leak
mission,
checks,
which is
even
then
though
going
seat 3
to
is
help
still in the
us
same
going
family.
on to the
That
moon
is
and then on to Mars.
Jana, thank you so much. And we actually just heard a
integrity.
call out there
So at
where
this time,
they're
we are going
completing
to
the
proceed with the count and move into Section 5 for side hatch closure and delay any other troubleshooting steps until we get on orbit. How copy?
The suits and the seats are
Okay,
tailored.
great news. Dragon copy, and we are going to continue into Section 3 of 4.100.
Okay.
Sorry, Section 5 of 4.100.
Honestly, guys, the seats. Okay, so the astronauts and cosmonauts suits are all tailored to them. They're all custom fit, and the seats are custom fit as well. It's actually super comfy. It's like sitting in a lazy boy. It looks like it's a little crowded in there, and yeah, it kind of is, but it's like sitting in a nice recliner. To be honest, I mean, I've never sat in them before, but that's how it's been described. And I'll be 100% with you. If that was you or I in there, this would go by very quickly. Very quickly. It's one of those things, dude. It seems like it's going to be a big, long time, and then the day's going to fly by.
First leak check that they accomplished today inside the capsule. So they're going to
The seats
continue
just kinda stay there,
with the
Kibby.
launch count, and any further troubleshooting will be delayed until they're on orbit. So we're ready to continue with the count.
And so up next, you can see there is
I missed
the
it, guys. I'm sorry.
closure of the hatch. And the closeout team will begin performing that.
Okay, they're
There
going to
they
do
are.
a seal check.
The hatch
take out
is
the
above
pressure.
the entryway into Dragon.
That's right, Bluelin.
They'll remove the
EJ, what rocket is
environmental
Falcon 9?
conditioning hoses. They'll document that seal and put that on their mobile pads.
Our farts caught inside the suit.
And move
Yes, they
through
are. Yeah.
the process.
You want to crop dust somebody, Protscro, you're only going to crop dust yourself. You know, the suits are pressurized, man. That's a good question. The suit is pressurized and it's contained. So if you let one go, only you is going to smell it. And then it's going to go back into the ship's filtration systems and it's going to get filtered out. So you're going to crop dust. The only person you're going to hurt is you.
They also document the seal. You'll see one of the techs take pictures all the way around the seal.
And we can think some about that hatch being closed, and then it'll be reopened when they come back at the end of their mission after splashdown, and when the vehicle's brought on board the ship. So it's going to stay closed for a long time after they get it closed for the
Yeah,
spacecraft
congratulations.
That's a great
You just
point.
played yourself. All right,
So it
so
needs to be closed well.
if you guys are noticing, all these guys are on the tabs. No, they're not on Twitter or Instagram posting stuff. They got a checklist right there. And if you look, that actually looks like the messenger, right? You see he's got a bunch of people to message. What they do, oh, there's they redid the seal check. That has all the padding on it. That wasn't there last time. That's the seal cover to make sure that nobody bumps into the seal and scratches the seal. And now they're going to do a FOD inspection of the seal to make sure. Oh, it's a 2-piece seal now. That was a 1-piece last time. They upgraded it. So see that metal surface right there has a channel in it, right? And what these guys are doing is they're basically documenting every step, and they're sending every step and every picture once they've confirmed it. So you confirm it on the checklist, and then you take a picture of it with the tablet. And then you send that back to SpaceX. That basically documents and verifies that every step was completed correctly. This guy, he's taking pictures of the seal right there with his phone. And he's checking to make sure that the seal is okay. Look, he's taking close-up pictures. Every one of those pictures are going to get uploaded to SpaceX's headquarters. So in case there's something that does go weird, right? They'll be able to know exactly where and when it is. Oh, here we go. Here's Bill talking here.
We've actually discovered.
I can talk more about the seal in a second.
All of this science on the International Space Station. Of course, it helps us train our astronauts as we get ready to go fly to the moon, and then we're going to go to Mars.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, it's such a unique and awesome platform. So, yeah, the fact that we can have this continued presence
That's
is
the guy that runs NASA
so
on
great.
the right.
And, you know, Crew-5 is his first mission to resume integrated crew flights to the space station with Roscosmos. Integrated crews have always been the norm on the space station, right?
That's right, because we built the space station together now with 15 nations. Particularly with the Russians. There's a Russian segment on the station. They provide the propulsion. We, the U.S., provides the electricity. So for the safety of all the crew, as well as the operation of the station, we need both there. Now, particularly with regard to safety, if there were a problem, for example, with one of our ability to get to Earth, say we had a medical emergency and had to get somebody to Earth, you need that integrated crew so we can still operate both parts of the space station.
Told you.
So safety is a big reason for us.
Yeah, and you know, we are launching today with the help of SpaceX. What do you think about the fact that we've had such a wonderful cadence with SpaceX these last 2 years with the Commercial Crew program?
Well, SpaceX has been excellent to work with, and the proof's in the pudding.
They're inspecting the seal right now.
As a matter of fact, what's happening at the Cape is just unbelievable. Last night there was an Atlas launch. Today we're launching crew to the station. Tomorrow they're going to launch 2 communication satellites, all within the span of 3 days.
Yeah.
So it's incredible. But SpaceX has really been inventive, creative. They've been a good partner for NASA, and it shows that this commercial public-private partnership is actually working.
Yeah, and now as we're under 2 minutes to launch of Crew-5, what do you have to say to the crew? Any message for them?
2 minutes?
Well, not only go Dragon, go NASA, but Godspeed.
2 hours.
And 2 hours to launch. I misspoke. I'm too excited.
you are.
Administrator, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here again.
Thanks.
And we'll check it back in with our partners at JSC now.
Bill is not an engineer or anything, back alley, but kind of feeds into something that I think. So, you know, a lot of people say like, oh, an engineer or a scientist should be running NASA. Yeah, kind of. I wouldn't want an engineer or a scientist running NASA. To be 100% honest with you, you need a politician. You need somebody that's a good career politician to do something like that. And I know that sounds ridiculous. Like, it's like, really, you want one of those boneheads run it? No, you need somebody that's a good intermediary, that is politically competent, but also understands. Now, Bill is okay. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to rockets. He's not like an engineer by any means. You know what I mean? He knows what he's talking about. But Bill is an excellent politician. He's really good. He's gotten NASA more money multiple times. So, yeah, you take the good with the bad. You know what I'm saying? And he likes pudding. Okay, so they have
continue to monitor.
They've completed the seal checks here on the hatch. Now they're going to close it. So what they're doing here is inspecting that channel on the hatch. I tried to show you guys the channel in there. This is a pneumatically sealed hatch. Basically, there's a channel with an O-ring, right? No, it's not like that kind of O-ring. Don't worry. And the channel in there, basically, they'll close the hatch, and they got to make sure that the inflatable or deflatable O-ring, I should say, seals correctly. They got to make sure it's seated correctly. And then once they close the hatch, they'll torque the hatch down, and then they'll evac all the air and vacuum seal that thing. So the hatch, so like I say, the inflatable O-ring, it's not really inflatable, it's deflatable, right? They'll contract that O-ring around the seal in that little channel on the hatch. They'll basically evacuate and make a vacuum medium inside of the seal, between the inside and the outside of the hatch. That will suck the door in and hold it against the seal. I mean, obviously that in the locking system, right? And that'll basically make it so there's a vacuum in between the actual vacuum outside and the pressurized volume inside of the capsule. The reason why they do that is to basically make sure there's you don't want any crap in there, so they evac all the air out of it, right? And that having a vacuum seal like that is a good thermal medium. Like you can't move heat through a vacuum. Well, you kind of can, but it's a little more complicated than that. But long story short, they're inspecting that seal right there. And if you look at the flange, right, where the hatch closes to, there's a channel in there where the vacuum seal goes. You can't really see it in this shot. It's like a channel that's really close to the edge of the interior of that metal flange.
Absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing
It's not
new
single
space
use, Jay.
economy
You can reuse
is so
it.
vital to our continued
So
progress in space.
they have had problems with this seal. It's always with seals like that. Seals are hard to get right. If it doesn't matter who, they've had issues with the seal in the past. It's nothing too crazy though. Nothing like ridiculous, right?
We're doing so
Plants.
at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
Those plants aren't being grown in dirt. That's hydroponics. They're using hydroponics to grow.
So much about what
Dro in space it works, man. The Dro works in space. It works pretty well, actually. But side note, so they're inspecting the channel on that seal to make sure that the vacuum seal seats correctly, and then they'll depress the seal and they'll torque the capsule sealing mechanism down. It's important to get that right because you don't want it to leak any more than it has to.
Even though it was a test flight that we were headed to the space station to check out a new vehicle.
Dro in space, is that why they're so high? No, it's because how are you going to get it to grow in dirt, Zalizator?
Proud to be a part of when I arrived at space station, of the science that we were able to accomplish. As you mentioned, there was a bit of a backlog. We had a single U.S. crew member, and Doug and I were put into service right away, trying to support getting the science program back up and running and back at full speed.
But it's there.
Working hard on that science, just like our next guest who is joining us now. We have Mike Roberts here with us. He is the chief scientist for the ISS National Laboratory. Mike, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful day to launch and a good day to talk about some of the science that's on board. You got currently, as I understand, 235 investigations on board. 76 of them are new, and you got a little bit of them flying right on this rocket here behind us.
Yeah, it certainly is a beautiful day here today, and we look forward to getting the science off the ground. As Bob indicated, it's a very busy time up in orbit for the crew because they are very busy not only maintaining the science portfolio of NASA so that we can continue to live and operate in space. They're also conducting science in space that benefits us here directly on Earth, and that's an important part of why the ISS National Laboratory exists.
What is some of the science that Crew-5 is working on?
So as the crew goes up today and docks the station, they're going to be engaged in a lot of research that addresses medical needs here on Earth. We have partnerships with the National Institutes of Health through the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences, which is doing some very important research that leverages the access to persistent microgravity dead environment. As Bob, I'm sure, experienced in the microgravity
Okay, here they go. They're going to close the hatch.
Your body's physiology adapts to that environment in different ways, and in some cases, those effects of microgravity on the body mimic the onset and progression of disease and aging here on Earth.
You can see the channel right
so
there
the
where the
National
seal
Institutes
goes
of
in.
Health
See it
is
right
taking
there?
advantage of that by sending
Gotta have
small
to be close
cells
to the TV.
in tiny bioreactors up to space to understand how those individual systems respond to that environment so that we can design more effective therapeutics for use here on Earth. We also have experiments launching on Crew-5 going up with the crew today that are going to explore the effects of microgravity on the gut microbiome.
Cool.
A company is involved with Los Alamos National Laboratory, so it's another collaboration between ISS National Lab, Los Alamos National Lab, and its partners to better understand how microgravity impacts the gut microbiome and the human body.
Microgravity, certainly an impact on astronauts the entire time they're out there, and we've been studying this for so long, and it's great to see a study that's looking at those internal functions of the gut. It'll be fascinating to see what comes of that. As we truck along here, I understand that we now have science on board.
Okay, there's the inflator.
Crew-5 vehicle.
They're
That's
going to
not
inflate the
something
seal.
that's always been capable of happening.
And they're going to do a
They're
going to do a hatch leak check
ISS
here.
National Lab and all of the sponsors, the International Space Station, the availability of extra crew members going up on commercial crew has
See
been
the
a
pneumatic
significant
line?
advantage. We've doubled the amount of time that's available for crew to conduct science. But also, we have the ability to utilize the crew vehicles to get some science up there that can fit within the confines that's not occupied by the crew. So while most of our science and supplies still go up on the commercial resupply vehicles, we're also able to utilize the vehicles themselves that are taking the crew up to get some expedited science up and get it back.
And we're looking at some video now of Lambda Vision. If you could tell me a little bit about that.
Another very important development in space is the utilization of space and access for
I can
commercial
tell that there is
companies.
science happening.
So Lambda Vision is a small startup biotechnology company that is pioneering the use of bacterial rhodopsin, a protein from bacteria that can be used to manufacture artificial retinas.
That's
so
hollow on the
Lambda
inside.
Vision is
They bring it down to
utilizing the
vacuum,
absence of
and it
microgravity
contracts
to
around the seal.
improve their ability to manufacture these artificial retinas.
It
in
basically
space.
hugs it to make the
These
seal.
artificial retinas, when they're approved for use by the FDA, will enable Lambda Vision to offer the availability to recover from retinitis pigmentosa and macular degeneration here on Earth.
Wow.
Currently, there are no effective therapies for that recover full sight or full vision.
How about that?
This technology offers that advantage.
Cool.
Offering a lot of hope for people who suffer from those diseases, and so it'll be exciting to see what kind of results come from that experiment.
It is, and Lambda Vision's had the opportunity through ISS National Lab and NASA to operate 4 different experiments in space. So
yes, they do.
This new era of easy access to space for supportive science that benefits here on Earth is really turning into some new great dividends for people on Earth.
Mike Roberts, Chief Scientist for the ISS National Laboratory. Thanks for being here and
but
sharing
they do a lot of
knowledge
cancer
about
research
the
up there
science
too,
on
Jackal.
board the ISS.
Thanks, Daryl.
All right, as we continue to watch the operation and our team check through the milestones here, we will toss it back out to Houston.
So, Jackal, they've never sent a cancer patient up to the ISS. I mean, the closest thing to that would be Haley Arsenault, who's a cancer survivor that was on Inspiration 4. Because Inspiration 4, Jared Isaacman with the Polaris missions and Inspiration 4 works a lot with St. Jude, which is really good stuff. He does a lot of philanthropic stuff, doing pediatric cancer research, which is, that's freaking saints work right there, man. They do a lot of pharmaceutical research on the ISS through CASIS and the ISS National Lab programs. So there was what the guy was just talking about a second ago, and there's also a lot of pharmaceutical research that gets done up there. So, all right, I could go into like, oh, well, this drug is being used for this. This drug is being used. Long story short, you can make more potent yields. You can synthesize pharmaceuticals better in a microgravity environment than you can down here. That's the short answer. You can make more potent drugs up there. Yeah. So, some people just went, huh? Really? Yeah. Yes. That's a big one. If we can figure out better ways to get into space that are more low cost, the pharmaceutical industry could get on board with, launching into space, and that's a lot more money that's going towards space flight and commercial operations in space. It's a huge potential market. Yeah. Heisenberg, is that you? Yeah, literally, yes, literally that. I mean, I know people are like, huh? Really? Yeah. Calm down. Not those. Not that kind of drugs, okay? Not yet. Hey, Shinar, what's up, man?
Use NASA's extravehicular activity, or EVA, suit when outside of the International Space Station performing spacewalks.
Not like that.
The suit teams
Not
work
yet.
tirelessly to make
But you
sure
never know.
all of our astronauts have a positive experience while wearing our spacesuits and ensures the highest level of safety. Now, similar to how we innovate and further develop our launch vehicles with each tester mission, our spacesuits have continued to evolve since NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley first donned them for Demo 2. Some improvements include the patterning process for better fit. Patterns are the individual pieces of fabric that go together to create the suit. Our process involves taking measurements, generating patterns based on those measurements for each layer of the suit, and then performing fit checks where we put together non-flight, quick versions of the different layers of the suit to make sure that they fit correctly before making the flight suit. Now, we've also continued custom patterns for each crew member and have made significant reliability upgrades in the spacesuits.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And while the suit is a single
Which
piece,
one, Gary?
which means the helmet, gloves, and
What do you-
boots all remain attached
Thanks for
as
the sub,
one
buddy.
piece,
Or woodsy.
with us today
Appreciate it, man.
is a SpaceX helmet lent to us by the spacesuit team, and you can see it here on the table right now.
That's right, Sandra. This helmet is made from 3D printed nylon and has a visor that pivots open.
And Dragon SpaceX for side hatch leak checks.
Go for Dragon.
Okay, Josh, we identified a potential piece of FOD on the side hatch seal when we were inspecting everything, so the closeout team is proceeding to open the hatch to address that before closing and reperforming the leak check.
Yep, it didn't seal
For
right.
big picture awareness, we still have approximately 12 minutes remaining in the margin for this timer to perform this action, so we'll be able to run through everything without issue here.
Yeah, Anna's taking a snooze.
Okay, Dragon copies will be opening up the side hatch and taking a look at the pod, and we've got 12 minutes.
So that's
of
Anna
margin.
Kickner.
Appreciate the heads up.
She's a Russian cosmonaut. She's on the far left in the far left seat. Yeah, she's mission specialist too. She's taking a nap.
So we just got an update.
You had to get up early.
We're
Take a
closing
snooze.
The hatch.
You ain't going
Sounds
nowhere.
Like they do need
Believe
to
me,
do
they'll let you know
another
when you
inspection,
are.
Reopen the hatch, re-inspect the hatch lining to make sure that there's no FOD caught in there, and then perform the procedure to reclose
Just
the
chill.
hatch one more time. It sounds like we do have some margin, 12 minutes of margin, so we are still on track for liftoff today.
No pit stains,
But
hopefully.
as we were mentioning, the helmet is made from 3D printed nylon and has
What
a
is FOD?
visor that
Foreign
pivots
object
open.
debris.
It's also
So there was a little bit of dust on the seal. Yeah, foreign object debris. You got to make sure that that seal is perfectly clean. It has to be as clean as possible. No, even the cleaner that you use to clean the seal, you can't have that. You can't have residue from the cleaner in there. What are they using to clean it? Literally brake cleaner. Anybody work on cars? Brake clean. You have something that's going to clean the surface and then evaporate off, so you don't get any residue in there. Residue in there could be bad. Most cleaners are flammable. You don't need anything to be more flammable on this spacecraft than it already is. Does that make sense?
Super cool to see that helmet up close. Now turning our attention back to the progress with the integrated launch teams, we are coming up on T-minus 1 hour and 32 minutes. As we just heard a couple of moments ago, the closeout team identified a little bit of FOD in that hatch seal. So basically the process is we close the side hatch, we inflate the seal around the hatch to a certain pressure, and then we hold that pressure to see if there's any decay or leak. And if there is, that's an indication that something is in the seal, and that's what occurred today. So the team is in the process of reopening the hatch. They'll clean the seal out, close it, and inflate the seal and re-perform that leak check. So normal, as we heard mentioned, we do have 12 minutes of margin in the launch countdown, as I mentioned before.
Let her sleep.
The countdown is to make sure that everybody is, all the integrated launch teams are aligned, and we do build margin in order to make sure that we can deal with things like this as they come up, similar to whenever pilot Josh Cassida had a little bit of decay, or excuse me, not decay, a lower pressure value read on his suit, so we rechecked the suit pressure there as well. So working through those, no issues. We're still tracking for for launch today. And as you can see, the crew seated there comfortably in the capsule. It looks like Anna might be taking a little pre-launch nap.
Still setting him up.
I don't know if I personally would be able to pull that off, so I really admire the calmness that she's demonstrating
No, Anna's just
today.
chilling. She don't care.
So once
Anna's
that
just chilling. I
hatch
dig it. I'd be doing the
closed
same
back
thing.
up and we successfully leak check on that, we should be good to go. We see some movement there. She's not napping. As for the launch engineers, they are located in firing room 4 in the NASA Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center. They have a view through their large windows of Pad 39A, which is located just 5 kilometers east of them.
Absolutely.
Currently, the Falcon 9 team is loading helium and nitrogen gas into storage bottles on the launch vehicle. You see on your screen firing room 4 there now. RF checkouts are now also complete. complete, and the final review of vehicle testing
Radio frequency.
performed earlier today is underway. So the SpaceX chief engineer, who for this mission is Dan Alex, he will check in with the team at T-minus 80 minutes to verify that we are good to continue with the countdown. Now, the next major activity, we will flow a small amount of fuel into the first stage to prime those Merlin 1D engines for ignition. The team is also monitoring fuel and liquid oxygen loading preparations, ensuring that the propellants in the ground tanks are correctly chilled to prior to loading them onto Falcon 9. Propellant load will begin at T-minus 35 minutes. Now at just under T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes ourselves, the weather continues to be green. As you can see, beautiful clear day at pad 39A, but we are of course monitoring weather at downrange as well, and that continues to look good, and the range remains green and ready to support. So all that being said, we are on track to launch in under an hour and a half from now, and we are certainly getting excited here in Hawthorne. With that, let's turn it back over to Daryl and Bob at Kennedy Space Center. How's it going over there, guys?
All right, thank you very much, Kate, and we continue to monitor the
it's just the
work
rotation,
that the closeout team is doing right there, rechecking the seal.
Well, guys, Anna has been in the U.S. for some time. She's been here for a pretty long amount of time. She's been training in Hawthorne and in Houston for a better part of a year for the most part. I mean, so she's well adjusted. It's just taking a nap. You have to get up early to do this. Putting on that spacesuit is not something that takes some time, dude. It takes time to put that thing on. Does it? You know, it's a one-piece thing. It's gonna take a second. So. Yeah, they had to get up early. They had to get up super early this morning. So, guys, honestly, like, I wouldn't want to be asleep for the launch. I'd be taking a nap right now, too. Koichi Wakata's taking a nap, too. This is a walk in the park for that guy. He's flown the shuttle 4 times.
A small portion, a small volume.
Right, Silent Ray? It's a pain in the butt getting that thing on. And then they got to do leak checks at the,
if they do have a leak,
they got to do leak checks at the, at the O&C, and then do leak checks again here. And you just take a nap when you got some downtime. All right. They're closing up the seal again.
Back in, cleans that area out, and then we'll kind of reaccomplish that leak check to make sure that it's good before the crew gets into the vacuum of space with the spacecraft.
And you can see they've wrapped up that process of inspecting, cleaning, and documenting the seal, and now they've reclosed the side hatch to Crew Dragon with our Crew-5 astronauts inside, and they'll start sealing up the hatch now.
Yeah, sort of.
We'll
I mean,
keep
I don't know.
monitoring the action.
I would imagine that trying to sleep on Dragon right now is probably like trying to sleep on an airplane. I don't know about you guys. Even if I do sleep on an airplane, it's never good sleep. I'm never like fully asleep because there's that whole turbo fan thing like right next to you that's going. You know, some people like that noise. But I mean, I don't mind it. It's just, yeah, I would imagine it's like that. Your adrenaline's probably going so much, you're really not going to sleep.
They found what it was, and real quick, Bob, before we throw it to an interview, a hair was identified. It's fascinating to me that something as small as hair can actually compromise a seal.
It's the turbulence that puts me to sleep,
really
Gary,
important
to be honest
that
with you.
area is super pristine, and like we talked about a little bit earlier, you know, that hatch is going to be closed for 6 months as they make their way into orbit, and then won't get open until they come back and are on aboard the recovery
Dragon,
ship.
Ground is going to be commencing a health check for launch escape system a second time. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by that transition back to pad hatch closed.
They're inflating the seal here.
Dragon copies. We'll expect it again prior to going back to pad hatch closed.
Good readback.
So there was a little bit of hair in there. That's part of the reason why everybody's dressed up as a
monitoring
ninja
the action
for that
here
stuff
outside
to
the
not
Dragon
happen.
spacecraft. You heard the launch escape system checks are coming up momentarily as they continue to secure the side hatch. In the meantime, let's go out to Megan Cruz, who has a very special guest, Lieutenant General Thomas Stafford, one of the 24 astronauts we sent to the
Tom
moon.
Stafford.
Megan.
Yes, Daryl, I'm very excited to have the Lieutenant General here with me today. I mean, it's just, I'm so honored to be sitting next to you here. I wanted to ask you, is this your first crewed launch that you've seen?
Oh, no, Megan. I was here before when we had commercial launch number 2. So always just love to see a launch.
Absolutely.
Having done 4 missions,
Yeah. I mean, does being here, does it make you kind of reminisce on those 4 missions you've had? You know, you're part of the Gemini and Apollo programs, and we actually have some pictures of you from those missions that we'd love to share with everyone. Can you talk us through what this picture is?
Here we are right after we've landed on Gemini 9. That was in June 6, 1966. There's Gene Cernan, my pilot. He's the first one to walk in space completely around the world. We did 3 different rendezvous on that. And we also touched down closer than any Gemini or Apollo.
Wow.
So,
and then we have another picture, actually. This one's from Apollo 10, right? And that's you, the second astronaut farthest from the transport van, right?
John Young and Gene Cernan, man.
So that was a great mission. It was the first lunar module to the moon. And I did the first. We were too heavy to land, or we might have had a chance to be the first ones to land on the moon. But we were too heavy to land, but we went down to 9 miles
Please come
above
back.
the lunar surface. Photo mapped, radar mapped, and visually mapped, picked out an ellipse that had 3 potential landing sites. He did that twice and came up and did the first rendezvous around the moon.
Yeah.
And then on the way back set the all-time world speed record.
This
Fastest
picture's a
man
little
alive
blurry,
right there.
but it's honestly my favorite of the 3 pictures. Can you tell us what's happening here? You guys are on your way to the moon here, right?
We're on our way to the moon. We're walking slow to the transfer van. But then on the way back, we were doing 24,791 miles an hour. Or
Fastest humans have ever gone.
36 miles per second, making 7 miles a second.
Wow.
So that record still stands.
Wow.
No one's
we're
gone
talking
faster than
about
that guy.
the Apollo 10 mission and the work that you guys were able to establish to get us where we are today with our Artemis 1 moon rocket right behind us in the vehicle assembly building. Are you looking forward to the Artemis 1 launch later this year?
Oh, absolutely. I've worked on helping getting that through Congress.
Apollo 13
back
came
in
close.
2010. That's the authorization that authorized it. So I've had 12 years of work on that one.
Yes. Lieutenant General, thank you so much for being here, and I hope
Guys
you
still
enjoy the
doing work.
Crew-5 launch today.
Oh, it's great to be here. The weather's good, and I'm sure you're going to have a great launch, man.
Thank you so much. All right, Darryl, we'll send it back to you.
Wow, well, that was fantastic to hear from the Lieutenant General.
Loud and clear. Stand by from ComCheck by Launch Control. Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, ComCheck.
Launch control, Dragon, loud and clear.
What does that mean, Sparks?
Launch
What's
control
returning?
loud and clear. Stand by for ComCheck by the Chief Engineer.
We're getting ComCheck
Dragon,
right now.
CE on countdown 1, ComCheck.
Listening in.
CE, Dragon, loud and clear.
CE loud and clear also. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineer ComChecks.
There will be a series of these checks. Establishing a number of communication paths to the crew from launch control.
Seems so.
I want to
Grab.
just update you really quick. We
You
got
might
a
wanna rewind the
good
VOD,
side hatch leak check. Again,
Good
a
leak.
good side hatch leak check.
Excellent.
After some FOD was found that compromised it following the first closure. Teams went back in, opened the hatch, cleaned off the seal, shut the hatch back, rechecked the seal, and we are good to go. Again, good side hatch leak check, and we're moving forward now with the comm checks. The SpaceX team working quickly. They had 12 minutes of margin. They whittled that down to about 3 or 4 minutes. And so great job by them. Tackling that issue that can pop up as you're
Sparks, this is not an
preparing
RTLS.
to launch a
Dragon's too
spacecraft
heavy. Got to
to
land it on the
International Space
ASTS.
Station. There's the Falcon 9 rocket on the pad with the Dragon spacecraft atop. We've got a beautiful day. Nice skies above. Take a little moment to listen to a special message now from somebody who's familiar to both of us, more him than me. Our previous co-host from the last crew mission, Crew-4, and the launch broadcast, a very special person to all of us here. Let's take a listen.
Hello, husband. It looks like you're doing a great job
Hey,
with the launch
Megan.
commentary. Keep up the great work. It seems like all those tips that I gave you are paying off. A couple of things I forgot to mention, though. You should probably share some of your snacks with Daryl because he does get a little hangry if he doesn't get enough to eat. And also, it's important as the co-host to make sure you laugh and smile at all of his jokes. It makes him feel really good. Actually, there's a couple other people in the family that want to say hello to you as well. Just give me 1 second.
The bunny!
Do a good job, Daddy, or else I will find new ways to motivate you.
In all seriousness, though, Nicole and Josh and Koichi and Anna, I want to wish you well on your journey. You guys have worked so hard to get here. You're going to be absolutely outstanding on the International Space Station. I cannot wait to see you up there. We're going to be cheering you on from down here. Have a blast, and we'll see you when you get home.
Yeah, Bob, if you didn't know.
What a beautiful message.
Bob's
She's
wife's
so
an
good.
astronaut, too.
With the camera
Just
and giving the message.
in case
Thank
you
you
were
so
feeling
much to
inadequate.
Megan MacArthur for saying that. By the way, I've taken care of
have
myself.
some more
I've got my
anxiety.
food here. But it's so good to see her, and you're a little touched by her message.
No, it was absolutely great to see my wife, of course, our dog Shadow, who arrived in our family after we returned from the Demo 2 mission. You know, my son requested
Dragon
approval.
SpaceX, we just had a good side hatch leak check.
My son requested approval
Dragon copies. That is great news.
to have a dog when the mission was accomplished, and so that was pretty cool to have the dog included. And of
Requested
course, Darth
approval.
Vader making a guest appearance, and not something that I expected, but that costume has a little bit
6
of
months.
history. We surprised Megan during the mission on board her time on space station with that costume, and surprisingly, she found one on board space station to surprise us right back.
How about that?
Got a Darth Vader costume
And,
up there?
He's using the dark side of the force at the moment. He's going to motivate an answer out of you.
He may have heard that line from both his mother and myself as we try to work through elementary school.
Well, a nice moment there. Thank you, Megan, for doing that, and I'll make sure Bob laughs at my jokes, or maybe I need to just tell better jokes. That's what it is. Hey, we want to catch you up on the action. We did have...
So, guys, okay, little bit on the jokes. Megan said to laugh. Bob is like... if you like Formula One, Bob is Kimi Räikkönen. He's all business. All business. I mean, you could tell because when they key the comms, like when the flight controllers are coming through the cloud, he just stops talking. Just, yeah, and then I was doing that. Like, Bob's all business. He's an Air Force test pilot and now astronaut, and he was the first guy to fly in that capsule with Doug Hurley. The guy's all business all the time, you know?
Discovery,
I like that. Game face. It's good stuff.
Been able to do a whole lot of questions.
Loves
We're going to
standing
start getting
man.
to them now. And AtCon asks, what kind of personal items can the crew take with them to the International Space Station?
No,
flew the
it's a
shuttle
great
multiple
question, and
times,
one that
Kevin,
we
yeah.
get asked often. What kind of personal items can the crew take with them? Usually it's something small is probably the best answer to that question, but they're items that are personal mementos of family members or otherwise. You saw my son earlier in the Darth Vader costume. As you can tell, Star Wars has a special place in our family, and so we were able to glue together a small Lego ship and have my wife take that into space. I took one during my mission as well, so that we would have something that he could connect with that was part of our family, something to talk about, you know, during our family conferences. There are many small items with individuals that you want to make a personal connections with that typically the crew will take with them. They also take something that's special to them that allows them to either remember Earth or take advantage of a hobby that they have, whether it's a guitar or other musical instrument, small items like that.
It must be nice to have that connection
Guitar.
back to Earth and your family because of, you're up there in space, and especially now with these long duration
Soichi
space
Noguchi,
missions
Grab Shark.
lasting 6 months.
Koichi
And it's
Wakata
interesting,
has
you mentioned the
flown
small
on
effects.
shuttle Soyuz, and he's about to fly in Dragon
Commander
as well.
Nicole Mann taking her wedding rings, but also some surprise special gifts for her family and a dream catcher that her mother made for her when she was a child.
Cool.
That's aboard her personal effects, which you get about 3.3 pounds of personal effects, as you mentioned. So a nice cultural memento, part of her heritage as a Native American, the first Native American woman to go to
I would
space.
bring this.
Let's check back now with California and toss it out to Hawthorne with Sandra and Jesse. Ladies?
Thanks, Daryl. We are just 1 hour and a little over 15 minutes from launch, and it is getting more and more exciting as we get to that T0. The crew has already ingressed the Dragon vehicle. They were helped out by our closeout team. Umbilicals were attached to their suits, which provides breathing air and comms to Dragon. Suit leak checks were completed, as well as comms checks completed with the core and the launch director.
Right. Okay, so once the hatch is sealed, the closeout crews will exit.
And after those suit leak checks,
Jesse's
the
gonna say exactly what
closeout
I'm
team
saying.
was able to close and seal the hatch. We just got confirmation that we did have a good leak check. During the first round of closing the hatch, they did find a piece of FOD. It was a piece of hair. We were able to open it back up, remove the FOD, and close the hatch, and then completed that seal check. And now the closeout team is just wrapping up.
Not yet.
And once they wrap up in that white room, they will depart the white room. And those final weather checks will be coming up soon, which will be necessary before a final go, no go. And there you can see the closeout team there on your screen. Again, just wrapping up the final procedures for hatch closure there. So let's check back in with Houston for a status on the team supporting the space station on their readiness for launch. Shaniqua, how's it going?
Thanks, Jesse. The team here in Mission Control Houston has polled that they are go for the launch. The International Space Station and its onboard crew are ready for Crew-5 astronauts to lift off. When Flight Director Greg Whitney polled his team, he was asking the flight controllers who work on all the different systems.
It's a different hatch reel, but yes.
If their focus areas were online and working
That
properly.
side hatch?
This includes life support systems,
not what they
proper
docked the
communication
ISS
links,
with.
computers that allow us to command the station on board and their subsystems, and our ability to maneuver the space station are fully functional.
So, Real, when they go back to Earth, how do they follow the same strict hatch closure procedure? Well, okay, so when the Dragon actually comes back down, they actually are using that same hatch. I misunderstood your question. They're using that same hatch, and basically they'll do the reverse of what they just did. They'll deflate and depress the seal, and then they'll detorque the latch, and then open up the hatch. It's not something that you want to do quickly, but the pressure should be more or less equalized. What they're really worried about, Real, on the way coming back down is that there's no fuel leaking out of the spacecraft. That's the big one. You don't want hypergolic fuels leaking around. The fuels that they use are a chemical called monomethylhydrazine and dinitrogen tetroxide. So when they're coming back down, they open the hatch. They don't want to open the hatch and have some of that fuel get in here and hurt people. The fuel is something that stays chemically stable up on orbit for long periods of time, but it's also really bad for humans. So when they bring the hatch back down, it's basically the same thing. They'll basically deflate the seal, detorque the bolt, and then they'll open it up. There's gel. And then they'll open the hatch up. But before they do any of that, they're going to be sniffing around to make sure that there's no fuel leaks. That did happen. That has happened in the past. The Apollo Soyuz test project capsule that came back down had a hydrazine leak, and yeah, it made a bunch of people sick. If you inhale too much of that, you won't just get sick. So you got to be very careful. So it's basically the same, but they're going to do a lot of sniffing for propellants.
Bob Hines. He was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and has a wife and 3 daughters. He has a Master of Science in Aerospace Engineering and served 21 years in the U.S. Air Force as a test pilot and as a fighter pilot in the F-15E. He came to NASA as a research pilot where he flew science missions in the WB-57. He's the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew-4 mission, which has been his first spaceflight.
Now, there's a couple mission specialists on board Crew-4, one of which is Jessica Watkins, who considers Lafayette, Colorado her hometown. A talented rugby player in college, her team won the national championship in 2008. Watkins was a postdoctoral fellow in the Division of Geological and Planetary Sciences at the California Institute of Technology. She completed several internships with NASA, including one testing systems designs for the Mars Perseverance mission at JPL. She became an astronaut in 2017, and just like Bob, Crew-4 was her first flight to space.
And the second mission specialist is Samantha Cristoforetti. She was born in Milan, Italy, but now lives in Cologne, Germany with her partner and 2 children. In 2006, she earned her fighter pilot wings and flew the AMX attack fighter at a base in Italy. In 2013, Cristoforetti launched into space aboard a Soyuz for a long-duration spaceflight to the International Space Station. And several years later, she was awarded the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of Merit from the President of Italy. Crew-4 was her second spaceflight. This 4-person crew is currently preparing for Crew-5's arrival and also their return back to Earth days from now.
And while Crew-4 was on board, they received a visit from another Dragon. SpaceX's 25th resupply mission to the International Space Station launched on July 14th, carrying over 5,800 pounds of science, research, hardware, and other crew supplies to the orbiting laboratory. Dragon stayed on station for a little over a month before being packed with critical research and hardware to be analyzed after a safe splashdown off the coast of Florida on August 20th. Now let's head over to Daryl at Kennedy Space Center. Daryl, how are you guys doing over there?
Well, thank you, Jesse and Sandra. Well, we're having a beautiful day here at the Kennedy Space Center. You can see behind us, we're at the Launch Complex 39, where media are gathering, getting ready to count down the final hour as we get ready to watch Crew-5 launch into space. It is a big day. And
at least 100
here at the Kennedy
holding,
Space Center, where we have just been cranking out the launches, Bob. 3 launches in 3 days from 3 different pads. We had the Atlas V going off from 40 yesterday. We've got Crew-5, of course, from Launch Complex 39A today. And then tomorrow, SpaceX launching from their other launch pad, Pad 41. It's hopping.
Outstanding to see all that action down here at the Kennedy Space Center. And again, it's a beautiful day. I'm looking forward to seeing the Crew-5 folks get into orbit.
Indeed, and liftoff time is still holding for noon Eastern time, 56 seconds after noon, if you want to be right on the second. We're also tracking no issues at the moment with Falcon 9.
Not like they're flying right now, Farm. Jeez.
An additional suit leak check that we performed, as well as a spacecraft leak check. Those are good to go. Dragon now good to go. The range is green.
I think so,
of course,
Jake.
The weather is doing fabulous here at the Kennedy Space Center. Downrange, they're watching some winds in the abort corridor, but they're looking good right now. And so the crew of Crew-5, talking about Commander Nicole Mann, pilot Josh Cassada,
yeah, we're done. It's pretty
and mission specialist Koichi Wakata and Anna Kikina. Well, they donned their spacesuits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room this morning.
Josh
woke
is
up
sleeping.
around 4:30 a.m., donned those suits around 7 a.m. They walked out of the crew quarters building as every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7.
It should be
then
happening
they were transported
soon, Andre.
to the pad. And they climbed inside the SpaceX Dragon Endurance for its second flight. Now we are seeing them live while they await liftoff.
Hey, Rib.
Bob, you lived this with your fellow astronaut, Doug Hurley. What is the crew doing right now at this moment?
You know, Daryl, it's a good question at this point. I think you can see on the camera that what the crew's really focused on right now is relaxing. You know, they've had a hectic morning, if you will, one that's very well scripted, one that's very well controlled, but one that causes them to need to be on schedule through all the individual milestones leading up to launch. That part's behind them now, and they're taking a chance to relax and catch their breath
that stretch in.
Before the tanking operations begin here in just a few minutes.
Indeed, tanking coming up, as well as the launch escape system checkout and the arming that will follow. The rocket is on the pad.
No way, top left. That's
ready
cool.
to go. And over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch.
Go at throttle up.
The crew will also, as I mentioned,
Hey, RJ, give this
will
up
be
a
arming
rib.
that
Thanks,
launch
man.
escape
You're too
system,
kind.
and then the fueling of Falcon 9 will begin. Let's talk a little bit about the details of today's
If
flight.
someone wants to pay for it, Nick, sure.
Launch, of course, as we
I don't
mentioned.
think NASA wants to, though.
Set for just a few seconds after noon, a little more than an hour from now. and then Crew-5 astronauts will race towards space, reaching orbit in about 12 minutes. That's followed by a roughly 29-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station.
So we should be seeing a lot of steps here. Coming in the next hour. Once the closeout crew is away, so they have backed off the black curtain there, the seal curtain, meaning that indicating that the hatch is sealed. See how there's a little gap right there? Once that happens and the closeout crew has evacuated the pad, they'll get in the Teslas and they'll drive away. And then after that, just inside of an hour, we should see the crew access arm retract. When the crew access arm retracts, that's when they'll go for pressurizing the launch escape system on the capsule. That's part of Section 6 of the mission timeline. Section 6 pressurizes the integrated launch escape system. So Dragon is using a launch escape system like other rockets have in the past. What is the launch escape system? It's the ejector seat in case something goes wrong. Now, in the past, rockets have had a huge like nose cones up out the top, and it looks like an antenna basically sitting on the top. That's a single-use solid rocket motor escape system. So basically, if something goes wrong with the capsule, they'll fire the LES, and that rocket will pull the capsule away from the rocket, in case something bad happens. Now, that has been a one-time use system. Dragon has an integrated launch escape system. If they show a close-up shot of the rocket here again, you'll see them there's kind of like nacelles on the side of the capsule. Those house hypergolic super powerful rocket engines called Super Draco engines. And those Super Draco engines are basically there to, if it'll fire and it'll get the capsule away from Falcon 9 should something go wrong. Now, the reason why they're arming the launch escape system now, and the reason why they do it first after the crew access arm retracts, is because Falcon 9 is not full of fuel right now. SpaceX, in order to maximize performance out of the propellants that they're using, to squeeze more performance out of Falcon 9, they do what's called a load and go fueling, right? So they're going to be filling up the rocket with fuel here after the launch escape system is primed. When that launch escape system is ready to go, they'll initiate fueling. Fueling takes about 45 minutes, and basically SpaceX tries to time it so the rocket gets, the first and second stage get fully fueled right before T-0, right before they go to launch. That whole process does take about 45 minutes, but fueling does put the rocket through transients. Fueling is one of the most dangerous things that you can do with a rocket on the pad, other than maybe like launching, right? You're changing a lot of things on the rocket all at once. That's why the launch escape system needs to be armed. It's super freaking important. You're flowing cold propellants in. You're changing the configuration of the vehicle. All right. Those cold propellants can contract stuff. They can contract things. They can makes it colder. So it kind of tenses up a little bit. That literally is changing the molecular structure of the vehicle. It's called going through transients. And it's not like super, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's super dangerous, but it's something you have to be cognizant of. Fueling procedures in the past have gone foul. They've gone kind of awry in the past. It does happen. So SpaceX arms the launch escape system first because there are souls on board. You can't be too careful with this stuff. Basically make sure your ejector seat is working before you start filling this thing up with fuel. Now, they do it just in case. The fueling, NASA and SpaceX wouldn't be putting people on there if they weren't as confident as they could be in the analysis and the testing of the vehicle to make sure that it's as safe as possible. They wouldn't be doing this unless they weren't sure. In fact, there was a whole thing about it 5 years ago about putting people on this thing because of the fueling procedure. NASA does not do that. NASA fuels the vehicle before the astronauts even get near the pad, like what we saw in SLS when they went for their first and second launch attempts the other day. Fueling starts 2 hours before the mission flies. SpaceX about 45 minutes before, and there's people on board. So they want to be absolutely sure, and part of being absolutely sure that the crew is in the safest state that they could possibly be in, even through transients, through changing the structure of the vehicle by fueling it, they want to make sure that they could still get away. So we should be seeing the CAA retract here soon, and then we'll hear the pressurization checks and then the pressurizing of the launch escape system. Once again, that's part of Section 6 on the launching mission checklist. So if you hear them say, "Oh, we're completing Section 6, step," that That's what you're hearing. They're starting the launch procedures here.
Green there. As for the range, currently clear
How old is
for
this booster?
launch
It's brand
from
new,
historic
Kaya.
launch pad 39A, the worldwide network
Time to wake
of
up.
ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites, or TDRS, as you hear us refer to it as. Those are ready to support Dragon as it
SWK,
heads
that's Anna
into
Kikna.
orbit. Today we have an
She's a Russian
instantaneous
cosmonaut.
launch
That
window
ain't a
at
dude.
12 p.m. Eastern, noon on the dot. Once we begin loading propellant,
used to
there
back
is
alley.
no opportunity
Now I
to
wake up at
change
8.
that T0. The timing for Dragon to rendezvous with the International Space Station is incredibly precise, down to the very second. So we only get one chance at it today. But at good news, at T-minus 1 hour on the
Touché.
dot and counting, we are go for launch.
No, Sile, I've just watched too many of
And
these.
we are now less than 1 hour until liftoff. This day is the
Dragon,
continued.
you are go for Section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
See? Your boy. Your boy. Watch way too many of these, man.
Dragon copies. We're stepping into Section 6 at 4.100, preparation for LES Army.
Here we go. Launch escape system arm. Big step here.
Good readback.
So again, we are now less than 1 hour until liftoff, and this day is
It
the
really depends on data
continuation
and
of regular
evaluation,
crew flights
Alleviate.
to the space station from US.
It really depends. How quickly could it reach the ISS? In a pinch, I'm sure they could come up with a short flight trajectory, a short duration trajectory, like 3 hours or 6 hours, like Soyuz. I'm sure they could do it. But right now, Dragon really hasn't proven that. So really more or less now, it's dependent on a couple of different things. Recovery area with the first stage does have a lot to do with it. But that's not the make or break thing. It really has to do with just orbital mechanics. The ISS has to be in the right spot. The ground track has to go over Florida. 51 degrees inclined, Alleviate. It's a pain in the butt to get to. You have to launch at a very specific time. Now they have the trajectory down. They have the trajectory down to like within a second. Like that, this thing has to go at T-0. If it doesn't, the ISS is not going to be in the right place. But they could do a faster track if they needed to. Right now, Dragon doesn't need to do that because they don't know. They don't know if that's going to be okay for it. Right now, it's with spaceflight in general. It's good to go with what you know. Once they get more flight time on Dragon, they should be able to optimize the windows to be as short as Soyuz. The reason why Soyuz goes on a 3-hour flight is because Soyuz is proven. It's a very matured spacecraft. They know it's going to work. So it's they can afford to do a fast transition window like that and a very high energy transfer to the ISS. Dragon, it's a little bit of a newer spacecraft. You don't want to play games like that. You don't want to play games unless you can prove it. With spaceflight, I always prefer this quote from the movie Training Day. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Engineering without analysis is just an opinion. So they basically got to make sure that Dragon can do something like that, and they do that through flight testing. Well, not flight testing. They do that through, operational missions. They can understand the flight envelope, and then you can expand it based off of that, based off of the data that you see. It's really important to understand that don't send it to the ISS quick because you're not sure if it's going to work. Prove that you can do that with numbers, and prove that all the systems on board will be able to handle a fast transition like that. Once you can prove it with flight data backing you up on top of your analysis, then they'll do it. Basically, the spacecraft has to mature. It's too new to do something like that.
The T-minus 60-minute mark, and the Dragon poll
That's right,
for
Shinar.
prop load is coming up here at T-minus 55 minutes. After that, at T-minus 45 minutes, will be an internal mission control Hawthorne poll, and then the launch director's poll for propellant loading. When
What I
we get
just
to
said
about
is-
T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract, and the crew will get the call to close their visors and to arm the launch escape system. Now, this is the automated safety system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during the flight on the ride
Can
uphill.
you see last? I literally just
And
answered
then
it.
once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin. So we did hear that the crew is go for launch. Great news. So with that, let's send it back to the team in Florida.
No, this is Kerbal
Megan?
2, Protscro. Actually,
Great news, guys. So yeah.
this isn't really Kerbal 2. This is HSP, Human Space Program. It's a lot more difficult than Kerbal.
Sure. Good morning. Yeah, I'm the Chief of the Utilization and Life Sciences Office here at Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, it was a little long. I was like, I'm going to have him say it.
Yep, long title.
So I wanted to talk to you about how NASA has been studying
go to the
plant
same
growth
place,
and
sweet.
microgravity
Same amount
for
of
many
delta V.
years now. So tell us about the 2 experiments that Crew-5 is going to be working on while they're on station.
Sure. We have 2 experiments going up. One is more of a plant research experiment. We call it Plant Habitat 03. It will be going into the advanced plant habitat.
So
And
it's
actually,
not just a clever
that
name.
plant experiment is doing a generational study. So as you can see, that's the advanced plant habitat, and the plant that is growing in there is called Arabidopsis. It's our model plant, and basically we're going to grow that and get it all the way to seed. And the study is basically getting those seeds, bringing them back, and then reflying those seeds to see what happens. So what's interesting is...
And the second picture, right, that we have, that's how you capture the seeds.
Yeah, that's how we capture the seeds. What's interesting about those seeds, they're actually the size of pepper. So imagine the pepper that you put on your food, very tiny, very small. So we had to actually develop these capture bags to grab those seeds. So what we're noticing is in a previous experiment, the DNA of the plant actually changed, and it almost seemed like it was trying to protect itself from the environment of space, the harsh environment that's up there. So what we want to study is, can we actually grab those seeds, and will those seeds remember that environment? So when we fly the second generation, will they kind of have a leg up? Will they go already kind of pre-programmed to protect themselves?
That's a range
so
patrol
that way the plants
helicopter.
will thrive in space.
That's
So,
interesting.
yeah.
Why is that something that you wanted to see? What can we learn from that or use?
Yeah, so what we can do is, for exploration with NASA, obviously we want to get to the orbiting station around the moon one day, or the surface, or the transit vehicle, or Mars. How can we better prepare the plants that we send, or the crops that we send up there, so that they actually are ready to go, they'll thrive, and we understand what's happening so that the crew can actually consume something great. So,
Always forward thinking here at
always
NASA.
forward
We're
thinking.
great.
Yep, always forward thinking.
Well, let's talk about the second experiment. That one's called Veg-05, and we have some props here to kind of walk people through that,
Yeah,
right?
we do, yeah. So Veg-05, it's actually, we're growing dwarf tomato plants, and we're going to put them in this, what we call here is a plant pillow. What's interesting, it's actually made out of Kevlar, so exactly what police use in their police vests, so I guess they might be bulletproof, plant pillows. But yeah, so these plant pillows, it's just basically, how do we hold the soil, how do we put the fertilizer and the seed in there in order for us to grow the plants?
Because they would just fly around on the space station.
They would just fly around on the space station. So we have a little, what we call a quick disconnect here. This is where we apply the water. So once we apply the water in there, we have to keep watering it like here on Earth, and just let the plants grow and let them thrive in space. So,
and you mentioned the fertilizer.
Yep, the fertilizer and the arsenite. So what you see there on the right there is the arsenite, which is actually clay chips, right? It's the soil that basically allows the water to be absorbed and allows the plants, roots to kind of grow in there and grab water and nutrients. The second there that you see there is a fertilizer, and it's a slow release fertilizer. So when we add water into it, it kind of dissolves little by little, and it provides the food that the plants need so that they can grow.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why is this important for us on space, but also here on Earth, to learn about this particular experiment?
Sure. Both of these experiments are important. One is obviously for exploration, we want to make sure that the seeds that we send, the plants that we grow, will thrive, right? So how can we make them excel in space, right? And the second piece with Veg-05, which we find interesting, is how can we actually give food for the crew to eat on orbit, right?
Sure.
So healthy, nutritious food. This is actually going to be our second flowering plant that we grow in space, which is awesome. So they'll grow up there, they'll have to pollinate, and the crew members might have to be our space bees.
Oh.
We don't have bees up there to help us pollinate, so they might have to, help with pollination. They'll grow, and then hopefully they'll get some nutritious fresh food up there. And the benefit, what I find interesting here for Earth is, there's a lot of things that we learn with ISS. ISS is basically a laboratory or another test tool. So we really want to see what data can we gather from growing up there. So when we bring it down to Earth, if we're in a stressful environment or another environment that is challenging, what did we learn up there so we can actually grow better crops here on Earth?
I love hearing about the science, Brian. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
No problem. Sounds great. Thank you.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Megan and Brian. And throughout the show, we've been taking your hashtag Ask NASA questions from social media. We have time for a few more that have been coming in, and we appreciate those questions coming in. If you want to submit one, it's hashtag Ask NASA on our streaming channels, NASA Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. The question is from Aditi on YouTube. He asked Bob Binken, how was the launch experience different on Space Shuttle and Crew Dragon? Was one better than the other?
No, it's a great question, Daryl. We often get asked which vehicle is better, which one we love the most. And from my perspective, I loved them both. You know, I had a great opportunity to fly and build space station with the space shuttle, but then rotate as a crew member with the Dragon on a modern spacecraft. You know, that was a really neat aspect to see something that was kind of built in the 21st century versus something that was built, you know, in almost the middle of the 20th century. If you look back at the technology that was on board the shuttle, just super excited to have an opportunity to fly on such a cool modern new ship.
And now, next question at Mike Mangano. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Asked, and this is a fitting question for you, Bob.
It's Saint.
Did the NASA astronauts who fly the Dragon capsule help in the design of the capsule? Why, yes, they did, and that was you.
You know, it was an interesting experience, I think, for both Doug and I to have the opportunity to not only fly on a new spacecraft, but be a part of shaping it for crews to come forward. And I think as we went through that process, the SpaceX team really learned how to work with us and how to take our inputs and incorporate them into design whenever they could, and explain to us when they couldn't, because everything that we wanted they couldn't necessarily do. But we were able to compromise and come up with good solutions so that years later, maybe in Crew-5's case, you know, they wouldn't be cursing Bob and Doug's name as to what they had agreed to or said was acceptable when the time came. We wanted to have opportunities for them to have choices. We included the opportunity to write on paper, but also to have a tablet, you know, so that crews, as they went forward with their missions, would be able to find the place that, you know, helped them be as successful as they could be. And so I'm hopeful that there just aren't too many curses associated with Bob and Doug, and it's mostly, you know, hey, those guys, they were thinking when they did this. So,
and we've had good results so far with 4 launches and the 5th today. Our next question comes from @morearts.com. If the astronaut schedule shifts during docking activities, does their schedule shift later in the day or the next morning? You know, we do know that the ISS crew is sleep shifting in order to accommodate this crew.
It's true, Daryl, that the crew actually has to sleep shift to accommodate the schedules of the vehicle traffic that arrives on board the space station. There are even times when the vehicle arrives a few minutes early or a few minutes late, and the crew needs to be ready for that as well. And so the crew does shift their day around to support all the operational activities, not only vehicle traffic and arrivals, but a spacewalk may impact things, or other activities that are happening on the ground, for example, might drive a schedule to be specific as well. But the crew's given time to recover after each of those sleep shifts.
Very good. And for those watching, if you want to ask a question of Bob Behnken, just follow us on Twitter @NASA Social, or check us out on the web at nasa.gov/social. Thanks for answering those questions, Bob. Great job. Let's send it now back out to Kate at SpaceX for an update on the countdown. Kate?
Always love hearing those responses from any astronaut, but especially Bob, because he flew on our DM2 mission a couple years ago. So at this point in time, we're now under an hour. We're at T-minus 48 minutes, and the SpaceX launch team is finishing the final review of data from checkouts of Falcon 9 over the last hour. The launch director has verified with the launch weather officer that weather meets propellant loading constraints. So next up will be to poll the team for readiness, both for propellant load and for launch. This will be the last poll before liftoff. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by electronically voting on the online countdown procedure. The launch director, or LD, as you hear it called on the nets, also checks with the Dragon mission director, or MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure that they are also ready. Earlier, you saw the vehicle assembly building called the VAB. The Falcon and Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch Control Center adjacent to the VAB. They have a view straight toward pad 39A through the large windows of firing room 4. Now there on screen, you can see the Dragon capsule on the right-hand side. The crew access arm is still in the service position. I've recently heard that the closeout team has departed the tower, and they are in the process of departing the blast danger area. Now, with the crew on board Dragon waiting for next instructions, which will be to stow the crew arm for launch, the crew arm sequence will be armed and initiated.
Okay, drummer.
We should get a good view of the access arm as it
Attention
swings.
operators on countdown. Polling is complete. The team has pulled go for crew access arm, retract, LES arm, propellant load, and launch.
Okay.
For all operators in MCCX and firing room 4, Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system, following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold the countdown net.
Words we don't want to hear.
Will abort the launch auto sequence and immediately proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fires imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control at this time may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Launch control copies, proceeding to arm crew arm for movement.
LC is communicating to the mission director that the crew access arm is getting
All
ready
right,
to
quick
move.
recap there. All really good news. It sounds like the final poll has been conducted and all of the responsible
And
engineers
far
pulled
left,
go, as well
In
as
seat
the
number
range
4.
they pulled ready for launch, and the NASA team, the NASA launch team is also ready for launch. So everything continuing to look good. We just heard there that the crew arm, the crew access arm will be armed for retraction, meaning it will move away from the Dragon
Crew
capsule.
access arm retraction started.
Okay, watch
All right,
the
and
left
there
screen.
we should
CAA
get a
should
view
move.
of that crew access arm now moving
There we
away
go.
from Dragon capsule. Again, this will swing out into its launch position. This is the final change to the crew access arm, to the crew tower. Of course,
Here we
the
go.
transporter erector will move away from the rocket as it lifts off and just shortly before liftoff. So that, in fact, will be the last major physical change that we see to the pad. But this crew access arm retraction is the final, will be the final state for the access arm for launch. This retraction should take about a minute to complete. Now, as I mentioned before, the range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the clearance area around the launch pad, as well as air and sea space around the flight corridor. And of course, here at Kennedy Space Center, as you see on your screen, the conditions are gorgeous. Everything continues to be acceptable for launch. Many things go into consideration, such as ground winds, any rain that might be in the area, as well as potential for lightning, any thick clouds, and of course, as I mentioned before, downrange landing zones. We have mentioned before that we've been tracking those, but everything continues to look green for launch. At this point in time, everything is looking on time for our liftoff at noon Eastern. We can see that crew access arm continuing to retract. Pretty cool shot there from inside the arm on the right-hand side of your screen as we see Dragon slowly move out of the frame. So with all that being said, the teams are ready. We will begin the propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. And we are getting excited here at SpaceX headquarters. The energy is definitely starting to pick up outside of mission control. But with that, let's hand it off to Daryl to check in back over there at Kennedy Space Center.
All right, thank you, Kate. And back here on the lawn and the host desk, looking out at what one of my coworkers called a picnic vibe, with the media and NASA social folks all joined here to watch Crew-5 launch in just
Crew
about
access
42
arm
minutes.
retraction complete.
And there you heard
CAA retract
confirmation
is complete.
that crew access arm
Per the launch
has
director.
fully retracted from the rocket. A gorgeous shot there from our flight operations team here at the Kennedy Space Center, a helicopter encircling the pad right now to give you that view. Great job, fellas. T-minus 42 minutes and counting.
That's a
as
crane.
we zip around Launch Complex 39A. The background, the launch tower for Dragon, and in the foreground, a Starship launch tower under construction. Up next, we're looking at the launch escape system getting ready to arm, and of course that comes right before we start loading propellant. We're expecting to hear those call-outs in just a bit. On a beautiful bluebird day at the Kennedy Space Center.
Blew crazy, right?
Our Crew-5 is in their seats at the very top of that rocket, inside the capsule Endurance, making its second flight. There they are, from left to right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cosmonaut Anna
Yes.
Kikina,
Pythos, yes.
Josh
Derek.
Cassada, Nicole Mann, and Koichi Wakata.
And Daryl, they're getting into position to begin their procedure that'll have them arming that launch escape system that you mentioned. They'll be able to
first stage
hear
reuse
some
capsule
clicking
week.
of valves and follow along on their display screen as once they've kicked off that procedure, as the vehicle kind of catches up and completes that arming sequence. And as you know, once the fueling operations begin, the crew has to be ready to potentially launch somewhere if there was some sort of a problem. And so that launch escape system needs to be in place and armed in preparation for that fueling operation to begin. That system will stay armed throughout the ascent phase until the crew is actually safely in orbit, allowing them a safe way to escape from the Falcon 9 rocket should there be any sort of a problem with the vehicle.
And we're expecting to see the astronauts close their visors and arm the launch escape system that you just talked about, Bob, here in a little over a minute. We'll get the call out from the launch team.
You'll also see them ensure that their feet are in the appropriate locked-in position, their straps are tight, because again, should that system be required, they might be going for a pretty significant dynamic ride. But of course, we don't expect that to happen today, but they'll have that system in place just in case as the appropriate safety measure.
Yeah, Bob, that launch escape system, powered by Super Draco engines, capable of moving Dragon a half a mile in just 7.5 seconds, which is equivalent to a peak velocity of 436 miles per hour. I know you know this system well. You were very much briefed and very aware of its capabilities. You want to be able to not only get off the launch pad, but also get off the rocket while in flight. So it's got to move fast.
Absolutely, Daryl. And for shuttle systems, the crew would really have to do a lot of manual activities to steer the vehicle through the appropriate escape or abort scenarios, as we talked about them in those days. But this system is highly automated, and the crew primarily follows along with its operations.
Dragon, you are go for section 7 of 4.100 to close visors and arm the launch escape system.
Okay, we'd entered 7 here. Visors are closed. Should hear a call for pressurizing.
SpaceX Dragon copies stepping into section 7. All crew visors are closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
SpaceX copies all.
That's Commander Nicole Mann reporting back and confirming. Their visors are closed, and they are ready to arm the launch escape system.
And you can see the crew members pulling their straps and ensuring that they are buckled in, because from a crew perspective, that relaxation period that I talked about earlier is now over.
Yeah, it's all business now. Want to make sure that you're in your seat, firm and tight, for the operation of fueling.
This is also the part of the operation that starts to be a little bit different than training. You really can't capture the
This
tones.
is MD on countdown 1. Launch escape system is verified armed.
LES is armed.
All right, we got the verification of the armed escape system.
So for arming the launch escape system, guys, it's a pressure-fed system. On Dragon's capsule, in order to get the thrusters for the launch escape system and the reaction control systems, so the thrusters that Dragon uses to move around in space, they have a fuel tank, and then they have an oxidizer tank. The fuel tank has monomethyl hydrazine in it, and the oxidizer tank is nitrogen tetroxide. Now, in order to arm the launch escape system, there's a series of valves that they need to basically get those to the engines. Now, how do you do that? Is there a pump? No, not really. They don't use a pumping system. It's actually back pressurized. So they have attached in front of, or behind those tanks, I should say, there are 2 helium tanks. They're a composite overwrap pressure vessel carrying helium at extremely high pressure. And what they do is basically get the system pressurized. They open up the valve to the helium tank, and that fills a bladder inside of the fuel tank. So the fuel is actually inside, basically a balloon that's inside of the metal tank. And they pump helium into a cavity between the where the fuel is and the outside of the tank, and that actually squeezes the bladder, literally like a whoopee cushion almost. It's like inflating a balloon inside of a scuba tank. And they hit the helium inside of the tank, and that squeezes the bladder, and that gets the fuel to go where it needs to go. When the engines, if the engines have to fire, they just open up the taps and then it shoots out. Now, if you notice, the liquid fuel in the oxidizer on Dragon is some weird chemical that I mentioned. Those are chemicals for spacecraft propellant that's really stable on orbit for long periods of time. That's why they use it. Those monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide are hypergolic systems. So all you need to do is pressure feed these things, and when they find each other inside of the rocket's combustion chamber, they'll explode. When they chemically combine, they combust and deflagrate. So they explode. A very simple system. It needs to stay simple, because when you get to building a spacecraft can get very complicated very quickly. Look at the space shuttle. Got to keep it as simple as possible. So when they say the LES is armed, that means the valves are open to be able to flow propellants into the Super Dracos as quickly as possible. The only things that aren't open are the valves to the engines.
Just a few more seconds until that call
AC.
out.
What's up, man? You've returned from Europe to witness greatness. I'm wondering where you were off to. 85 months. Thanks, man. Thanks, Spiffy.
Propellant loading has started.
Okay, go for prop load. So the first thing they're going to do is load RP1 into the first stage. That should be the first step.
The loading of propellant aboard the Falcon 9 rocket, liquid oxygen, and RP1. Got your propellant and your oxidizer, which blended together make quite the combustion.
What is the cylindrical structure with 3
Millions of
rings
pounds
on
of
it?
thrust to get Crew-5 into space.
So it's the Starship component,
there are
dude.
a lot
That's
of
not
details
part
to
of this
that operation,
launch.
Daryl, with each of the stages, and as you mentioned, the oxidizer and the fuel both needing to be loaded, and so the crew will follow along with that carefully as the loading operation commences. If there was any reason for them to need to stop that operation, the crew would expect that propellant loading to kind of be backed out and reversed, and so they'll want to understand the state of that fueling operation going forward, just in case they had to back out of it.
And we've got a social question now from @GrantB117, who asks, how long does it take to complete the fueling operations?
Not
That's
sure,
a great
Barrack.
question, Daryl, and they started it at 35 minutes, because that's really prior to liftoff, because that's how long it takes for the loading operations to kind of get executed. The crew goes through the process, the ground team, of loading that propellant, ensuring that they get the proper commodities on board. The actual sequencing of things might be affected a little bit by the temperature on a given day, but they have that process well monitored, and they begin at 35 minutes, because that's how long it takes to get the rocket all fueled up.
Thank you for asking, or for answering those questions, and to you out there for asking the questions. Keep them coming. #AskNASA on our various social platforms. And again, now
You're talking
that
about that
fueling
thing
for
on the
Falcon
left,
9
Baz?
has started,
It's
that
something
means
for
the 8
Starship.
Super
I'm not
Draco
sure.
engines inside Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from Falcon 9.
I don't know, Mike.
In an instant.
You tell me,
be
buddy.
any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. The NASA and SpaceX teams have trained extensively for exactly that type of contingency.
They'll hear it cooking, yeah. You can hear it being fueled.
And so now let's go over to Kate Tice at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne for another operations update. Kate.
Thanks, Daryl. You can probably tell by the background noise that things are starting to get more exciting now that we're just practically 30 minutes away from launch of Crew-5, certainly counting down the final minutes. Everything's still looking good for
Lemma.
Falcon 9
Appreciate that.
and Dragon. With that launch escape system now armed, we are heading for an on-time launch just 32 minutes from now. As you saw, Falcon 9 propellant load began right on time at T-minus 35 minutes. The first and second stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with
warm
2
bodies
liquid
paid? This isn't a
propellants. One is fuel,
NASA.
which
NASA
is loaded
paid
into
for
a
it, fine.
tank at the bottom
Astronauts
of each
get paid
stage,
to do this.
and the other is an oxidizer, and that's
Be
loaded
dang sure they
into
make
a tank
Hazard
at
pay
the
for this,
top
huh?
of each stage. The fuel that we use to power the Merlin engines is a refined kerosene referred to as RP1, or Rocket Propellant 1. The oxidizer loaded on each stage is a densified liquid oxygen, or LOX. Densified means that it's kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles, and it takes up less volume. And as such, this allows for more oxidizer to be loaded into the first and second stages. Now, to ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use an ignition fluid called TTEB. When TTEB comes into contact with oxygen, it burns, giving off a green-colored flame. Once we have that flame going, we add in the kerosene fuel to the Merlin chamber, and the engine ramps up to full power. You might actually be able to see that green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation, which is expected to happen about 2 minutes and 48 seconds into flight.
Start seeing some condensation.
Right now,
in
we're
the
topping
vehicle
off
now.
helium into pressure vessels on both stages. This is used to pressurize tanks in flight as propellant is pulled out of those tanks by the Merlin turbo pumps. Now, on board the spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring systems from their crew monitors.
Stage 1 cryo-helium loading has started.
All right, there we just heard that the cryo-helium load has begun. Again, that is going into those pressure vessels that I mentioned earlier. Now, the crew training simulator has included playback of the sounds that were recorded in a previous Dragon capsule during recent flights. So all of the pops and the hisses that the vehicle puts out, all the crew has heard those before, though not live. So they are prepared for all the noises, the extra noises that they're now hearing. As for the range, continues to report no problems. They are go to support launch. Weather also clearly looking great. I think we're actually seeing even fewer clouds than we were about 20 minutes ago. We had a less than 10% chance or probability of violation of our weather constraints, also known as a POV. So that's really good. That is for the launch site conditions. We are also tracking downrange weather conditions as well as launch sites around the world in the unlikely event that Dragon needs to escape. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time because we're heading to the International Space Station. So at this point in time, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow, just under 24 hours from today's planned launch. At this point in time, at just under T-minus 30 minutes till launch, let's turn it back over to Jesse and Sandra for an overview of what's to come until liftoff.
Great. Thanks, Kate. Always great to hear that we've got good weather and it looks beautiful over there at KSC. For Crew-5, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 29 hours.
And as we await T0 in just about 28 minutes from now, the ground operations team is doing a series of system checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. And as we wait for the launch clock to hit 0, we want to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of the mission will look like.
Now, once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
About 50 seconds into flight, Falcon's 9 engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. At this point in time, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Now, once we're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events
four
that will
souls go up to
happen in
the
rapid
ISS here in a
succession.
second in about a half
The
hour.
first is MECO, or main engine cutoff. And this is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for
That's a different
stage
rocket,
separation, which is, of course, our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, and the first stage will make its way back to Earth for landing, while the second stage continues on its journey with the third event, which is SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1. And this is where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our Crew-5 astronauts, to orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down to Earth. The first is the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 M1D engines will reignite and shut down. And this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we will wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn is just a single engine burn, powerful enough to bring the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to touch down on the drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
While Falcon 9's first stage is...
So they're talking about the ascent profile, and that's all fine and dandy. So they've started first stage LOX load here and first stage RP1 load. If you look, you can see some condensation happening on the vehicle. Well, that happened. This is one of the things about fueling that I'm talking about. So Falcon 9 is a semi-cryogenic rocket, meaning it has liquid oxygen in RP1. RP1 is, it's diesel fuel, guys. It's diesel fuel. It's just a little bit more refined than diesel fuel, but it's basically, RP1 is the rocket equivalent cousin of diesel fuel. So they're going to fill up the RP1 tank from here down. They're filling that up right now. Notice how they haven't really loaded the second stage yet. They haven't started loading the second stage because what SpaceX is trying to do is get all of the oxidizer in there quickly. Now, that brings me to the second part of the propellant, the oxidizer. The oxidizer is, like I said, it's liquid oxygen, and it's really, really freaking cold, hence semi-cryogenic. Semi-cryogenic's a nice sciencey way of saying it's kind of cold. So the RP1 is not cold because it's just diesel fuel. It can just sit there as fuel, right? So it's just diesel fuel. The liquid oxygen, however, gets a little bit more complicated, okay? So with liquid oxygen, in order to get oxygen, which is typically the gas that you're breathing in right now along with nitrogen, I get it. It typically exists as a gas down here. To get, oh, Bob's flying around on the ISS back there. To get it to exist as a liquid, you have to make it really, 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 really freaking cold. So it's minus 293 Fahrenheit. I think it's 170 C. Minus 170 C. It's really freaking cold. So the thing is, you're starting to run into problems when you flow cold propellants like that. Long story short, they're moving that liquid oxygen in at relatively high pressure at an extremely low temperature. That screws with the boiling point. So the liquid oxygen is boiling. It is boiling as they move it. It likes to evaporate. So you got to be very careful about how you flow the liquid oxygen. But once you do get it into the tank, SpaceX is actually pretty dang good at it. They gotten really good at doing it quickly. Because if you flow liquid oxygen too fast, it'll evaporate too much and it'll overpressurize the line. You'll get a geysering effect. So that's part of the reason why that launch escape system is armed, because if you flow liquid oxygen too fast, you don't want that. That would be bad. But SpaceX has plenty of experience doing it. Easily over 100 Falcon launches. I don't even know what they're up to right now, guys. They're past 150, I think. So if you notice that a little bit of condensation is building up on Falcon 9, it's because that's where the liquid oxygen tank is, and you could literally see how much it's full by the condensation that forms. Because that liquid oxygen, by the time it gets into Falcon 9, you can see it back there behind Shaniqua right there. By the time it gets into Falcon 9, it starts to cool down Falcon 9. And when Falcon 9 gets cooled down, it contracts a little bit, and the metal is basically really, really cold, the metal on the outside. So Falcon 9 is made out of aluminum. That gets cold as well. When that gets cold, any ambient moisture in the atmosphere, when it gets near the rocket, will condense. It'll turn into water. And I don't know if anybody's been to Florida lately. It's a little humid down there. They had a lot of water come from the sky very recently, unfortunately, right? But it gets really cold, and it'll start to condense the atmosphere down there. EJ, unmute.
Crew program.
Clock is
Commander
stopped.
Nicole
Unmute.
Mann, pilot Josh Cassada, and mission specialist Koichi Wakata and Anna Kikina are strapped into their seats inside the Dragon Endurance at the very top of this rocket here. We are listening in to the communications as they talk live to the Falcon 9 team. The rocket is fueling. The operation is doing well. And the launch escape system is armed. Of course, that means Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 rocket in case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff. So far, operations looking and sounding as expected. And we are counting down to our liftoff at just after noon, 12 p.m. and 57 seconds after the hour Eastern time. There was a 1 second adjustment. That's pretty typical as happens when we get to this stage of the mission. The mission is the continuation of rotational crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil on private rockets and spacecraft. Of course, this would not have been possible without the success of the NASA SpaceX Demo 2 test flight now 2 years ago, and of course the safe delivery and return of crews 1, 2, 3, and eventually here in about a week, crew 4. Of course, we're happy to have the pilot from Demo 2, and that's Bob Binken. Appreciate you being here, giving us some great thoughts and explanations about everything that's been happening.
Well, thank you, Daryl. I'm super excited to be here for Crew 5 and get a chance to relive my experience during the Demo 2 mission.
And it's been a great one so far. We've watched the crew get into the capsule. We've watched, they worked through a couple of issues early on, but those have been cleared. A suit leak check and a hatch leak check that had to be double checked. Now we're rolling along and moving towards liftoff. A couple things that are coming up as we count down. We're going to have stage 2 RP1 load complete. That's in 20 seconds. A few seconds later, we'll get strong back chill. That will begin in order to set the stage for the stage 2 liquid oxygen load.
I'm waiting for an apology from people from chat. I'll wait. Guys, I'm paying attention to the clock, okay? I'm paying attention. While I'm giving my explanations, I'm watching it in the back of my head.
Once it completes,
Don't worry.
we'll hear that call out.
Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
Oh wait, it's probably not going to come. Don't worry. It's fine.
There, you heard it.
You want to know what that's
Let's talk
doing,
a
or do you
little
guys
bit
want to
about the
listen to
crew.
them? I'll
Just
sit here and
joining
wait.
us, we
You
have
tell
a
me.
4-person crew that we call Crew 5, and it's commanded by Nicole Mann. She holds a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering and is a colonel in the Marine Corps. She was an FA-18 Hornet and Super Hornet test pilot and deployed twice aboard aircraft carriers in support of combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nicole was selected by NASA in June of 2013, and in the years that followed, led the astronaut corps in the development of hardware for our Artemis program. Today, the Crew 5 commander will be flying into space for the first time, and
All good,
once
boys.
she
Don't worry about
reaches
it.
space, she will be the first Native American woman to stay on
You know,
station.
like here.
A historic first for NASA.
Here's what I'll do, fellas. I'll put this stream in the chat. I'll put the link in there. If you don't like my commentary, you can go watch that stream. Okay? You can go watch that stream. It's good. Go over there.
U.S. Navy test pilot flew
Done.
the P-3C,
Doesn't need to be
the
complicated.
P-8A, as well as 23 combat missions. He later became an instructor at the U.S. Naval
Nice,
Test
boy.
Pilot School, which is a path to NASA for military officers. Cassida is one of more than 100 graduates who have become astronauts, going all the way back to the Mercury program. More recently, he served as capsule communicator and mission control, but today he is the pilot aboard Dragon.
Yeah, pray.
It's a seat I know well, and I look forward to seeing Josh support Nicole and the rest of the crew on their way towards the International Space Station.
The mission specialist now, Koichi Wakata, he's the veteran, a Japanese astronaut who has a doctorate in aerospace engineering.
Look at all the missions Koichi's
In
flown.
1996, he became the first Japanese mission specialist aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour for STS-72.
I got it.
Altogether,
I'm not
Koichi
fishing for
flew
compliments,
4
dude.
Space Shuttle missions, a Roscosmos Soyuz, and was on a long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. During his 2-decade career as an astronaut, Koichi has spent 11 months in space. Bob, you spent a fair amount of time in space yourself. It's great to have a veteran aboard.
It absolutely is, and in addition to being a veteran, Koichi just has a wonderful personality that I know is just it's key to kind of success
The birds
on
will
board the
go
space
away,
station.
Wire. Don't worry. It's going to get loud right in this area here in a
Our
little
second
bit.
mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina. She graduated from the Novosibirsk State Academy of Water Transport in 2006. In 2012, Anna officially became a candidate for the position of test cosmonaut. Crew 5 will be Anna's first flight into space, along with 2 of her other fellow astronauts. Now, each of these 4 crew members will be part of Expedition 68 once they arrive at the International Space Station. And there you see them there inside Crew Dragon Endurance, the second flight for this Dragon. I want to let you know, if you're here locally, you want to step outside and enjoy the launch, we've got a small radio. You can pick us up on VHF radio frequency 146.940 on the megahertz scale, and on UHF radio frequency 444.925 megahertz FM mode. You can hear that all within
Tested that
Brevard
in the
County,
90s, Hooded.
right here on
Look
the
up
beautiful
STS
Space
98.
Coast.
or STS-95 in 1998. Excuse me.
And you can see the...
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
Just got the call out that the Stage 2 LOX load has started.
Okay, so all that smoke that was coming out of the back of Falcon 9 there, they were basically chilling down that line for the same reasons that I was talking about with propellant evaporation. They're chilling down the line. And they're also making sure that they're getting everything out of it. The line is purged with nitrogen before they flow the liquid oxygen. So what you saw is cold nitrogen and a mixture of kind of cold oxygen coming out the side there. And they basically get the line chilled down in preparation for Stage 2 LOX flow. You should start to see that condensation start forming around about midway up the second stage, around the outside of the stage. Once again, they're going to try to time it so first and second stage get filled up completely with liquid oxygen and RP1 all at the same time.
That should be wrapping up here momentarily. Densified liquid oxygen loading is underway on both the first and second stages.
It's the first flight for this booster.
Those look to be...
Second flight for the capsule pod. Hey Shirley, how are you?
About 80% on the first stage and has only just recently begun on the second stage. So not much there yet. That will wrap up at T-3 minutes and T-2 minutes respectively. Now, as for checkouts of thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, those are coming up. We basically check to make sure that the thrust vector controllers are able to actuate the engines themselves. That's what helps create gimbal for those engines, and gimbaling is actually how Falcon 9 steers itself. So those are coming up along with throttle valve checkouts on the engines.
Basically doing something like that.
The Dragon mission director and team are currently reporting no issues, so really good on that
front. That's a real picture, but that's not Falcon 9.
are complete. The crew access arm is retracted, as we can see there.
That's the big boy. That's the thing that launches from that other tower
ready to
in
go,
the background.
as you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen. Everybody continuing to monitor prop load there on their crew monitors. Now, final instructions to the crew come at T-10 minutes. At that point, their crew displays will be configured for launch. This setup gives the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. At T-5 minutes, we'll hear the call out that will be in terminal count, and at that point, Dragon will transition to internal power.
Okay, Groggy.
We'll hear continued call outs on the countdown.
The NASA chat gets a little unmoderated. It gets a little rowdy in there.
As for range, they continue to be go, continuing to monitor the launch corridor, and everything remains green. As for weather, we're looking at 7-mile-per-hour winds at the launch site. And as I said before, as the countdown continues, we are seeing fewer and fewer clouds. Just an absolutely stunning day there at Kennedy Space Center. Let's check back in with Daryl to see the last couple minutes prior to liftoff.
Noon and 50 seconds.
It really couldn't be more perfect out here weather-wise for a launch. How about that, Bob?
It just looks absolutely stunning to look out and see the vehicle ready to go, the crew on board, strapped in. I'm just super excited for them.
And there's a view of the countdown clock and the historic American flag that has been standing there since the space shuttle program.
There's the crew.
Now you're looking at a pic of Crew-5. Crew-5 flying aboard the Dragon capsule Endurance, and the booster that you see behind them that they're posing with is a brand new one. Actually was damaged in transit from California to Texas.
They hit a bridge.
But it was fixed, repaired. Crew did a great job.
They 11-foot aided the booster. No joke.
And at the time that Falcon 9 launches Dragon to space,
what a shot.
The International Space Station will be 260 statute miles over Australia. Crew-5 will then spend the next 21 hours with Mission Control Team that you see there in Houston, standing by, getting ready for the beginning of this mission. They'll spend 29 hours rather, chasing down the International Space Station for a rendezvous at 4:57 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow evening. One of the longer transits, Bob.
It's true. It's a little bit longer than usual, or average, I would say, as we work towards Crew-5. But as the launch dates shift around, that changes the time that you can actually arrive on space station. They've got plenty of consumables, so it should be fun to have some time in space.
And when they arrive tomorrow evening, we'll have live coverage on NASA TV of docking, as well as the Crew-5 welcome ceremony at 8:15 p.m.
Nova Ninja, they made sure
Eastern
they did that
time,
already.
7:15 p.m. Central.
We'll be here for that.
Discovery, go at
in the morning.
And some final thoughts, Bob, as we get ready to watch Crew-5 launch into space.
You know, my opportunity to sit here and watch Crew-5 go has just been inspiring again to see another vehicle head towards the International Space Station. Again, I'm excited for them and just hopeful that Nicole, Josh, Koichi, and Anna have just a wonderful mission. I know that they've got a wonderful launch in front of them.
Licking the booster.
Absolutely, and that's what we're rooting for here. And
Remember
so
Christmas Story?
T-minus
That,
11
but
minutes
worse.
and counting. We're going to spin our chairs around and watch the launch. We're going to let Kate and the team focus on the pad as we proceed through the final stretch of the countdown. I'll turn it over to Kate Tice at SpaceX
They have about a week of
headquarters
overlap
in California to take us through. Take it away, Kate.
Thanks, Daryl. As you can probably tell by the background noise, the crowd is definitely growing here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Certainly one of our company traditions is to watch the launch itself from behind Mission Control, which you see there on your screen. You can see this is Mission Control Hawthorne, or as you sometimes hear referred to as MCCX. And then, of course, a crowd of employees watching from behind. I personally also stand there if I'm not doing the webcast, so I can confirm it's a great spot to watch launch. Like I said, as you can see, the energy is certainly starting to grow now that we're about to hit T-minus 10 minutes. Beautiful view there of Falcon 9 and Dragon on the pad, ready to take Crew-5 to space.
We did discuss
Dragon, SpaceX. Confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
T-minus 10 minutes.
Let's go. We would like to give a huge thanks to the NASA and SpaceX team, the thousands of people for their development, preparation, and training in getting Endurance and Crew-5 to the launch pad today, and your continued support in helping to make this a successful mission. We look forward to joining the rest of our Expedition 68 crew members aboard the International Space Station. And a special thanks on behalf of all the crew to our family and friends. It is your love and support that help make dreams come true. Now let's do this. Crew-5 displays are configured for launch.
Never give up!
Copy.
Never give up!
Nicole, Josh, Koichi, and Anna, on behalf of the entire team at SpaceX, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
And those words from Nicole Mann, the first female commander of a Dragon, as she thanked the many folks that have helped get them to this point. We're now less than 9 minutes away from launch today. Upon liftoff, you'll hear a number and letter combinations which mark different abort zones throughout the flight, as well as some performance calls. The first two are 1A and 1B, and those signify the first stage.
Godspeed is to wish someone a prosperous journey, short bus.
The next are 2A through 2E, and those will come into play once the second stage kicks in, lasting from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. You'll also hear a spot that is to be avoided, and you might hear Shannon or forward to Shannon, and that actually refers to Shannon, Ireland, meaning they would target off the east coast of Ireland if they were later in that second stage and did need to abort for some reason. So the next major milestone that we're looking towards will come just seconds from now, and that will be when engine chill begins on the first stage of the engine.
That's right. So engine chill is basically when we take a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen and we flow it through the turbo pumps of the Merlin M1D engines on the first stage. This helps to prepare the turbo pumps and avoid any thermal shock to the hardware when they see the full flow of liquid oxygen during ignition. We're also expecting the conclusion of prop load for the RP1 on first stage to wrap up at T-minus 6 minutes. LOX load continues to be underway on both first and second stages. Again, wrapping those at T-minus 3 minutes and 2 minutes.
And after that, we'll hear a number of call-outs related to Dragon's flight computer. Some will be
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
Okay, thermal conditioning on the first stage engine.
And you did just hear that call out that stage 1 engine.
It's basically, it's a thermal condition. They did just talk about it a second ago. That liquid oxygen has to cool down the engine. Remember, when you start flowing that liquid oxygen, you're changing the structure of the engine. It's thermally contracting because the liquid oxygen is so cold. So they basically flow that in there first because you don't want to flash freeze the engine. If you do that, this kills the rocket engine, like Terminator style, like hasta la vista, baby. So like that, it'll shatter it. You don't want to do that. Also, you don't want gas going into your liquid rocket engine. Yeah, that's not good for it either. Yeah, that's bad for it. So basically what this does is it primes the engines to get them ready to fire and thermally conditions the engines to get them down to the proper temperatures for operation.
As I was saying, the venting that you see on the vehicle is totally normal. That's just some of the super chilled densified liquid oxygen just vaporizing as it comes into contact and vents.
The whole nose cone moves out of the way, Hotbox.
And coming up, we'll also hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count. And then it will be transferred over to internal power. And then we'll hear that propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, which helps add some additional rigidity and structural support as we get ready for strong back retract.
Also, a lot of people, when we started doing the cast about 3.5 hours ago, thought like, oh man, there's a lot of downtime. That's a long time away from launch. Well, that 3 hours flew by, 3.5 hours flew by pretty quick, huh? Yeah. Went by pretty fast.
We are preparing for that strong back retraction.
Coming up in just a few seconds, we should hear that Dragon is in terminal count.
I mean, sometimes gets your adrenaline going a little bit, but yeah, 5 minutes.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Okay. Yeah, Cherokee, it's fun.
All right, there we heard that call. Dragon onboard computers have now taken control of the
How many
vehicle.
Gs? Up to 4.5 on ascent.
First stage locks or liquid oxygen loading is
7-0?
underway. And we'll
Yeah,
wrap
up to
at
4.5.
T-3
After
minutes.
that, the human body doesn't really like
Second
it.
stage will wrap its locks load at T-2 minutes.
Thanks, Wombat. I
Launch
appreciate
teams
it.
continue to report no issues, and everything remains green and for an on-time launch.
Retract has started.
Okay. Watch the arms will open here, and the strong back will move to the 89-degree position here.
And here in just a couple
When the
seconds,
rocket launches,
you might be
it'll
able to
throw back.
see
It'll go
the strong back
that
arm
way.
as it does begin to retract. As Kate said, it will recline 2 degrees.
We can just barely make out
About the same
clamp
hypersonic.
the clamp
Maybe a
arms
little bit
are
more.
now beginning to move.
The clicking, that noise that you're hearing, that outgassing, is just
All right,
them
now
making
those
sure that the
clamp
tanks
arms
are at a
removed,
nominal pressure.
As Sandra said, this will retract by 2 degrees, and then at liftoff, the strong back will retract another to 45 degrees, allowing Falcon 9 to clear.
Watch, Falcon 9's gonna.
Strong back is part of the
wiggle.
transporter erector, and the transporter erector
She's
is
wiggling.
what provides the liquids, and the gases, and the electrical connections.
Wiggling
to
a
the
little bit.
vehicle. It's also what we use to integrate the vehicle in its horizontal position.
That's okay,
You can
that's
see
supposed to
that
happen.
Retraction just now.
And the next call out that we should hear in about 20 seconds is that the first stage LOX load is complete.
Remember, they try to top these tanks off right when they're good to go, right when they go to launch.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
And there we go, all of the oxidizer loaded on stage 1. Soon we'll hear that stage 2 LOX load is complete, and that will be the last propellant call out we'll hear today. Now less than
Guys,
3 minutes
I'm
until
gonna run
launch.
an ad now to make sure that during launch
and it is on internal
nobody
power.
sees ads. Okie dokie.
All right, there we heard the good news that Dragon is now on internal power. Again, the white clouds that you see there at the base of the Dragon
I don't want ads
trunk,
during
totally
ascent or
normal.
during
That's
launch,
just the
so we
vapor,
ran one.
From the liquid oxygen.
I hate it
Again,
for what it's
second
worth.
stage
I
now
can't stand
wrapping
it.
up
I'd
its
rather
LOX load.
not do it and have it make me no money. I'd rather
stage
make less
wrapping up
money,
its LOX
but we're gonna
load,
do it so nobody
just a few minutes
sees an
ago,
ad during
and
the
now
freaking
moving
ascent.
toward
That would suck.
Wrap up of second stage LOX load, which will complete at T-2 minutes.
I hate them. I hate
Coming
them
up
with a
on 2
fiery
minutes
freaking
until
passion.
liftoff, standing by for word that stage 2 LOX load has been completed.
Yeah, huge crit for sure. I hate it so much. I don't like running ads. I don't like doing that. It's really annoying. But
Dragon is in
I want
auto
people to
idle.
see the ascent. I don't want an ad
Stage
popping up
2
middle
LOX
of
load is
max
complete.
Q.
There we heard the call out.
So,
Falcon 9 is now
let's pick up the
completely
count. Let's go
fueled.
back to it.
All of its propellants. So
Gas closeouts are starting.
Okay, there's the gas purge. They don't want
all
any
of its
propellants
and we
inside
can
of the
see
strong
that
back during
leftover
launch.
liquid oxygen now being vented or released, now flowing further away from the vehicle. So nearly 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen in RP1 now on board Falcon 9. It is fully loaded and ready for launch.
And coming up at T-minus 1 minute, we'll hear that Dragon is in countdown. Its flight computer will switch to countdown mode, and we'll hear that the flight termination system on Falcon 9 is armed.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Flight termination system is online.
Countdown.
Dragon's flight computer in countdown. The flight termination
50
system
seconds.
now armed.
We should get the final go for launch from SpaceX Launch Director Mark
Dragon,
Soltis.
SpaceX. Godspeed. Go for launch.
Let's light this candle.
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
SpaceX
T-minus
reports
30
go.
seconds.
Crew
30 seconds.
reports go. 30 seconds until liftoff.
T-minus 15.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
10. 9.
Down
8.
suppression system should
7,
arm.
6. 5. 4. 3.
Engine ignition.
1. Ignition. Engines full power.
We're flying today. 7. Stand by for the call from Mode 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
GNC.
Vehicle is
nope.
pitching
Flight
downrange.
dynamics
Stage 1
confirms.
propulsion is nominal.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Stand by for the call from the crew from Mode 1. Mode 1 is the abort contingency.
We're now
mode
at
here.
T plus 35 seconds into the 5th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Coming up in just a few seconds, we'll hear the call out for Stage 1 throttle down.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Okay, they're in the throttle bucket for maximum
Falcon
dynamic
9
pressure.
engines throttling down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
This period is known as max Q, and once the vehicle... There we just heard that the vehicle is now traveling faster than the speed of sound. Once through max Q, we'll throttle those
Supersonic.
Merlin
Lost
engines
track,
back up.
switch cameras.
Max Q. Stage 1 throttle up.
Stage 1 is out of the throttle bucket after maximum dynamic pressure.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Mode 1 Bravo, called by
Copy,
Commander
1
Nicole
Bravo.
Mann.
That call out for 1 Bravo means we're in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance. The crew is already
baby,
pulling
fly.
over 2 Gs. And next up is going to be a couple of events in rapid succession. First will be engine chill on the second stage and back
Chill has
engine.
started.
And there you heard
Thermal
that call
conditioning
out.
on the second
And then
stage.
we'll have MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines igniting will cut off in preparation for second stage separation.
Basically priming the second stage for engine
Then
ignition.
we'll see the single Merlin
have main engine
vacuum
cut off in
engine
about
on the
30
second
seconds.
stage ignite and continue to carry the Crew-5 astronauts to orbit.
Once the stage separates, you'll hear the call. For
Just
the
like
next
we did
abort
on first
contingency
stage,
mode.
that MVAC chill is intended to help pre-chill the hardware prior to the full flow of that densified liquid oxygen.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Okay, stage 1 is
At this
throttling
point
down
in time,
to
those 9 Merlin engines are beginning
ramp-
to throttle down
ramp
in
down the
preparation
engines for
for
separation.
MECO or main engine
and main
cutoff.
engine cutoff. Ronnie, they ain't even close to space yet. That's the crazy
Standing
part.
by for MECO.
Okay, there's main engine cutoff,
MECO.
gas purge on the first stage.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha,
Stage separation
abort
confirmed.
contingency call
Copy,
from Nicole
2
Mann.
Alpha.
There
Control
we should
copies
see
2 Alpha,
that
stand by
second
for engine
engine
ignition.
begin to ignite now.
Back ignition.
And obviously confirmed by the loud
Got a good
cheer
second stage
behind us
ignition.
here at Mission Control Hawthorne.
And
First
we're
stage,
also in 2
now reconfigure for
Alpha 40
landing.
aborts if needed. Again, second stage is lit and continuing to carry the Crew-5 astronauts into orbit.
What a shot.
We're now getting a view of the first stage after that stage
drone ship
separation. The second stage still being illuminated by that single Merlin vacuum engine, and that's on the right-hand side of your screen. First stage on the left-hand side of your screen making its way back to Earth. We will be attempting to land it on our drone ship, which today we are using just read the instructions.
Acquisition signal, Bermuda.
They have an AOS through the ground station at Bermuda.
And we did hear that acquisition of the ground station in Bermuda.
I see it back there, Panta.
The first stage is continuing to make its way back to Earth.
The read that you're seeing, guys, is solid oxygen.
Trajectory nominal.
It's coming out of the solid
Another
oxygen
good
vent
call.
line on the second
Trajectory
stage.
nominal.
Captain copy.
Confirmation there from Commander Nicole Mann.
And then over here on the left
You can
side,
also
what you see coming
sort
off the
of
booster
see
is
the,
solid
the
nitrogen.
Space Coast there in the background of the first stage on the left-hand side of your screen. It also looks like you can actually see the thrust plume created by the first stage
Contrail.
as it's now
See it right
rotating
there?
just out of screen.
Yeah. You see the contrail. You see the ascent corridor for the first stage.
Second stage is going to continue firing until a little over 8 minutes
I see
into
it,
the
Kirsten,
flight.
yeah.
Really doing the heavy lifting now, getting the crew into orbit.
Everything continues
anything
to
that you
look
see coming
nominal
off-
on both first and second stages.
Anything you see
As
coming
I
off the
mentioned
boosters,
before,
guys,
the
I'll
first
tell
stage
you.
will be making
But this stuff right
a
there,
landing on one of our
solid
drone
nitrogen
ships,
coming
which
out
is
of the
currently parked
SOX
a
vent
couple
line.
hundred miles off the coast of Florida
On
in the
the
Atlantic
second
Ocean.
stage.
So we can see now that
So see that thing? That thing is shooting out liquid not liquid nitrogen. It's shooting out liquid oxygen. It's a tap. It's kind of like it's a vent line. And when that gas hits the vacuum, it immediately solidifies, and some of it builds up on this recirculation manifold right here. This manifold right here is designed for film cooling the nozzle. And basically, if you notice, the nozzle is really, really warm right here, but it's not very warm right there. They're using some of the pump exhaust gas to cool that nozzle to make sure that it doesn't melt. That's how they can keep it nice and cool, well, cooler up there in the vacuum. So part of that is you do see some solid oxygen
first stage will be
getting
performing
accumulated on that
burns,
manifold there. That's
a
normal. That
re-entry
happens all
burn
the time.
where we reignite
Now,
3 of the Merlin
over here on the left side,
Merlin
if you see some stuff floating around out here, it's for the same reason, but it's gas that's getting outgassed into the vacuum. What's going on over there is that solid nitrogen. If you see this little nubbin thing right there, it keeps kind of pulsing. That's an attitude control system designed to orient Falcon 9 in preparation for its landing. They use basically compressed nitrogen, and they shoot the nitrogen off in different directions. When that cold gas hits the vacuum, it solidifies immediately. So you do see some kind of snowflakes going around, but they're not water snowflakes. It's nitrogen. It's solid nitrogen.
This single engine can produce over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space. Now over 200 kilometers in altitude.
When Falcon 9 gets ready for landing, it will perform an entry burn here. The entry burn is basically designed to push the re-entry heating out of the way and also slow the first stage down. It is my absolute favorite thing to say, and it's one of the coolest things that I've ever seen with spaceflight. Chat loves it when I say supersonic retro propulsion. So what's going to happen here is that the first stage, you could tell it's pretty much up there in space, isn't it? What's going to happen now is, well, it's going to come back down. You can see the atmosphere right there, and when it hits the atmosphere, it's going to get re-entry heating just like anything else does. Just like anything else that tries to come back from space. So what's going to happen here is they're going to fire the engines. They're going to fire the engines on Falcon 9 to slow it down. But what it's also doing is pushing the re-entry heating out of the way. Now, what is re-entry heating? Re-entry heating is compressed gas that builds up on the bottom of the vehicle because it's flying business end first. That gas gets so ridiculously compressed per the ideal gas law that it gets really, really freaking hot. And when it gets really hot, it ionizes and it turns into plasma. That plasma does accumulate down at the bottom of the booster. Now what they do is they use the rocket engines to literally shoo that plasma away from the vehicle and envelop Falcon 9 in a nice cooler column of gas. Now, I know what people are going to say. Rocket exhaust is cool. Yeah, it's cooler than plasma. Plasma is really, 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 really hot. That's enough. The rocket is designed to fly with the rocket engines going, and it's designed to deal with that heat. So shooting off the rocket engines to push the plasma out of the way effectively is the heat shield for Falcon 9. That's why the first stage doesn't have like thermal tiles on it or like a heat shield or anything. The rocket engine is the heat shield, which is actually really cool.
Everything continues to look nominal for both the first and second stages.
Stage 2 terminal guidance call.
And the crew with the second stage still attached is now traveling over 13,000 miles per hour.
We need this number to be about
28,000 away from Seco 1.
They are on the way to Shannon.
Shannon,
Stage 1 transonic.
that call out for Shannon
Stage
Ironman,
1 is
indicative
now
of our
transonic,
final abort zone.
slowing
After
itself
this, we'll
down
see
as it gets
second
into the
stage
thicker
shut
parts of
off,
the atmosphere
and we'll
here.
be
The grid
listening
fin
for
should steer it.
confirmation of a good orbit, which tells us the crew and Dragon are exactly where they need to be.
A lot of pressure, a lot of aerodynamic pressure is built up on those grid fins. You see them wiggling around?
Confirmation that the
Stage 1 landing burn.
Okay, stand by for the stage 1 landing burn there.
The entry.
SpaceX nominal orbit insertion.
We have a good call for nominal orbital insertion.
And you heard that call
Perfect.
for a good insertion. We will
Okay,
coast for a
grid
few
fins are
minutes.
steering it in. When the grid fins
There
get
we
to,
can
when the
see
rocket's going
the
slow enough, the
drone
grid
ship coming
fins will
into
stop
view
and it'll
as
switch to straight
Falcon 9
gimbal power
attacks.
there. Grid fins
Stage
stop,
1
landing legs deployed.
You can see those landing legs
Come
have
on
now
down now.
deployed.
A little bit off kilter. First stage lives to fly another
See
day.
on your screen, and
Not bad.
You can hear by
Not
the
bad.
clapping and cheering behind
Not bad
me.
at all.
Falcon 9 has landed on our drone ship just through the instructions.
Perfect.
Parked off the coast of Florida.
They have a loss of signal from Cape
And again,
Canaveral.
that second
They're out of range of the
stage
ground tracking station.
separation will be coming up just a couple of minutes now. We do coast for a few minutes
Acquisition signal Newfoundland.
They have
after
AOS
second
for Newfoundland.
engine cutoff to allow any rates
Stand up.
to or motion to dampen
We're
out and
looking up
settle.
the business end of the capsule here.
And looks like we're going to get a view of the second stage as it separates here shortly.
It's okay, Tessa. It's probably cleaned off all the rust. See some of that solid oxygen
We did
getting
hear that the crew has been
stuck there on that vent
successfully
line.
inserted into a good orbit.
A call for NOI.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know, Creeper. Probably not. So a little bit
Again,
on
the
this.
crew is still
These
attached to
kind
the
of
second
marks right
stage.
here mark the ground tracking stations. Now, they are using TDRS to track this, but SpaceX is using their own redundant ground stations because why have one way to communicate with the capsule when you can have two? Makes sense, right?
We are expecting stage separation to occur in just over a minute from now.
So those
about
kind
1
of
minute
windows
and
that you
8
see on that map view there
That's
show
when
the areas where they have signal with ground
when
stations.
the second stage will separate from the Dragon trunk. The Dragon trunk is the part
Oh
of
yeah, no,
hardware
Struzzel Crew, they're
where
fine.
we are able
You
to
don't get over
house
4
the,
Gs
cargo that is
during
able
ascent.
to be
That's on
exposed to
purpose
the
so they
vacuum
don't,
of
so that
space,
doesn't happen.
as well as the solar panels which help power Dragon while it is on orbit. Again, that stage separation is now coming up in about 30 seconds. After stage separation, we will have nose cone deployment. Now that Dragon is in
No,
the
Alex, I
vacuum
don't
of
think
space,
so.
we will be able to open the nose cone and expose that
Yeah,
forward
Jack, I
hatch,
saw it.
which is what is utilized to dock autonomously.
I don't
with
think
the
those are
International
T-Locks, guys. They might be, though. And SpaceX
And
is
that
known for
nose
using
cone
off-the-shelf
does stay
components,
closed
but I think
for the
those are
flight
hex heads.
uphill to help protect all of the guidance, navigation, and control sensors. We are standing by for second stage separation.
I don't know, Tessa, maybe. Okay, we should see a separation event here happening on the right screen. There, yeah, oh, there we go.
And there is separation.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Nice.
And Dragon, this is your launch director.
Dragon copies and
Dragon, it's your launch director on Dragon. On behalf of the entire launch and recovery team, it was an honor and a pleasure to be a part of this mission with you. And while October 3rd may belong to the Mean Girls, October 5th will forever belong to Crew-5. Godspeed, Endurance. Cheers.
Okay. There's some reaction control system firing.
the Falcon team. Woo! That was a smooth ride uphill. You got 3 rookies that are pretty happy to be floating in space right now, and 1 veteran astronaut who's pretty happy to be back as well. Let's see what you got to say, Coochie.
Soccer team, it was a smooth ride, and I see all the 3 happy faces here. Back in 0G, and I appreciate all the help to give us a smooth ride and training. And thank you so much. JAXA の支援隊の皆さん、非常にスムーズな打ち上げでした。打ち上げご支援していただいた皆さん、応援に駆けつけてくださった皆さん、ありがとうございました。この調子でチームワークを持って頑張ります。Thank you for your support. Anya.
Arigato. Wakata-san.
Falcon 9 and fellow agencies, to Roscosmos, NASA, and JAXA and SpaceX exactly for giving us this opportunity. We're so glad to do it together. And thank you for everybody, for all people who with us. Спасибо большое всем агентствам Роскосмос, NASA, JAXA и, естественно, SpaceX за предоставленную нам возможность. Мы рады всем экипажам делать то, что мы сейчас делаем. И большое спасибо всем людям, кто сейчас с нами.
Спасибо, Anna. Это хорошо.
Some really nice words there from the Crew-5 crew, as well as...
Yeah, baby.
Thanks for the words. Had a great ride. Have a good mission. We'll see you later.
A wonderful Mean Girls reference there by Launch Director Mark Soltis, and then we just heard from...
The second stage will burn up,
Chief
Apollo.
Engineer
They'll
Dan
deorbit
Alex. We just heard our first Quindar tone, indicating the crew is on space.
Dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Expected loss of signal, New Hampshire.
They have a LOS through New Hampshire.
And Kate, it did
There's a
look like
Mean
we were
Girls
getting our
reference
first
by the
views
launch
of that
director.
microgravity indicator.
I did see that as well.
Oh my god. Okay.
And we're getting views now of the
I'll
crew
allow it.
on orbit,
Sure,
3
why
of
not?
them for the first time ever. We saw some cheers, some high fives. Looks like they're feeling great.
It looks like Einstein, Alex? I'm not sure. I didn't get a good close-up shot.
Hopefully we can see that 0G indicator float back into view and hopefully get a better shot of it. I couldn't quite tell what it was, although it kind of looked like it may have been an Einstein doll. But that's just kind of what it looked like from the backside.
I think you're right, Kate. It looked like a baby Einstein to
About
me.
23 hours, Shirley. And now they're making their way across the North Atlantic here. Should
So
be
the
coming up
next
off the coast of
milestone that we're
Ireland.
looking ahead towards is the nose cone opening.
You got a nice second stage view there. Second stage, of course, is separated from Dragon at this point.
If you've just joined us,
And there's a shot from the front of the first
We had a
stage.
successful liftoff
that's
exactly
nice.
16 minutes ago of the Crew-5 mission.
I don't hate that.
They had an on-time liftoff from Kennedy Space Center at noon Eastern Time. They had a smooth ride up to orbit. The first stage landed successfully on our drone ship.
We should have
Just
an
read the
acquisition of signal
instructions,
through Goon Hilly
and everything
here
has been looking
in-
good so far. We are hoping to get another view on board Dragon
next
once we're able
couple
to
minutes.
get that camera back. But so far, everything leading up to this point in
Second
time, we
stage
got a
will
shot
deorbit,
there of
Mach.
the
Gotta be a
MVAC
good-
engine,
gotta
which
be a
is
good
no
steward up
longer
there. You don't wanna
firing.
leave
It
that
is
up there. That's bad.
coasting with that
Because it
second
just will
attached to
careen
the
out of
second
control.
stage,
That's not a good
which has
idea.
been separated from Dragon. Yeah, so everything was
You don't wanna
super
ghost ride
smooth
the second
this morning,
stage.
starting all the way back.
They'll deorbit it.
I think we got here around T-minus 4 hours, and super smooth countdown. Beautiful day from Kennedy Space Center. It looked like a gorgeous view.
It is turning.
From
They're trying to
where
get a good
Daryl
image of
and
the
Bob
nose
were
cone
sitting.
opening, Charles.
But yeah,
so
we are
the second
standing
stage is
by
pointing
for
at Dragon
the nose
to watch
cone
it
opening.
to open
now
up the
that
nose
the
cone.
Dragon spacecraft is in space, we are able to
Expected loss of signal, Newfoundland.
They
we are
have a
able to
loss of
open
signal
up
through
that
Canada there,
nose cone
through
and expose
Newfoundland.
the forward hatch, which is what is utilized to autonomously dock with the International Space Station, but of course to protect that hardware as
Acquisition
well
of signal, Goon Hilly.
as
They
well
have an
as
AOS through Goon
protect
Hilly.
the guidance and navigation control hardware. We keep that nose cone closed during launch preparations and during the ascent portion.
oh,
so,
go back to that.
As you can saw there momentarily, Dragon is in space, and the
They
Crew
can move
4,
around
excuse
in
me,
the
the
cabin,
Crew 5
Stardust. They turn the
astronauts, all
fasten
4 of
seatbelt
them
sign off.
are floating, or they will be able to float soon. We're hoping to get another view of that 0G indicator once we're able to bring onboard cabin views back to you.
Not
of
yet,
the
Ilya.
Crew-5
It'll
crew.
burn up over
We
the
always like
Indian
to see
Ocean.
what the what the zero-G
They'll do a
gravity
deorbit burn
indicator
over
is,
there.
as you saw earlier in the webcast, Bob actually brought the zero-G indicator that he and Doug used on the Demo 2 mission, a lovely sequin dinosaur, which I also have one at my desk. Not the Bob obviously has the one that went to space. Mine is a replica, but we love seeing these zero-G indicators. It's a really nice way to connect those of us on ground with the folks up in space.
Everything was
so
really
as I
good.
said before, we are anticipating nose cone deployment shortly. I'm going to do a quick check-in.
We got a shot off the front of the Dragon. There's the nose cone opening.
The hooks have been released, and we see that
some of
nose
the
cone
pilot
moving
dowel
with a
system right there.
pretty up-close shot.
It's the next orbit, Braden.
We're continuing to see
The
that
dots
nose
that are
cone
connected on the
open,
map
and
view are loss of
as we've
signal,
mentioned,
acquisition
this
of
does
signal.
uncover a number of critical systems for the flight up to the space station that will be required for docking.
Okay, the nose cone is opening
There
on
are
Dragon
6
here.
hooks
You
that
can see the
hold
light
nose
from the
cone
window
in
at the
place
front of the
during
hatch.
the launch and ascent
That's
portions.
light from inside of the
Those have
cabin,
begun
casting
to
on the inside of the
retract,
nose
and
cone as it
the
opens.
nose cone is beginning to swing open. The nose cone is about 2/3 of the way open at this time, so we do expect it to be fully open here shortly.
Not that I know of, Scott. Okay, camera that's behind the nose cone,
Shortly
seeing the sun
after
here
nose
for the
cone
second
deployment,
time
the
now.
crew will be able
Capsule
to
is
get their
reused.
visors open, and they'll be given the okay to get out of their suits, and that will allow them to settle in for
Why open the cone
their
so
ride
soon?
to the International Space Station.
That's actually a really good question. Why do you open the cone now? Because you don't want to get to the ISS and then have the cone have a problem. Think about it. You don't want to do that. Open it now, make sure that it works, because if the nose cone doesn't open, well, then you're coming back down. It's going to be a short trip, right? So one of the first things that they do is get on orbit is make sure that they can open the nose cone to dock to the ISS. Because like I said, you don't want to get to the ISS, get all that way, and then have the nose cone not open. That would be not ideal.
Also imagine that the 3 first-time space goers will have
90 minutes,
a
Stoner, at this
brief
altitude is
period
one
of
orbit. That's the
acclimation to
orbital
gravity.
period.
I know I certainly would, and I also recognize that my period probably wouldn't be very brief in order to get acclimated to that
too,
lack
Thomas,
of gravity. But yeah, this is something that
This is Dragon
the
Endurance
veteran
night.
astronauts on board station are always happy to help really
main thrusters
introduce
for Dragon
the
are
new
under the
space
cone.
goers
That's right, Lena.
to the new environment.
Absolutely, and we did also hear that there was good service section Draco checkouts that took
fellas,
place.
you guys might actually be able to see this over in Europe because you're getting into the twilight. If you look up, the sun will still be illuminating Dragon. So if you're in Europe and it's not cloudy, I would go outside. So like Denmark, Germany, you'd want northern Italy might be able to see it. Hungary, if you're in those countries, Slovenia, around there, because we're flying northwest to southeast, you should be able to look up and see this because you're getting into the Terminator. See, right in the twilight, right there is the best time to see rockets because it might be dark where you are, but at the altitude that the capsule is at, you can still see it. The sun is still up technically. Yeah, it's going to go a little bit further.
So
yep.
you heard it there.
Go
The
on. It
nose
should
cone
go
has
down
fully
through
been
the
opened
Bosphorus
successfully. We had some
over
good
Istanbul
checkouts
and then through Turkey.
on the Draco thrusters, on the
It's raining
service
cats and
section
dogs,
Draco
CT.
thrusters
Ah.
rather. And we also had nominal forward bulkhead checkouts.
That's right, and the astronauts should be getting the okay
might be able to see it in
dock
Israel.
or remove their suits
Helene,
in
maybe,
about 6 or
maybe.
7 minutes. I would imagine that, as Sandra mentioned before, we do have 3 space newbies on board today. I would imagine that they would be pretty excited to get out of their seats. They've been in these seats for a while. The crew ingressed hours
Nice,
ago,
MC.
and if I would imagine that
They
3
are.
folks
Yeah,
and,
Haji, yeah, they are.
even
absolutely.
the veteran, everybody would be excited
It's
to
in
get
case
out
the cabin
and,
depress.
be able to float around
They
a
can
little
close the
bit.
suits,
for
and the
first
suit
time on
has
this
a
Crew-5 mission.
nitrox line going into Dragon's life
Yes,
support
absolutely.
systems.
And you do see the crew.
So That's the checklist. This is the checklist in the center. That is a camera looking out the front on both sides. Pilot and commander both see it. They got the checklist right there. Now, if you look at this, oh, we lost it. They had a map view there, and you could see their orbital insertion parameters. I'll be able to, if they show it again, I'll be able to tell you what type of orbit they're in. I mean, not that it doesn't say the same information right there, but it's cool to read it off the displays. What's the blue line on the globe view? Next orbit.
We can see that the visors are up.
Dragon, SpaceX, environments are looking good for suit doffing. For
Taking off
today,
the
we
suits.
can leave the camera configured for a little while longer, but at this time, you are go for 4.012 and 4.300. As a reminder, please stow the suits
Yeah,
with
Scotty,
the visors
they
closed.
spared no
No copy.
expense.
Okay, Dragon copies. We are go for 4.012 and 4.300. We're going to keep the cameras
Is it
configured,
Linux?
and
It's
when
Linux
we
based
start,
retro,
we'll
Paul,
do it
yeah.
with the visors closed.
Good readback. At this time, you're also go to tell the world a little bit about that stowaway we saw shortly after second engine
Also
cutoff.
note that there's a patch right there for the previous mission flown. They have iPads, SWK. All right, we should be able to see Nicole and Josh talking here.
So we're standing by
there she
from
goes.
a few words. So standing by for a few words from the crew about that 0G indicator.
That blows my mind. See, you guys couldn't see that with the shuttle. With the shuttle, it was still in like standard
There
depth,
it
so it
is.
was really hard to see the crew talking. With these cameras, you can see them. You can see them talking, and that's like, dude, you don't know how cool that is. When I was growing up with the shuttle, you couldn't see them talking. You just saw a head kind of moving back and forth, right?
Expected launch. Dragon, back in the ground. We missed the last part of your trip.
And no worries, repeating my last one there, I was going to have you all talk a little bit about your 0G indicator, but we can hold that off for the next ground station pass here for Dubai. At this time, what I'll do is I'll take the cameras
Right,
external
Cherokee?
for suit doffing, and then you let me know when they're allowed to come back on board.
Okay. Let's scan everybody. They're on a 23-hour window to the ISS.
Okay, Dragon copies. So we'll let you know when you come back on with the cameras, and we're excited to talk about our stowaway here.
Okay, so
Okay, Dragon copies and working.
they're just going to move Dragon into more of a living
And it
configuration
does
for the
sound
next
like
23
we are
hours.
in a brief expected loss of signal with the crew. This does
Now, I know what people are going to say. They're going to spend 23 hours in that tin can. Yeah, pretty much. It's not the worst. It's pretty spacious because you got to remember, in space there's no walls, there's no ceiling, there's no floor. Anywhere that's volume is habitable space. You can use it anywhere. So the capsule in that regard does get pretty big. There's a lot of space to move around the cabin, so to speak. So, you know, people are going to say like, okay, so where do they sleep and stuff? Yeah, sleep in the seat. You can sleep wherever you want. You can sleep up by the toilet if you really wanted to. In terms of like sleep schedules and stuff, ISS astronauts are on UTC. They are all on Greenwich Mean Time. It's just easier to help standardize stuff between NASA's Mission Control in Houston and Roscosmos' Mission Control in Star City and the European Mission Control. That's I think they're in France, if I'm remembering right, and Japan's Mission Control. So because it's an international effort, they use UTC to coordinate the time. It's Germany. Is it Toulouse or Cologne? I'm not sure. I forget where the European control is, fellas. I apologize about that. But yeah, they make sure they have 8 hours of sleep, but it's all on UTC. Make sure they have 8 hours of sleep and make sure that they're awake for when this thing gets near the station.
Every chance that we get to reuse a capsule or reuse a booster kind of drives
You could,
down costs
nachos
and,
if you want.
increases the opportunity
Dortmund,
for more
it's in
folks
Germany.
to fly
Thank
in
you,
space.
Deadbringer.
Now I'm headed out to take a swim, right? I mean, this is just perfect out here. Bob, thank you for your thoughts. And now we're going to move on. We've got an interview here with Robin Gatens, the director of the International Space Station, who also joins us here. And you got to experience the launch from right here outside the press site. And I want to ask you, how did you
decompresses the
enjoy
joints.
it?
I guarantee
Well, it's always
you
exciting
fall
to
asleep
see
real quick.
launch to the International Space Station. I've seen many, but especially
Gators.
to see a new international crew headed to the International Space Station was very exciting. And of course, you nailed it. Beautiful day. Really glad we
of
got
course,
this one
back
off
alley.
today.
Absolutely.
They're taking
You
off
make
their
that
suits. Yeah, of course
29-hour
they.
transit
The fastest
to the
seatbelt
space
sign went
station.
off.
You're the director of the International Space Station. So I
Pretty
wanna
much when
ask
the
you,
nose cone
I heard there's a book coming out that's. There have been books before about the International Space Station, but a new one's coming out.
Koichi Wakata,
Tell me a little bit about
and
that.
Stoichi
Yeah, it's
Noguchi.
called Our Benefits to Humanity. It is a publication we have put out before, and we actually released it in July, so it's out. It's both in print format as well as online.
Launch
so,
already went by, G.
People
You
can
missed
just
it.
search on
It was about
Benefits
28 minutes ago.
for
Crew was
Humanity,
on orbit.
International Space Station, and find that book.
Doffing.
And
Doffing
it
and donning,
highlights
Orion,
all of the wonderful research that's going on the space station. This crew will be doing over 200 experiments during their time on the International Space Station, ranging from medical kinds of research that will help treat diseases and produce new drugs here on Earth.
Pasquale.
Regenerative medicine. One day we might even print organs for transplant on Earth. We have Earth science going on Space Station.
wait, no,
a number
those are
of
different.
climate instruments to help us understand Earth's climate. Really exciting results. This is truly
The capsule will
what we
stay
call
up
the
there for 6
decade
months,
of
short
results
bus, but they're bringing another
on
one
the
down in a
International
week.
Space Station.
Another
where,
Dragon. That's up there right now.
We're building on past lessons and capabilities
I don't
to
think so,
just
Strzelecki.
compound the results that we're able to get out of the space station.
And 235 investigations, 76 new ones, and you mentioned the decade, 2 decades, more than 2 decades, the
Yes.
International Space Station has been operating. You mentioned some of the science that they're going to be doing. I'm wondering if you have a favorite that you've kind of identified, like, oh, I can't wait to find out the results of that.
Well, I've been tracking a lot of them. I'm
that
really
one.
excited
Right there.
about some
Something
of the
about you, though.
medical things. We're flying again a payload by a company called Lambda Vision, and they're producing retinal implants that could be used to help patients with ocular degeneration. So that's really exciting. I'm excited about what we're learning. With respect to the climate, we got brand new climate instruments up on board. We've got companies learning how to make better products through their research through the ISS National Lab and their work on the space station. So
what time is the
I'm
launch?
also excited
30
about
minutes
plant
ago.
research going on Space Station. I think that's not only important for future exploration missions, but also to help us grow plants in harsh environments, small spaces here on Earth.
And also, NASA, while doing all of that, is continuing to work towards its ultimate goal of getting to the moon, going back to the moon and sustaining our presence there. A lot of technology at the station that works towards that end. We want to actually pause, though, for 1 second, because we understand that one of the astronauts, Josh Cassada, has a statement that he is going to make. It is relatively about his zero-G indicator, which, if you saw in the coverage, it was I don't know if it was a baby Einstein, Bob, but it was a little Einstein.
It definitely looked like a small Einstein, but we'll listen to Josh and hear exactly the details.
Let's listen in.
Oh, I'm listening.
Again, waiting for astronaut Josh Cassada with a special message.
And Dragon, cameras are internal.
SpaceX.
Oh, the gloves are coming off.
Dragon copies. We are internal with the waistbands off and stand by for the cabin mic check.
You see Koichi Wakata is out of his seat.
Would you want to get up and stretch right there?
Yeah, this
SpaceX Dragon from the cabin mic com check.
And Koichi, I've got you 5x5. How me?
Mike, we have you loud and clear also.
Great news, and we're also getting some great views inside the capsule here, so if you all want to get a chance to talk about your indicator, we'd all love to hear some.
Yeah, they're going to hand the mic over.
Absolutely, Mike. So, a couple years after he come up with his groundbreaking theory of special relativity, Albert Einstein, in his mind, still had a couple loose ends to tie up. While he was sitting in the patent office, because he wasn't famous yet, definitely should have been, he had what his happiest thought of his entire life. That thought was, person in free fall doesn't feel their own weight. That thought, along with some others that he built upon, led to general relativity and our understanding of gravitation and curvature of space-time.
Hypergol pressurization menu right
We're
there.
experiencing Einstein's happiest thought continuously, like the International Space Station has been doing for over 20 years. On Crew-5, call this little guy our free fall indicator. We're here to tell you there's plenty of gravity up here. In fact, that's what's keeping us in orbit right now and preventing this trip on a Crew Dragon from being a one-way trip. A little bit like life. We live in the same world, we live in the same universe. Sometimes we experience it in a very different way from our neighbors. We can all keep that in mind. Hopefully we can all continue to do absolutely amazing things, do it together.
Well said, Josh.
Well, that was excellent, Josh. We appreciate you all taking the chance to share with us some of those special words and some of the meaning to you all.
I tell you, my crewmates are just happy that we didn't break out a dry erase board and get into more details.
We'll chat lensing later.
Absolutely.
A message from
at this time,
astronaut Josh Cassada, the pilot of Crew-5, and his fellow astronauts and cosmonaut.
That's the fueling
floating
system.
in space, high
the fuel
above
tank.
the Earth as they
fuel
head
tank
to the
menu
International
over there on the
Space
right.
Station with a
Checklist on the
special
center.
message about
forward view on the left.
Albert Einstein, who is represented there, floating around space as the zero-G indicator, but then also a nod to his theory of relativity. E equals mc squared, I believe, Bob.
So,
well, there are a lot of great things that Einstein was responsible for.
velocity, apogee, perigee.
Maybe there are 5 folks experiencing his happiest thought on board the Dragon capsule just right now.
Absolutely, and NASA is looking to return humans to the surface of the moon, and this is part of it, going to the International Space Station. We mentioned some of the efforts in going up there, and of course the science that's going to be done by Crew-5. We're looking forward to that as well. Some final thoughts, Bob, about the day today.
Well, it was just a wonderful day, a chance for me to relive the launch experience with the Falcon 9 and the Dragon capsule, and I'm just super excited for the Crew-5 and little Einstein on board and in free fall right now.
A very special moment indeed. Before we wrap up, I want to send it over to Megan Cruz, who is with Deputy Administrator and former Space Shuttle astronaut Pam Melroy.
I am Pam, and I have just been chatting about how wonderful of a day this was for a launch.
Oh, it's a gorgeous day here at the historic Kennedy Space Center. For me to see the next generation of launch vehicles launching to the space station was thrilling.
And also the next generation of young explorers. You know, you and I were talking about a young boy here, guys, that bought a space suit, an astronaut suit from downstairs at our store and was wearing it around and running around. How cute was that to see him so excited?
Well, I found it pretty cute to see the 3 rookies who were on the flight, as well as my very dear personal friend Koichi Wakata, who I flew with in 2000 to the space station. So I'm inspired by both the young and the experienced.
And speak to me about that like you said, you've flown on the space shuttle 3 times. Talk to me about that ascent, how it must feel as they're going up through the atmosphere.
It's absolutely a remarkable experience, and I found myself thinking as I was looking at the schedule for this rocket, how physics drives so much of what we do. So it's very similar in the timing of everything.
Another one tomorrow, Wefra.
But the space shuttle was a little bit of a wild ride, I have to say. It had a lot of vibration, particularly the first 2 minutes. But you know, it's a very different experience when you're here on the ground. It always brings tears to my eyes. I pray for the crew. When you're inside the vehicle, You're having a blast.
So I'm glad to hear that they were having a blast. Talk to me about why these commercial crew missions are so important.
Well, they're really important to us for a lot of different reasons. The whole value that NASA brings to the American people, and in fact to humanity, is around science, a strong science and technology posture for the country, and inspiration. And we see that all wrapped up in Commercial Crew, because we see the ability to do more science on orbit because we can carry more crew members. We see the advancements that have been made through NASA investments in commercial crew and commercial cargo that are lifting our entire space industry. And of course, there's nothing better than seeing an astronaut fly to space for inspiration.
Sure. And what's next for NASA? You know, right behind us, we have the vehicle assembly building. Inside is NASA's Artemis 1 rocket. Are you excited for that?
Oh, I'm very excited. I'll tell you, it's a big deal when a new rocket flies for the first time. And we have learned a lot. We have a lot to learn, just like I was a test pilot. So when we flew airplanes, we never actually launched the first try. Usually we just taxied down the runway. So we've taken her out to the runway a couple of times now, and we've learned a lot. And I cannot wait to see the most powerful rocket in the world launch going to the moon.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of great stuff here, and we're so happy to bring viewers on the ride with us, right?
You bet. That's the whole idea. NASA shares and inspires.
Perfect. Pam, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Guys, we're going to send it back to you for the last time today.
Thank you very much, Megan. Great job out there. Appreciate it. And Nicole, Josh, and Koichi and Anna are now on course to arrive at the International Space Station around 4:57 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And of course, NASA TV will stay on the air for continuous live coverage along Crew-5's entire ride to station. Meanwhile, SpaceX's YouTube channel will join live coverage starting at roughly 2 hours prior to docking. And though our coverage here at Kennedy is coming to a close, we will turn it over to the team in Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew-5 mission all the way through the arrival at the International Space Station. For those of you watching online on NASA's YouTube, make sure you take a look at the description below. You'll see the video link there, and you'll find that for Crew-5 Coast Phase. Live coverage will continue at that link shortly. You can see it at the bottom of your screen. Pull that up for you. If you're watching on NASA TV, you won't notice a thing, and coverage will continue. So a post-launch news conference is scheduled for 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on NASA TV, and you can find mission updates on Twitter at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov, including timing on any potential live tours of Dragon Endurance during the trip to station. Now, before we sign off from Kennedy, I want to thank my partner and co-host, Bob Benkin, for being on the launch broadcast, sharing your incredible insight and experiences. Bob, I really enjoyed listening to you today. Thank you so much to you and to Megan, your wife, who helped us with Crew-4. We look forward to hearing more from your family, as well as maybe seeing Theo on a future launch broadcast.
Well, thank you, Daryl. I very much appreciate that. And of course, thank you to my wife and my son and our dog Shadow for joining us for a short period of time during today's broadcast. And again, I just want to echo Deputy Administrator Pam Mulroy's words with it's been an exciting year. The Crew-5 folks are just getting started on their excitement for the year, if you will, on their way to the space station right now. But we've got an Artemis 1 rocket over there, the SLS, in the vehicle assembly building. Looking forward to seeing that back out on the pad and getting her launched later this year.
Coming to a launch pad soon, mid-November, we all hope, and we're looking forward to that as well immensely. Huge thanks to all of our guests for joining us today, and thank you to all of you for watching. Here now are the highlights from the journey we took today, and just a reminder from here at the Kennedy Space Center to keep looking up. They're getting suited up inside that historic suit-up room, everything going smoothly.
Guys, we're gonna keep going until the presser, and then we'll probably just keep going after that. Yeah, look up in case of spiders. Okay. Seriously?
9.
Oh, there we go.
8, 7, 6.
About 45 minutes.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff. Go Crew-5.
I'm probably going to do that, Lee.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion.
I mean, I like that too. That's nice. No, I don't think I can go for that long. But, all right. So let's see if we can pick up the next link. Daryl said that the link was down there. It's, yeah, it's not. So we'll go over to NASA TV and go from there. Boy. There we go. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here. You did say it was just under the NASA stream. You sure about that? Probably not, Neuro. When is the next date Artemis supposed to try and fly? They're targeting November 12th through the 27th, Nachos, so it's going to be a little bit. See last was a while back during launch. You should type it out again, Lunchbox. NASA had a specific stream up, not NASA TV. Oh. Yeah, NASA Twitch shut off. Said, "Yep, All right, so that was Crew-5. They are up on orbit, guys. And I'm trying to see if we can get. I think the coverage is just right through NASA TV, so I'm gonna flip us over there. All right, that's the media. Yeah, right now it's just flags. That's not the right link, Squall. All right, so that's what we're showing right now. We should have the post-flight press conference or post-launch press conference here from NASA in about 45 minutes. One supersonic retro propulsion t-shirt and mugs. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I could do it, Lunchbox, but I don't know how to do it. I'm old school. I scroll up in the chat. All right, here we go. Okay. Hello. Let's see what they're showing now. This intro video always hypes me up, dude.
Godspeed, John Glenn. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2, 1, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears
Yes, Charles.
the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, roger. Go for deploy.
Thanks, June, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Welcome to Mission Control Houston. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen, and we are live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Me
Just
too.
about 50 minutes ago, we had a successful launch of NASA's SpaceX Crew-5 mission to the International Space Station.
All right, fellas. I'm going to take about 30 minutes here. I'll let Shaniqua talk to you guys for a little while. I'm just going to go grab some food. I've been going since this morning, and then I will be back for the press conference. So just enjoy NASA TV here for a little bit,
NASA and
I will be
SpaceX
back.
operations teams and planning for this mission is currently leading teams here in Mission Control, and will be back later tomorrow for Dragon's approach and docking. Crew-5 astronauts consist of NASA astronaut and Dragon commander Nicole Mann, NASA astronaut and Dragon pilot Josh Cassada, mission specialist JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata, and Russian cosmonaut Anna Kikina. Expedition 68 is currently aboard the International Space Station, including the Crew-4 astronauts, NASA's Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and the current station commander and European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. They arrived back in April of 2022 and are set to come home next week. Also aboard the station is NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Patelin of Roscosmos, who recently arrived to the space station aboard a Soyuz spacecraft. With the addition of Crew-5, we'll have 11 people aboard the station for a short period of time. Currently attached are 4 spacecrafts, including the SpaceX Crew Dragon Freedom, which brought up the Crew-4 astronauts, a Russian Soyuz MS-22 cruise ship, and Progress 80 and 81 resupply ships. Crew-5 is not the only thing headed to station. That's right, we have critical science and investigations headed up with the crew. Here are some details on the science the crew will work on their mission. Astronauts experience changes in their cardiovascular, respiratory, and musculoskeletal systems during spaceflight. These changes could pose a challenge on future long-duration missions, particularly those where crews encounter different levels of gravity and have minimal direct medical support. CardioBreath, a Canadian Space Agency investigation flying with the crew, examines deconditioning of the cardiorespiratory system and how it affects the control of blood pressure. Crew members will wear a custom-fitted biomonitor shirt that tracks heart rate, blood pressure, breathing rate, and activity level before, during, and after exercise. Results are then compared to measurements taken before and after the astronauts' missions. These findings could provide insight into how blood pressure control adapts and help researchers develop ways to keep astronauts healthier in space.
Dragon, burn complete, nominal burn. Next burn is the phase burn per your displays in approximately 20 hours.
Copies, we see that burn coming up in 20 hours.
Try to contain your excitement just for a little while longer. And when able, we do have some words for Josh to plan or to talk through some of the actions we wanted to take on his suit. So no hurry on that one, but just when ready, report when you're ready to copy.
Good, Mike. We're ready to copy.
Okay, Josh, I've got 4 items here that we're looking for your eyes on. So I'll kind of go through the first 2 first, and then the second 2, because the first 2 are a little bit connected, and then the last 2 will be pretty straightforward. But first item that I have is that what we'd like you to do is remove the middle seat foam of your seat, and then verify that the seat side umbilical connection is secure by pressing firmly downwards directly above both latches. That's 1 firm push above each latch, and let us know if you hear any clicks or tactile feedback. How copy?
Hey, Mike, I copy that step 1 is going to be to take out the middle foam of my seat and make sure that umbilical is connected. I'll be doing that by pushing above the latches and see if I can even hear them click into place.
That's correct, and that's going to be, for the above, it's going to be kind of directly into the seat itself. Okay, after that, the second action that we have is that we're requesting that you then lightly pull the umbilical in the opposite direction of which way you'd be pushing in step 1. The goal here is to see if pulling away is causing the latches to become loose. How copy?
Okay, copy. After step 1, I will pull away from the connection and see if that makes the latches come loose.
Yep, and just for full clarification there, we're looking for just a light pull there, nothing too forceful. Okay, and we just finished up the handover over there, but if you're ready for item number 3, I'm ready to report.
Copy on items 3 and 4.
Okay, item number 3 is to inspect for any FOD around the inflatable visor seal, taking extra care around that polycarbonate portion of the visor.
Dragon copies. Step 3 will be inspecting that inflatable visor seal, and I'll watch out for that polycarbonate.
Good readback, and then the last is to take 1 inspection of the trapdoor on the suit side QD and just look for any potential FOD on that side of the suit. How copy?
And the copy on step 4, I will go ahead and check the trapdoor on the QD side and just see if there's any FOD in there on my suit.
Good readback.
Okay, Dragon copies all 4 of those steps. We'll put those into work. We'll report back in 7 minutes and let you know how they went. And then can we get big picture words on the plan after that? Are we going to be doing another suit leak check here before the end of the workday, which we're happy to do, or do you want to push that off?
Great question. Overall, we are not recommending another leak check at this time. We're just getting a little bit more insight into the current status, knowing that we'll have the leak check for approach is going to be our first time stepping back into any kind of suited activities here. That may change if we discover something on here, but right now we're not planning on having you all re-perform a leak check today.
copy. We'll knock out these 4, and we're not planning on another leak check actually until we start kicking off the rendezvous, if that's correct.
That's a good readback.
Thanks a lot, Mike. We appreciate it.
If you're just joining us, we're doing live coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew-5 mission. Their launch to the International Space Station was successful this morning around 11 a.m. CT, 12 noon Eastern Time. Currently on your screen is Hawthorne Mission Control MCCX on your left, and International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Houston on the right, where teams are still in contact with the crew. You just heard the Corps and SpaceX's Mission Control speaking to Josh Cassada as they went over a suit leak check, just checking preemptively because the crew will be off duty and they will not be checking again until suits are put back on upon rendezvous and approach for docking tomorrow. You'll hear calls throughout today's coverage from Dragon to Ground to the crew as they come up from the Corps in MCCX.
And Dragon, no response required. Just a reminder that the off-duty period is starting in approximately 30 minutes. You'll be confirming your sleep schedule with flight surgeons in an upcoming PMC.
And you just heard the Corps to the crew reminding them that they are off duty, and that's 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 Eastern Time. So just about 29 minutes from now, the crew will be off duty, and we may not hear calls any longer to the crew, but we will return and be on duty about 2.5 hours before docking, currently scheduled for 4:57 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Speaking of docking, there's been a lot of preparations that have taken place to prepare the orbiting lab for Crew-5's arrival. In the days leading up to docking, the crew moved stowage around to make sure the docking hatchways were clear and supplies were ready for Crew-5. The afternoon of docking, the station crew will set up laptops that will allow them to monitor Dragon's approach. These tools will be monitored and mirrored down to the ground for flight controllers to see as well. NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren will be primed for the lead for monitoring Dragon's approach, while he'll be backed by NASA's Bob Hines. Other prep will continue before the crew arrives to the station, which includes cleaning Node 2 or the Harmony module in preparation for Crew-5's arrival, and installing crew alternate sleep accommodations or CASAs to provide additional crew quarters on board. With 11 people and only 7 permanent crew quarters on the International Space Station, some of the crew will also sleep inside their Dragon spacecrafts. One crew member will sleep inside a Freedom while another will sleep inside Endurance once it's docked, with the remaining staking out temporary campout locations, likely in the station's Kibo module or the U.S. airlock. As approach and docking continues, the crew has about a 29-hour approach and rendezvous phase for the crew to arrive at the International Space Station. Flight controllers here on the ground and Mission Control Houston will also begin further preparations. Around 3 hours prior to docking, flight controllers will begin to feather the ISS solar arrays. This is a multi-step process that is spaced out until Dragon is on the docking axis. Both solar alpha rotary joints will be parked and locked. 4 beta gimbal assemblies, or BGAs, will be parked, with 2 of those also being latched. The other 4 BGAs will continue to track the sun, continuing to provide power to the International Space Station. This configuration is designed to protect the arrays from thruster trails or plumes as Dragon approaches. Around 1.5 hours to docking, we will hand over station attitude control from U.S. gyroscopes to Russian thrusters. This is so station can hold finer attitude control while Dragon approaches. Once soft dock is complete, the docking ring retraction complete, we will hand over attitude control back to the U.S. gyroscopes so that thrusters are not firing.
SpaceX for PMC.
Go ahead. SpaceX Dragon, we would like to get out the suit now, so for PMC, could you wait for 10 minutes?
Not a problem. We have a lot of window for the PMC. Just let us know when you'd like to take it.
Okay, yeah, we'll get back with you. Thank you.
And that was a call from the Corps to the crew. Koichi Wakata responded. The SpaceX Dragon crew would like to doff their suits before having a PMC or a private medical conference. This is standard procedure for any approach and docking in a spacecraft, and the crew is doing fine. They will let the Corps know when they are ready for those PMCs. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew-5 mission to the International Space Station. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft carrying NASA astronauts Nicole Mann, Dragon Commander Josh Cassada, Dragon pilot and mission specialist JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina are on their way to the International Space Station, and they have successfully reached orbit. They're in for about a 29-hour rendezvous until they approach and dock to the International Space Station. We're expecting docking to commence around 4:57 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. So far as the crew has reached orbit, they have had a successful nose cone deploy, a successful 11-minute phase burn, and are looking for the next burn to be 20 hours from now, and that's a phase adjust burn. Again, that will happen a couple hours before approach and docking to the International Space Station. You won't see any cabin views for now. You currently have views of MCCX, that's the SpaceX Mission Control Room in Hawthorne, California on the left, and you see the International Space Station Flight Control Room or Mission Control Houston on your right. The crews are currently doffing their spacesuits or taking off their spacesuits, and they will then have a private medical conference with flight surgeons here on the ground. The crew will go into an off-duty status around 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 Eastern Time, which means we won't hear or see them until we're in a closer approach and docking maneuver.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm here, guys. I'm just eating some lunch here. I'll be on full cast here in a second when I'm done eating.
You're looking live at Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Room. where we just had a successful launch at 11 a.m. Central Time of NASA SpaceX Crew-5 mission. The crew successfully launched and are now in orbit, heading towards the International Space Station. Dragon had a successful separation and nose cone deploy. It now begins what's called an activation and rendezvous phase of the mission. During this phase, Dragon is configured for an on-orbit operations. The phase begins after separation from Falcon 9 and ends with the completion of the final co-elliptic burn. The initial orbit that was met today was 190 kilometers by 210 kilometers, with those values representing the perigee and apogee of the orbit, or the lowest and highest point over the Earth. That means that the orbit isn't a perfect circle, but more like a slight ellipse. Over the course of the next 28.5 hours or so, Dragon will execute a series of burns, the next not being for 20 hours post that phase burn that they had after coming into orbit. But these burns will then gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the station. There are 5 major burns, or firings, of those Draco thrusters on Dragon that will bring the spacecraft close to station before they begin a final approach maneuver. The first major burn, which was the phase burn, is performed at the first apogee. We had that. It was successful, had a nominal burn of 11 minutes, and that raised Dragon's perigee and put Dragon into a higher altitude. The next burn, which is based on the orbital data, is going to be the boost burn, which raises Dragon's orbit until its orbit reaches an altitude just 10 kilometers lower than the space station. Followed soon after by the close co-elliptic burn to place Dragon on an orbit.
Dragon on Dragon to ground for suit 3 suit.
Go ahead, Josh. I'm ready to copy.
Okay, Mike, I'm going to go in reverse direction here if you don't mind. Check the QD connection on the outside of the suit, and that trapdoor was clear of any FOD. Also inspected the visor seal. I did find no damage to the seal at all, but I did find a hair that was on the top of the seal. All I know is it wasn't Koichi's, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't the problem. And then moving up to the QD connection there on the seat. Step 2, when I pulled away, it did not cause the latches to disconnect. But I know you're waiting for it. Number 1, that actually worked. Pushed on the connector and found that the bottom latch clicked into place. So when I did that very first step, I think I found the source of our problem.
Okay, copy that. So just running through the reverse list here, the QD on the suit side was clear of FOD. The visor seal did not have any damage, but you did find a hair. Koichi has been exonerated. The QD on the seat you pulled away and no latches disconnected. And then when you did the QD push, the bottom latch closer to the seat bottom did click into place.
You got it, Mike. That makes me feel pretty good. How do you feel about it?
We're feeling pretty good about it as well. We'll talk about that here more on the ground and see if there's any further actions or troubleshooting we want to take. But for now, we're good to call it for troubleshooting there. So thank you for your effort and investigation.
No problem at all. We really appreciate you guys putting your heads together and coming up with a plan to figure out what might have happened. And when you guys are ready, we're ready for that initial PMC.
Okay, copy that. Standby 1. We'll work the PMC and get that along shortly.
And you just heard NASA astronaut Josh Cassada talking to the SpaceX core Michael Blasco about a suit leak check that happened a little earlier on, checking the umbilical for FOD, or that foreign object debris. Josh did confirm that there was a loose latch and it has now been rectified. The crew is now going to talk to flight surgeon here on the ground for a private medical conference. You will not hear this conference. It is private, and the crew, this is standard procedure for the crew. You're seeing live inside Mission Control at SpaceX, Hawthorne, California.
we go. Pressure.
And I feel fine.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I'm awake. How about you?
Tranquility, we copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening.
Great, dude. How are you?
Scientific cooperation between countries.
Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, roger. Go for deploy.
Everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Hello, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just watched a beautiful Crew-5 launch on the most beautiful Florida afternoon. I'm Megan Cruz with NASA Communications, and you are watching the post-launch news conference for today's mission. So let's jump right into it. We have first Kathy Leaders, Associate Administrator, Space Operations Mission Directorate here at NASA headquarters. Steve Stitch, Manager, Commercial Crew Program, NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Joel Montalbano, Manager, International Space Station Program at NASA Johnson. Also Sarah Walker, Director, Dragon Mission Management, SpaceX. Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President and Director General, JAXA's Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate.
There.
And
Hell
Sergey
yeah.
Krikalev, Executive Director, Human Spaceflight Programs, Roscosmos.
Frick.
Thank you all for being here.
That's awesome.
Now we're going to start with some opening remarks from each of them who I just introduced, and then we'll take questions from reporters. So Kathy, go ahead.
Oh,
I got it.
wow, what a beautiful launch. You know, it's nice to not be
Sergey's
fighting the
been everywhere,
weather
dude.
as we were
Cool,
heading into
cool
the
dude.
count. And so actually we were all sitting there and things were looking really smooth. And I don't even think we had the weather up in the Fire Room 4. So that was really enjoyable. But I think it was wonderful to see just how excited Nicole and Josh and Anna and our seasoned veteran Koichi were as they got on orbit. I mean, just once again experiencing that being in space, and for us, it's always great to see that launch go through and see the spacecraft operating safely. Finally, you know, these are real human endeavors, and there's a team here that had to recover from the hurricane last week, get the Kennedy Space Center back open, get things cleaned up, get us ready to go, and the fact that we're here today is a testimony to all that work that team did. So I would really like to thank all the folks that worked so hard, and the SpaceX and NASA team that just carefully got us prepared for today. And now I'll turn it over to Steve Stitch.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. It's a pleasure to be here today. And as Kathy said, I guess I'm super excited with the launch today. The weather couldn't have been better here at the Kennedy Space Center. We didn't have to look at any weather on a monitor. We could just look out the window and see a beautiful blue sky. And really, it was that way along the ground track as well. You know, we talked about the abort winds at the staging location, and those were within limits today. So we, at our weather briefing at 6 hours prior to launch, we decided to go press into the countdown. What a great decision that was. The team did a phenomenal job working through the issues out of the launch readiness review. SpaceX recovered the drone ship to just read the instruction. That was ready. You saw the booster land perfectly on that. We replaced an actuator on engine 3, and that worked out great. Check that out. And then we got the fire suppression, a small leak fixed, and then we're ready to go fly. The vehicle is doing great on orbit. Dragon is doing well. Nose cone was open. Thrusters are doing great. All the systems are working fine. You could see Nicole and Josh and Anna and Koichi. They were all smiles and happy to be in space. They were so excited today. It's great to see them on orbit. And now we're going to focus the next 29 hours from launch to get them docked. And that docking time is 4:57 p.m. tomorrow afternoon Eastern. And so we'll really turn our attention to that phase of the flight. We're excited about the launch. We're excited Dragon's doing well, but we'll focus on docking and getting them safely docked to the space station. And now I'll turn it over to the Space Station Program Manager, Joel Montalbano.
Hey, thank you, Steve, and thank you guys for being here today, and for those who are dialing in. Just an outstanding launch, as you've already heard, and it is awesome to have 4 new space flyers on their way to the International Space Station. These guys, as Steve said, will dock just before 5 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. A hatch opening will be about 90 minutes later. It's just a little past 90 minutes for a hatch opening. They'll stay docked about 150 days. In 150 days, we'll have them doing human research experiments. We'll have them doing technology development. That's going to help us go past low Earth orbit and do further exploration, as well as they'll do some of our commercialization activities. As far as the handover between Crew 4 and Crew 5, it'll be about 5 days. Once the vehicle gets docked, we'll start working the details with the Commercial Crew Program and SpaceX on the actual weather, but we have a good handful of days of docked ops with the team. And with that, let me congratulate and thank our international partners, the Commercial Crew Program, and the SpaceX team. Just a fantastic day to be in human spaceflight. Over to you, Sarah.
Okay. Thanks, Joel. I have very similar things to say as my colleagues and friends up here today, so maybe I'll keep it short. But yeah, it was an incredible day to launch Dragon and Crew-5 to the space station. We're so excited to see Nicole, Josh, Koichi, and Anna start their mission on board the orbiting laboratory. Someone reminded me as I was walking in here today that this mission actually marks 30 humans that SpaceX has sent to space. My life flashed before me kind of on hyperdrive, right? It feels like yesterday that Bob and Doug were driving up to the pad. That was May 2020, the first humans that SpaceX had the privilege of launching, and here we are, the 30 humans in space. Today, Falcon 9 launched Dragon into a nominal insertion orbit. That was about an hour and a half ago. And then that first stage booster, as Steve said, returned to just read the instructions, our drone ship, which was stationed out in the Atlantic Ocean. It was actually happened to be a first flight booster, so it will be returning to shore soon for many more flights ahead, hopefully in the near future. Meanwhile, on orbit, Dragon has completed its initial on-orbit checkouts, and soon it will start performing a series of burns that will help it catch up with the International Space Station for docking tomorrow. It's about a 29-hour flight. Once safely docked, my team's focus is going to be fully on bringing the Crew-4 crew home safely to their friends and family in about a week's time after that. So we'll continue to watch the weather. The vehicle that is on board supporting the Crew-4 mission is healthy, and we'll watch for those conditions to safely bring the crew home and safe for our recovery teams as well. So thanks to the 45th Space Delta for enabling this launch today. Thank you especially to NASA and JAXA and Roscosmos for collaborating on this. How incredible, actually, that I have 3 nation space agencies here at the table representing this mission. A huge partnership and collaboration. So thank you for your partnership.
Yeah, that's good.
Sasaki-san, would you like to give some words?
Thank you. Introduction. I'm Hiro Sasaki, Vice President JAXA, in charge of the human space flight and space exploration. This is the 3rd time to see Crew Dragon launch, but every time it's very beautiful. And on behalf of JAXA, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to every single colleague who has been devoted to the launch while facing the tough time under the hurricanes. But the mission is still going on, but I'd like to congratulate all of you on the successful launch. And I'm sure that Crew-5 mission is a symbol of a strong international partnership, and its importance is recognized, especially in the tough time we are facing now. I do believe that the international partnership has been and will continue to be a key to bring us a variety of benefits unavailable without the ISS.
Yep.
This is the 5th flight for Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. He has rich experience in space, and I hope he transferred his experience to his colleague astronaut and create fruitful outcomes in the ISS with them, which are indispensable to our life on Earth and future exploration.
Well said, sir.
I'm confident that Japan will continue to take a significant role in the human endeavor by making the best use of our expertise and open new era with international partners. Once again, congratulations on the successful launch. I'd like to pass Sergei Grigoriev, Russian colleague.
Thank you very much. It's difficult to add something to what was already said. I just want to say that we start new phase of our cooperation, start to do this exchange flight, because just a couple of weeks ago, American crew member went on Russian Soyuz spacecraft on the station, and now Russian cosmonaut Anna Kikina is member of this crew, and they are going to be on the station very soon and join together and keep working together. But starting that we start new phase, I want to mention that we just continue what was started many years ago in 1975 when Apollo-Soyuz crew worked together, and now we continue our cooperation. And also, I want to say that, of course, we celebrate a successful launch, but for the crew, it's just beginning of the mission. They need to dock tomorrow, and then they have many days of very interesting phase of their flight, new experiments, and I hope that all this flight would be successful. I would like to wish for the crew successful flight and good mission.
Thank you, everyone, for those opening remarks. We'll get into the questions now. We have some reporters here in the room, but also we have some reporters over the phone. If you are on the phone and want to get into the question queue, don't forget to hit star 1.
Little thing, and I just want to say that before they ask questions. Sergei Krikalev has flown aboard 2 separate space stations, 2 separate craft. He was on Mir, flew Soyuz to Mir. He's flown on the space shuttle multiple times. He was instrumental in helping up there, having the Russian modules assembled to the ISS. He flew on STS-88, which was the first shuttle ISS mission. The guy's a big deal. He's a cool dude.
Space Agency. I know you addressed this a few days ago, but in this setting, now that we have a television camera, how committed is Russia to this international cooperation, to the space station, and how long will you be a partner with the United States, with Japan, with Canada, with the international partners in this program?
This is 2 questions in your question. Basically, for how long, it depends on many things, and technical things would be probably primary. But talking about cooperation, I think we start to cooperate, as I said, many years ago, more than 40 years ago, and we will continue our cooperation as long as I can imagine.
Okay, and then right here. Yes, right here.
That was 2 questions.
I am Jim Siegel. I'm with NASATech.net. Congratulations to all of you and your teams for a great launch here today. I believe I have a question for Sarah. I believe that Crew-4 had a investigation concerning artificial retinas. And I'm interested in whether that investigation is going to come back with Crew-4, or if it's going to stay on the space station for additional work. Thank you.
Yeah, let me take a run at that. That is true. We did do the retina experiment, and the cool thing about that is the results of that are going to help restore sight. The goal is that you take that information you use, and then you make a step closer to restoring sight for people that have lost it. I believe we returned some of that work on a cargo spacecraft. I thought SpaceX 25 returned some of that, but let me go verify that, and we'll close the loop with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
I saw Marcia's hand here on the first row.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Sergey. How does it feel for you being back here launching cosmonauts again from Kennedy Space Center? You were the first, after all. And also for your staff in Moscow, has the war been a distraction for them? The longer it goes, do you worry about them being distracted or having their work impacted by what's going on around them? Thank you.
Crew, which is flying now in space, which just launched in space tomorrow, they have a pretty tight schedule. They have a lot of assignment, and they will do what they're supposed to do. They were trained for that. So I hope distraction from what is going on the ground would be minimum, because we are trying to focus on scientific tasks, on engineering tasks, and crew will do what they're supposed to do. As for me, as I said, I was very pleased to be here again. I remember being here a long time ago when we start previous phase of our cooperation, when we start to do our shuttle missions, and then Mir shuttle program, and then construction of International Space Station. So for me, I'm very glad to see all friends, all colleagues, and as I said, I hope we will cooperate together the way it was started in 1975.
I didn't mean the crew being distracted. I meant flight controllers. Your team in Moscow, are they being distracted by the ongoing war in Ukraine and what's going on?
They also do what they're supposed to do. They do their duty, and actually we have a team not only in Moscow but also in Houston. We have a group of Russians who is in Russian mission control. We have a group of Americans who is in a group of Americans in mission control in Moscow and group of Russians in mission control in Houston. So this group is very focused on do what they're supposed to do.
Thank you. I saw a hand right there. Yeah, second row on this side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sergey Matov, Russian TASS News Agency. Well, first of all, congratulations everyone on today's launch. That was amazing. And I guess my question is for Steve, but maybe Joel or Katie will add something up. So I was curious about your take about the meaning of today's launch, first integrated crew launch on the U.S. soil. What does it mean for the future of Russia and U.S. cooperation? And maybe do you have any plans to extend the agreement after 2024? Thank you.
I'll take the first part, and then I'll let Joel talk about the agreement. But, I was very excited today to have another international partner fly on our commercial crew vehicles. It was great to see Anna fly. It's great to see Sergey again here. I got to work with Sergey a long time ago in Shuttle Mir, so it was neat seeing that colleague. And we're excited about continuing to fly international partner astronauts. We take these missions very seriously. Each one is a little different. And, I was sort of thinking and reflecting back, this is now our 6th crewed launch in just a little over 2.5 years, and each is different. But then when we go about the preparation, it's the same for every flight. I think an example of that preparation was today. I don't know if you were following when we were closing the hatch, but we take some closeout pictures of the hatch, the seals around the hatch, and the team at Hawthorne saw one human hair on that hatch seal and spotted it very quickly, said reopen the hatch and let's get that hair off and make sure it was good. So that's what our teams are doing on the NASA side here at Kennedy, at JSC in partnership with SpaceX, and so it's a great team effort, and we're excited to continue to fly more and more cosmonauts and Japanese astronauts and ESA and our U.S. astronauts on our program.
From a cooperation standpoint, Sergey mentioned a little earlier, we've been cooperating with the Russian Space Agency since the Apollo-Soyuz. And the cool thing is General Stafford was at today's launch. He was in OSB-2 with us. And General Stafford has been, he's leads the U.S. Review Commission that reviews the space station program on a regular basis, and he's been part of this process. So it's good to see that. As far as future work, I think everybody's well aware we signed an agreement with Roscosmos for 1 flight this year, 1 flight next year, and 1 flight in 24. That's for all SpaceX missions. Once Boeing gets up and running, our plan is to continue this cooperation on the Boeing missions. As we extend space station, get partner across the board agreement to extend past 24, we would also extend the agreement as our goal.
Thank you, Stitch and Joel. We're going to pause in the room real quick and take a caller on the phone. We have Chris Davenport with the Washington Post.
Hi, thank you, and congratulations on another beautiful launch. For Mr. Krikalev, follow-up from my question the other evening. In your recent comments, including today and in the comments by Mr. Borisov the other day, it seems like you're both making a real effort to smooth over relations with NASA and to demonstrate that you're very committed to the partnership. And I can't help but notice how this stands in stark contrast to the way Mr. Rogozin spoke of the partnership when he was head of Roscosmos. And I wonder if it's part of a concerted effort to ease the tensions that arose under him and to turn down the temperature a bit. Thanks very much.
Answer is yes.
Okay, so we have another caller on the phone. That's Joey Roulette from Reuters.
Hey, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Krikalev.
That's awesome.
Beyond this
I
crew
love
exchange
Sergey. That
agreement
guy's the
Russia
best.
has with NASA, do you guys at Roscosmos have any other agreements with other countries to fly non-Russian astronauts on Soyuz? And if not, are you guys in talks with those countries to lock in such an agreement? Thanks.
So it's to me?
Yes.
Okay. So we have kind of preset agreement, and nothing new is happening. We just recently flew UAE astronaut on Soyuz spacecraft, and we have tourists flying on the station. And we have special procedure. Every time we fly non-partner crew member on board Soyuz or American vehicle, we need to have full agreement from our international partners. So we did it for, as I said, for UAE cosmonaut. and in the future, we are planning to get new country, new programs, new agencies involved in space flights, and we just follow procedure that was set a while ago, and we just agree with each other for every next step.
Okay, back here in the room, Ken, I remember you.
Breath of
Raise your
fresh air,
hand.
man.
First row right here in the blue.
Really nice.
Hi, thank you, Ken Kramer, for Space Up Close, and congratulations to all of you again on a beautiful launch, especially after the hurricane. So, Sergey, let me ask you a question. It's an honor to have you here.
Ken knows.
You're a hero to all the people that love space. Thanks for being here. I want to ask you about your perspective on the ISS, since you were the first one on the first mission. It's grown tremendously. Tell us about your expectations for the ISS. Has it met them? Has it exceeded them? What do you hope the ISS will lead to in the future?
Yeah, that's complicated question, and probably it's a big story behind of what was planned initially, what we are going to do in the future. And I can just remind you that when we just started this program, every module was built in order to fly for 15 years. We actually exceed this 15 years time mark long time ago, and station was extended a couple times. Right now we have agreement to fly together up to 2024. We already talk with our international partners, and we talk with our specialists in Russia, looking through technical capability of station to fly, and we understand that it makes sense to keep flying, because this excellent infrastructure that built in space can be used for humanity even more than we were initially planned. I think from very beginning we understood that station is very valuable to do science in space, on low Earth orbit, but also we understand that station is test bed for future flights, for flying more exciting mission to fly beyond low Earth orbit, and we can test a lot of equipment, a lot of procedures, a lot of methods of flying, working on International Space Station. So that's what we are keeping now. We are going to keep it in future, and we will see how long station will be able to fly. And I think main limitation would be technical reason.
Thank you. And there's a question back here on this side of the room. Last row. Thank you.
Hi, Aaron Cooper with CNN. I understand that Soyuz has been able to do some fast track docking attempts. Why hasn't that been tried with the Dragon missions? And is there thought in the future of doing kind of expedited or faster trips up to ISS?
Yeah, I mean, the missions are not very long, on the order of a day, plus or minus a few hours here and there. And it really just depends on the orbital mechanics of when what day we launch and where the space station is, and how many burns to catch up. But I think, Joel, maybe you could speak to this, but I think a day or less is a nice short mission to get up to space station. And
then when you constrain your launch to like hours, you do have to constrain the launch date. And so having the 1 day helps us maximize the opportunities. And Steve.
Yeah, we could have launched anytime this week. We had a launch opportunity tomorrow, which was a little longer rendezvous, 10 more hours, about 38.5 hours to dock. So what we have chosen to do is sort of optimize any time launch, I would say, and have as many opportunities as possible. Some of those are as short as about 16 hours to dock. Some of those are a little longer, like the one we're taking today. And so what we've chosen to do is sort of optimize any day launch just to handle the weather situation here at the Kennedy Space Center, our launch environment, which is lots of launches on the range, and then also abort weather, which we have some criteria up the coast. And so we've chosen to do that versus sort of optimize the Dragon to launch, in a couple orbits, which it could feasibly do that if we chose to do so.
And I believe I saw one last hand in the room. Yep, can we just have him in the front row?
Yeah, hi, John McGill with Wyandotte Cable. This question's for Sarah. We've been getting used to previously flown boosters. So how does a new booster differ in your preparation?
Yeah, there's not difference in the the checks that we do in preparing for the launch and certifying the booster. We have a production facility in Hawthorne in California, and we have a number of lanes of refurbishment capability here at the Cape. So there's different activities that we do, whether we're performing maintenance or we're building a new one, but this was more so just happenstance that due to the timing of this launch, this one was a new booster to come off the line, and we try to make sure that we have boosters ready to support our customers' needs.
And from a NASA perspective, we like getting the new boosters. I mean, every time SpaceX puts a new booster in the fleet, they continue to make, I would say, safety improvements to the boosters, better inspections of this booster in some areas than we've had in the past in terms of looking at the hardware. There's some robustness in the aft part of the vehicle around the engines to keep the plume from those engines from coming inside. There's many things. Each booster that we get, I think we might get a new booster again later on in Crew-6. So every one of those, we see improvements to it. So we like the reflown boosters, but again, getting a new booster for us, get some upgrades and some safety improvements, which we appreciate on the NASA perspective. So.
Whoa.
Okay.
So just highlight that the NASA certification process that tells us we are go for flight is the same across the board, right? So safety and reliability is the top priority with every single booster, and it's all held to the same standard when we say we're go for launch.
All right, when we have one other person on the phone, we have Joey Roulette again with Reuters.
Hey, thanks. I just had one follow-up for Sergey. How important is it for Russia to remain as an international space station partner? Would Russia be able to sustain its human spaceflight program if it were to pull out of the partnership in 2024? Or what would that look like? Thanks.
We are thinking about building new space station. We start preliminary design of it. There is no final decision yet, but we are going to keep flying International Space Station as long as our new infrastructure will build. We don't know yet how it's going to be built and what kind of modules we will have, but I'm sure that we will stay in international partnership when we fly ISS, and future station, future infrastructure is also going to be with international partnership.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, thank you so much. We got to all the questions, so I now invite Kathy for any final remarks.
So like I think Sergey mentioned, and Sergey, I think you got the brunt of the questions today, so thank you very much. Right now, we're just through one phase. So obviously great launch. We're very happy that the launch went so well, but now the team's really focused on getting the crew safely to the ISS. We once again are very grateful that our international partners are trusting us to be able to fly their crews. And we're also very grateful that SpaceX continues to be such a great partner for us and continue to fly our crews. And so looking forward to Nicole and Josh and Anna and Koichi safely reaching the International Space Station tomorrow. And I know Joel's got a whole list of things for them to do when they get on orbit. So keep watching, keep following along. Hopefully it'll be very calm and boring mission, and we'll get there. But also really, really, like I said at the beginning, want to thank all the teams. You all know what a tremendous endeavor this is, and it takes people all over the country, all over the world to get us to this point. And so I really, really want to thank the teams that have gotten us to this point. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your interest in Crew-5.
Well, you heard Kathy. Keep watching, keep following along. So with that, coverage will continue on NASA TV through docking at the space station, which is expected tomorrow, Thursday, October 6th at 4:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll also stay on to cover the welcome ceremony, which, as Joel said, is about 90 minutes after that. So until then, just follow us along for any updates on our social media channels, and we're going to say goodbye with a beautiful replay of today's launch.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, engines full power, and liftoff. Go Crew. Stage 1
Good day.
propulsion is nominal.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Not bad. Cranes will be fine, Bandit. Pretty good. Pretty good. Sergey got a lot of questions, guys. I want to say again, dude. Sergey's a good dude. He's in it very much for the space. Very much for the space. He flew to Mir on Soyuz and on the space shuttle. He was on shuttle assembly missions to the ISS. He was on STS-88, which is the first ISS shuttle assembly mission. And he was on Expedition 1. He was on Expedition 1 to the ISS. We're on Expedition 68 now. He's a good dude. I've shook his hand. I've talked to him before. Good dude. So, yeah, I mean, some of those questions were a little out of line, but oh well, press gonna press. What was the question that Sergey just answered yes to? Joey Roulette, or no, I think it was Christian Davenport. It was either Christian Davenport or Joey Roulette. They asked if, Yuri Borzimov is the guy that replaced Dmitry Rogozin at Roscosmos. Dmitry,
if you're just joining us, welcome to Mission Control Houston.
he was doing something with he transferred jobs. He's doing something with the war effort or something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I don't really care. Yuri Borzimov replaced him, and they basically asked, like, are you gonna keep working? NASA basically asked him, are you gonna keep working with us? And he said yeah. He said, I don't. Russia's space program is apolitical, just like NASA is. And ever since then, it's been pretty smooth sailing. That was a little earlier this year. Yeah. And his question was like, you guys trying to smooth things over? Because Dmitry Rogozin was trying to do the opposite of that. He was trying to say like, oh, NASA's a piece of trash. We're going to leave. You guys suck. And he just simply answered, yes. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. That guy's kind of a nutter. I know, Forge, yeah. No, that was Gennady Padalka. Phantom, another legendary cosmonaut. Yeah. I've talked to these guys. So I've talked to Sergey about Mir at the ISS RDC in 2014. It was in Boston. It's down the street from where I lived at the time. So yeah, I mean, he actually handled the questions pretty well. Dude. Pretty good. But anyway, yeah, good press conference. Pretty much, Caveman, yeah. Yeah, Rogozin canned Sergei Krikalev, and then the next Yuri Borzimov, yeah, he brought him back. Before you move on, can you say the thing one more time? What's the thing? No, we can't say it when it's not happening. No, I'm not doing that. He gave a talk yesterday, actually. Cool. I don't know, Tars. I don't know. I don't really care. That guy lost my respect pretty damn fast. So, yeah, Marrakesh. So he's a no bullcrap kind of guy. Like, once again, I don't know him personally. I've talked to him before. I talked to him at the ISS RDC about flying on the shuttle and Soyuz and all this other stuff. I didn't record it because it was kind of a run-of-the-mill. It was like, this was in 2014. That was before live streaming was really a thing. Heck, just live streaming in general was becoming a thing, right? No, don't worry about that, Fortune. The Starlink launch got moved till tomorrow, friend. But yeah, we're gonna. I don't know. You guys want to keep going with coverage or what? I mean, yeah, I think we should. I think we'll go back. But here, check this out. Look at this. They got a shot on the ISS right there. This is mission control. You have the location of the ISS, and the location of Dragon. Dragon is now done in orbit. It's done in orbit here. What is the KSP thing that Brimo was talking about last night? It has nothing to do with KSP2. Don't worry about it.
Had noticed that the suits have been on, or the suit fans have been on for over 20 minutes on there, so we just wanted to check in and make sure that things were still going okay. Obviously, you can keep going until they are dry, but in case you all forgot, we just wanted to let you know that the 20 minutes on our end had run up.
Okay, copy that. We'll give them another check and then get those fans off as soon as they're good.
SpaceX copies, much appreciated.
Yeah, but Blue, you and I both know it was implied. Don't try to pretend like it wasn't. They're drying the suits, yeah. Math, yo, I just wanted to say that watching a rocket launch with you never gets old. I love the enthusiasm and energy. You make Twitch a better
You
place
just
to keep
heard
it up. I'm
confirmation
trying,
from
dude. I'm trying.
Commander Nicole Mann to the core out in SpaceX's Mission Control
Trying
in
to make
Hawthorne,
Twitch a better
California.
place. Yeah, I'm trying.
The core, or the crew
Seems like an
operations
upward battle
resource
at times.
engineer
Huh?
Michael Blasco
But I'm trying,
relayed to
man.
the crew that the time has elapsed
Thank you for
on
those
the
kind words. I appreciate
drying
it.
of those suits that they doffed.
Dolph.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mason, 53-month reset. What a beautiful day for space. Yep. Hey, Stephen Guy gave you a sub math lab. There you go. Can I ask, do you know anything about pressure knock? Nope.
You're currently seeing a live view in both MCCX, Mission Control for SpaceX on your left, and MCCH, Mission Control Houston, on your right.
Okay. Man, I'm gonna wake up. All right, so this should just be kind of regular coverage here. MCCX is 1210. Mission controlled standard. Never mind. I got an idea. All right.
MCCX, based in Hawthorne, California, is where teams monitor Dragon, checking all of its systems to help make sure the crew has a safe journey. They also have positions or consoles, and the key 6 positions for monitoring the health of the vehicle and the crew. The mission director is responsible for mission success and is also in charge of the room, much like the flight director here in Mission Control Houston. The lead flight director for Crew-5 is Greg Whitney, who's currently